Chapter 831. 831 50% Divine Beast Bloodline. Ao Feng let out a shrill scream. His huge body struggled madly and retreated. In a few breaths, he was out of the fighting ring and returned to his human form. He looked at Fatty with hatred. A huge dragon claw was left on the fighting ring. "Damn it, you should die!" Ao Feng shouted. Bang! At this moment, a figure landed heavily on the fighting ring, exuding a strong killing intent. The figure was wearing red armor. It was the young man who had provoked Lu Ming with Ao Qian. "Damn Fatty, you've completely angered me." The red-armored young man's voice was cold, and there was a hint of madness in it. The aura it revealed was also at the peak 5th level spiritual ocean realm. "My name is Aoquin. Fat pig, do you dare to fight me?" The red-armored youth stared at the fatty. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this young man was not simple. He was indeed at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was extremely arrogant. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated Ao Qian, yet he still dared to provoke Lu Ming. He was definitely not simple. "Fatty, be careful." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. Fatty's eyes flashed and he grinned. "Why wouldn't I?" Bang! The moment Fatty said that, Aoquin stepped forward and punched out. Fast, it was too fast. Aoquin's body and fist seemed to be connected. With a punch, he appeared in front of Fatty and his fist was aimed at Fatty's arm. He was going to cripple Fatty's arm. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. At the critical moment, he could only lift his axe to block. Clang! Aoquin's fist landed on Fatty's battle axe, causing it to shake violently. Fatty's face changed and his body was sent flying. Bang! Aoquin stomped heavily on the ground. He was like an ancient beast, charging towards the fatty in a brutal way. He punched towards the fatty's arm. Fatty roared in anger. His body swelled up and he swung his battle axe like the wind. Thump! Aoquin's fist was even harder than a divine weapon. When it collided with the battle axe, a loud boom was heard. In the violent shaking, Fatty let out a pained cry. He couldn't hold the battle axe and it flew far away. He retreated and blood spurted out of his mouth. Countless people's expressions changed. This scene was too shocking. Just now, Fatty's combat power was obvious to all. Although he had not awakened a divine bloodline, he still defeated a flood dragon that had 10% of a divine beast bloodline. It could be said that he had shocked everyone. But now, in front of Aoquin, he couldn't even fight back. Without a doubt, Aoquin was a descendant with a strong god-beast bloodline. The key was, how thick was it to be so terrifying? "I'll cripple your 4 limbs." Aoquin shouted coldly and charged towards Fatty. Fatty, step down from the fighting stage and admit defeat. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. On the side, Xianxia's brows were tightly furrowed, while Ruan Tingting and Xiao Xian's hearts were in their mouths. Bang! Fatty took a step forward and his fat body retreated rapidly. However, Aoquin's speed was too terrifying. He caught up to Fatty in an instant and threw out another terrifying punch. He didn't do anything, just a simple punch. However, Aoquin's physical strength was just too terrifying. The fat man roared as an ancient shield appeared in his hand. Boom! Aoquin's fist landed on the ancient shield and sent it flying. The ancient shield smashed into Fatty's body and almost flattened him. His body was also sent flying. This time, he was thrown out of the fighting ring and fell heavily out of the ring. Ruan Tingting and Xiao Xian immediately flew over and helped Fatty up. "Fatty, you're not dead, are you?" Ruan Tingting asked with concern. Fatty coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "It's fine, it's no big deal. My skin is thick." You're lucky this time." Aoquin stood on the battle stage and looked down at Fatty, saying coldly, "What are you so arrogant for? If I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll torture you like an insect." The fat man shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Fatty was not one to suffer losses. This time, he had been defeated so miserably by someone of the same level, mainly because he had not awakened his third bloodline. Fatty, I'll avenge you after the exchange. Lu Ming walked over and cast a cold glance at Aoquin. Aoquin looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes and smiled coldly. Lu Ming, Fatty, and the rest returned to the grandstand. Fatty began to heal his injuries. Who else wants to come up for a fight? Aoquin looked around and planned to continue challenging. There was complete silence. Although there were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect who had yet to fight, they were all ordinary Heaven's Pride experts. The combat strength that Aoquin had displayed just now was simply too terrifying. If they went up, wouldn't they just be looking for a beating? No one from either side went up. Let the Heavenly Demon Valley win this round. Di Feng helplessly replied. In the battle of the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, the Sky Demon Valley won. However, Aoquin had no plans to head down. He looked around and said, since that's the case, I'll challenge your 6th level Spiritual Ocean tier expert now. Let's fight. What? You're at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, and you want to challenge someone at the 6th level? He's too arrogant. The surrounding crowd shouted unhappily. Brother Peng, he's at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. Is he really going to participate in the battle of the 6th level? Di Feng frowned as he looked at the golden-robed young man. That's right. Among the 10 people at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm, Aoquin's name is there. Among the 6th level, Aoquin's name is also there. It should be fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle, right? The golden-robed youth laughed. Of course you can. Di Feng nodded. It was naturally fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle, as long as he was willing. Aoquin wanted to participate in a battle at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm as a 5th level Spiritual Ocean realm. Who's going to fight? Aoquin looked around. I'll do it. A voice rang out. From the side of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up onto the battle platform. There was no lack of geniuses in the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had many experts. This young man was the supreme talent of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. He had awakened a 2nd-rank divine bloodline and was extremely powerful. The next moment, the two figures collided. However, the result of the battle was shocking. In just a few moves, the Imperial Guard was forced to retreat. In the end, he even used bloodline fusion, but it was also useless. He was forced back to his original form and was thrown off the fighting stage while coughing out blood. Everyone was shocked. With a cultivation base 1 level lower, he actually defeated a prodigy who had awakened a 2nd-level divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. 50% divine beast bloodline. Di Feng's eyes flashed as he announced a shocking result. Countless people gasped. This Aoquin actually had 50% god-beast bloodline. That was too terrifying. This meant that half of Aoquin's blood was no different from that of a god-beast. If a human martial artist could not awaken a 5th-level divine bloodline, they would not be able to fight against someone of the same level. Even if they were 1 level higher, they would have to at least awaken a 4th-level divine bloodline. Furthermore, there were strong and weak divine beasts. Aoquin was obviously a flood dragon. His bloodline was inherited from a true dragon, so he must be even more terrifying. His body was invincible and his strength was boundless. Chapter 832. 832 Challenging Lu Ming. Fuck, so he has 50% true dragon bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. But if I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll definitely beat him up. The fatty was cursing, but he was very confident. Fatty, you're just bragging. You can awaken a bloodline that's above divine level 5? Wan Tingting attacked. The scene was in an uproar, and there were all kinds of discussions. A 50% concentration of the divine beast bloodline was equivalent to a human's 5th-level divine bloodline. In the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, Only the top geniuses had such a bloodline. Even Di Feng and Shi Emo, who were the strongest at the scene, were said to only have 4th-level divine bloodlines. If Aoquin's cultivation increased, he would be able to compete with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who else is coming up? Aoquin looked around arrogantly. Everyone was silent. After a long time, one person from the Heavenly Corpse sect went up. This person was an extremely famous Heaven's favorite, ranked 189th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had awakened a 3rd-level divine bloodline and had a cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual ocean realm. This person fought with Aoquin for nearly 100 moves. In the end, Aoquin transformed into his original form, a 500-meter-long blood-red flood dragon. His aura was soaring like a real dragon. With one strike, he sent the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect flying. Another victory. At this moment, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were both silent. Could it be that even this round at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier was going to be won by Aoquin? There were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace who had awakened 3rd-class divine bloodlines. However, even the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been completely defeated. Wouldn't they, who had 3rd-class divine bloodlines, be defeated as well? There were also a few people who had awakened 4th-level divine level bloodlines, but their cultivation had all surpassed the 6th-level spiritual ocean tier. Both sides fell silent. They had not expected such a terrifying monster to appear in the Sky Demon Valley. Furthermore, he was a new monster with a low cultivation. On the list of top 1,000 talents, geniuses of the same level as him already had extremely profound cultivation, far exceeding the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Aoquin transformed back into his human form and looked around. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Ming and pointed at him. Weren't you very arrogant? You injured a heaven's favorite of my flood dragon race and crippled his leg. Now I challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Following the direction of Aoquin's finger, almost everyone looked at Lu Ming. Aoquin was taking the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. It was obvious that there was a grudge between the two of them. You want to challenge him? He's not in our 10-person list. Di Feng frowned. It's fine. This time, it's not counted in the competition. It's a personal grudge between me and him. Aoquin shouted and looked at Lu Ming. Brat, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. If you don't, you can directly admit defeat and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lu Ming stood up, a cold smile on his face. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Aoquin to challenge him. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Originally, if he wasn't in the list of 10, he wouldn't be able to fight. He was still thinking that after the exchange, he would find trouble with Aoquin. Who knew that he would send himself up? I accept this battle. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared on the fighting ring. This surprised many people. Aoquin's combat strength was obvious to all. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was one level higher than Aoquin, he would not be able to defeat Aoquin. Lu Ming actually dared to accept the challenge. What was his confidence? Or was he provoked by Aoquin and couldn't put down his face? Wasn't this too unwise? Wasn't he just looking for a beating by stepping onto the fighting stage? I didn't think that you would really dare to go up the stage. In that case, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me? Aoquin's eyes flashed with greed. Last time, Ao Qian told him that there was something in Lu Ming's body that had a strong attraction to him. It was very likely that it was Lu Ming's bloodline, which made him very tempted. Something that could make Ao Qian unable to resist the temptation and attack was definitely not an ordinary sound. It might be able to increase the purity of his true dragon bloodline to another level. Although Lu Ming had already restrained himself and he could not sense it, he still decided to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and seize his blood meridian. Therefore, he proposed a life and death battle. The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had a deep enmity with the Flood Dragon tribe. Otherwise, Aoquin would not have suggested a life and death battle. A life-and-death battle was different from the sparring just now. In the previous battle, one would usually stop at a certain point, and at most, one would be seriously injured. There would not be any deaths. However, in a life-and-death battle, one party must die before it would end. Would Lu Ming agree? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Life-and-death battle, life-and-death battle. Fatty, this whole flood dragon meat is enough for us to eat for 10 days to half a month, right? Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at the fatty. Ha, that's enough, that's enough. If you eat sparingly, it should be enough. The fatty grinned. However, his eyes were solemn. He secretly transmitted a message to Lu Ming, telling him to be careful. He had felt Aokuen's power just now. It was not a small matter. The conversation between the two of them stunned the people around them. Also, did Lu Ming agree to it? You're looking for death, kid. Did you agree or not? Aokuen said coldly. There's flood dragon meat to eat, why wouldn't you agree? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alright, so you agree. Hee then go to hell. Aokuen's laughter was filled with killing intent. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really agree to it. He had only casually mentioned the deathmatch. He initially thought that Lu Ming would definitely reject him out of fear. He was even thinking that if Lu Ming did not agree to it, he would find ways to find trouble with Lu Ming after the exchange. He did not expect that Lu Ming would agree to it. He was overjoyed. Boom! He did not want to waste any more time. He strode forward like an awakened primordial beast and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming also took a step forward and threw a punch at the flood dragon. This shocked many people. Lu Ming actually dared to use his fist to receive Aokuen's fist. Everyone had seen how powerful Aokuen's fist was. Even a level 6 spirit weapon would be shattered by him. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight Aokuen head-on with his own fist. How was this possible? Wasn't this courting death? Many people had the same thought. Even Wan Tingting, Xiao Xian, Wang Haoxian and the others widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring with a hint of worry. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing was the calmest. She had known Lu Ming for a long time and understood him the best. Since Lu Ming was so calm, it meant that he was confident. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the two fists finally collided. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions with the fist as the center. It formed a violent storm, and many people had to make a move to break the storm. Thump! The fighting ring shook violently. Then, everyone saw a figure step on the ground and take 7 steps back. Chapter 833. 833 Chapter 833 Suppressing Aokuen. Everyone's eyes opened wide in shock. The person who retreated was actually Aokuen. Aokuen was actually forced to take 7 steps back by Lu Ming's punch. How was this possible? On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. In a fist-to-fist exchange, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. Was Lu Ming still human? He was simply a beast in human form. As expected of a flood dragon with 50% true dragon bloodline. It's really powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Aokuen's, and he had already used 80% of his vital essence. With the prison-suppressing heaven technique, which was equivalent to a high-grade divine martial technique, he was so powerful that even Ao Qian and Jiuyu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the geniuses who were 1 level lower than him. However, Aokuen only took 7 steps back. This was the first time Lu Ming had met someone whose cultivation level was lower than his but could still block his attack. Lu Ming was shocked. Aokuen was extremely shocked. However, after the shock, it was followed by endless anger. He, Aokuen, was a god's favored one. He had 50% of the true dragon's bloodline in his body and his talent was heaven-defying. Now, in a head-on collision, he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This was unforgivable. Roar! Aokuen let out a dragon's roar. The muscles on his body tightened and swelled up, pushing up his red armor. His blood rushed into the sky and he actually turned into a true dragon, roaring in the sky. Thump! He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist, wrapped in a layer of red light, was aimed at Lu Ming. This punch was even more overbearing and shocking. Boom! 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 In Lu Ming's spirit ocean, the primordial qi in his body churned. The primordial qi in his body burst out and let out a tsunami-like sound. He used his fist to activate the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided for the second time, stirring up a storm. Tens of thousands of eyes were once again fixed on him. Who would have the upper hand this time? In the hurricane, a figure stepped onto the battle stage and retreated. This time, he retreated 9 steps. It was still Aoquin. Aoquin was forced back once more and even further. As for Lu Ming, his figure only swayed a little. Other than shock, there was more shock. Lu Ming had actually suppressed Aoquin. In the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, the eyes of Di Feng and a few of the strongest people shone brightly. Although they had already heard that Lu Ming had easily defeated Jiuyu of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they did not think too highly of him. His name was not even on the list of 10 people at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming's ability. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was hard to find someone stronger than him among the experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect were also shocked. The most shocked ones were the Sky Demon Valley's elites. They knew how strong Aoquin was. With 50% true dragon bloodline, if he grew up, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the Sky Demon Valley. Now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die. Aoquin howled and his body grew rapidly. In the end, he turned into a 500-meter-long red flood dragon. A dragon's roar was heard. Its huge claws, which were as large as mountains, swiped at Lu Ming, causing the space to tremble. Bang! Lu Ming's punch collided with the flood dragon's claw. His body trembled and he took a few steps back. Aoquin, who had returned to his original form, was stronger in all aspects. Aoquin's huge dragon body gave off a blood-red light. It was like the will of blood. This was the natural fighting technique of dragons. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming again. Then I'll suppress you. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above his head, and 2 rays of golden light shone brightly. Many people were shocked. They were not shocked at how advanced Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Instead, they were shocked that his blood meridian was too low level. Today was a gathering of geniuses. Divine-level bloodlines had appeared frequently, and everyone was already numb to it. A second-level divine rank bloodline was nothing. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. Everyone had thought that Lu Ming's blood meridian should be a 4th-level divine-level blood meridian, or at least a 3rd-level divine-level blood meridian. They had never expected that Lu Ming's blood meridian was only a 2nd-level divine-level blood meridian. It was unbelievable that a 2nd-level divine bloodline could be so powerful. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled. Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and merged with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline exuded a terrifying pressure. It was vast and heavy, as if it could suppress everything. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and collided with the water dragon's claw. Aoquin hollered. His giant dragon body actually shook like a wave and he retreated. The prison-suppressing steel continued to shake and flew into the sky. It grew rapidly and finally became 10,000 meters tall. Like an ancient mountain, it pressed down on Aoquin. Aoquin hollered in rage. He felt a terrifying pressure and his body was filled with energy. He hollered and charged into the sky. The dragon was in the sky, trying to fight with the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! In the end, Aoquin was like a crawling worm. He was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel and smashed into the fighting ring. A strange sound was heard. It was like a toad being hit by an iron hammer. It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The battle stage rumbled and the heavens and earth shook. Aoqun cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. He was almost crushed alive. Blood spurted out from his huge mouth like it was free. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and continued to attack. The sound of the bone armor breaking could be heard. Aoqun spat out even more blood. The flood dragon's blood dyed the fighting stage red. Aoqun cried out in pain. He was already half dead and laid on the battle stage without moving. Only his eyes were still filled with shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed back into Lu Ming's figure, stepping on the dragon's head. Many people gasped in shock. He won. After Lu Ming used the blood meridian fusion, he easily defeated Aoqun and won. It was shocking that the demon race's prodigy, who had a 50% true dragon bloodline purity, was defeated by Lu Ming. Many people were guessing what Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Prison guarding steel? What kind of bloodline was it? He had never heard of such a bloodline. It was too terrifying and its power was shocking. The moment he used bloodline fusion, he easily suppressed Aoqun. The divine monument expanded to 10,000 meters, and a flood dragon was suppressed below it. It was like a myth. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Aoqun's forehead. No, don't help. Aoqun hollered. He had half of the true dragon's bloodline. He was a peerless genius of the monster race. He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future. With his talent, it was certain that he would advance to level 8 in the future and stand shoulder to shoulder with the human spiritual god realm. He could even break through to the supreme realm. He also had an ambition to break through to the supreme demon emperor's position and become an emperor, ruling the world. He still had so many goals that he had yet to achieve, so how could he die? Chapter 834. 834 Chapter 834 Domineering Kill. He had come to Nine Dragons to train himself and see if he could obtain any opportunities. He had not come here to die. He had never thought that he would face such a situation. At this moment he was extremely terrified. Stop! A long and sharp cry was heard, spreading for hundreds of miles. The golden-robed young man in the Sky Demon Valley spoke. Lu Ming, right? I advise you to stop. Even if you win this battle, you can't kill Aoqun. The golden-robed young man's eyes seemed to be golden. He stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming. A faint majesty exuded from his body, like an emperor looking down on his people. And NBSP, this young man was no small matter. Even Corpse Demon and D-Fong were very polite to him. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was unfathomable, and the geniuses of the younger generation were also very frightening. Because the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, no one knew how many powerful descendants there were in the Sky Demon Valley and how pure their bloodline was. This golden-robed young man was the same. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Ordinary people would be more or less afraid. However, Lu Ming did not buy it. He glanced at the gold-robed young man indifferently and said, I can't kill him? What a joke. Aoqun and I had a life-and-death battle. One side will die and the other side will die. Don't you understand this logic? The light in the golden-robed young man's eyes grew brighter, and a faint golden light emanated from his body. He said coldly, I advise you to let Aoqun go. He's a rare genius of the demon race and the son of some big shot in the Flood Dragon tribe. If you kill him, even if you hide in 9 dragons, you'll definitely take part in the Battle of Providence with your talent. Then, if you meet someone from the demon race in the Battle of Providence, you'll definitely die. This was a blatant threat. The Heavenly Monster tribe was filled with geniuses, and they had never been weaker than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this generation, there were many geniuses and descendants with extremely dense bloodlines. If they targeted someone in the Battle of Destiny, anyone would be afraid. Hee, you've lost, and now you're threatening me from behind. What a joke. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He continued, I just want to ask, if I lose this battle, will Alcuin show mercy? The heavenly monster tribe quieted down. The demon race was brutal. If Lu Ming was defeated, Alcuin would not let him go. Your identities are different, the golden-robed young man said after a moment of silence. Dogs hit. Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. Boom. His aura exploded and he raised his infinite dragon spear high, stabbing it fiercely at Alcuin's glabella. No! Alcuin hollered. His huge body wanted to struggle. In the next moment, the infinite dragon spear pierced through Alcuin's forehead. The entire spear entered and the powerful spear light pierced through Alcuin's head. 1 spear pierced through Alcuin's head. Alcuin hollered. A look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. His huge dragon body struggled for a while before he stopped moving. Alcuin, dead. Damn it. You're looking for death. Several angry roars came from the Sky Demon Valley. Buzz. Buzz. 3 figures flickered and appeared around Lu Ming. Their violent auras enveloped Lu Ming. The peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. These 3 figures were all equivalent to the demonic race's prodigies at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm and were extremely powerful. In the sky, the golden-robed young man didn't move, but his killing intent was so strong that he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect looked on coldly, their eyes flashing with anticipation. They hoped that more of the Heavenly Demon Valleys and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's geniuses would die. That way, it would definitely be beneficial to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Brother Peng, this is too much. Di Feng frowned as he spoke. After all, Lu Ming was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He could not just sit by and do nothing. That's right. It's a battle of life and death. It's normal for Lu Ming to kill Alcuin. What's the meaning of you sending a few 7th-level spiritual ocean tier elites? Do you think that there's no one else in our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? My brothers, go. The fat man seized the opportunity to shout, trying to encourage the others to help Lu Ming. Fatty, you're right. Lu Ming is at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. If you have the ability, send out an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier to fight him. Xian Yanqing agreed with Fatty. Not bad. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. Ruan Tingting and the others chimed in. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Fatty and the rest quietened down. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He glanced at the 3 demons and said, if you guys want to fight, then fight. So what if you're 1 level higher? So what if he was 1 level higher? His voice reverberated throughout the entire area, filled with Ling Yun's heroic spirit. If Alcuin dared to fight an expert 1 level above him, how could Lu Ming not? To Lu Ming, it was not rare for him to be able to fight someone of a higher level. So what if the other party was an extremely powerful Heaven's favorite? Alright, you're the one who's looking for death. Don't move, I'll kill him. A blue-robed young man stepped out, his eyes flashing with lightning. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline reappeared. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes explained everything. Die! The blue-robed young man turned into a huge bird. His wingspan was more than 30 meters wide, and his body was covered with dense lightning. This is the lightning bird. It has the bloodline of the thunder god bird. This lightning bird already has 30% of the bloodline power. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Although the bloodline density of this lightning bird wasn't as high as Alcuin's, its cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Its battle power was much stronger than Alcuin's. The lightning bird's speed was astonishing. It was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past. Endless lightning bolts filled the air and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming performed blood fusion and turned it into the prison-suppressing steel, which collided with the lightning bird. Boom! The lightning bird was sent flying, but the prison-suppressing steel also trembled slightly this time. Buzz! Then, the prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly and continued to suppress the lightning bird. In the process of suppressing it, the prison-suppressing steel burst out a terrifying devouring power and enveloped the lightning bird. Arg! What's going on? The lightning bird cried out in alarm. It felt the blood in its body boil. Its strength had been reduced by several % due to the devouring power. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel hit the lightning bird heavily. The lightning around the bird was destroyed. The bird spat out a mouthful of blood and its huge body fell onto the fighting ring. Everyone present was dumbfounded again. The lightning bird that had reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier had been defeated. It had been defeated so cleanly in just a few moves. 2 huge demonic beasts lay on the huge fighting ring. The lightning bird screeched and transformed into its human form. It retreated quickly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. Next, which one of you will fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other 2 demons. Chapter 835. 835 Xianxia's true identity. The 2 demon race heaven's favorites had ugly expressions. Their battle power was on par with the lightning bird. Even the lightning bird had been defeated, so what could they do? In the sky, the golden-robed young man's expression was unsightly. Fatty and the others cheered. Hee, it's really lively here today. At this moment, a faint voice came from the distant sky. This voice clearly came from a distance, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. In the crowd, Xianxia's expression changed when he heard the voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A total of 5 people stepped through the air. 3 of the 5 were young men. There were 2 men and a woman. Among the 3 young men, it was obvious that the young man in the purple and gold robe was the leader. Another man and a woman stood behind the young man. There were 2 old men beside the young man in the purple gold robe. The 2 old men gave people the feeling that they were ordinary people. They were like 2 ordinary old men who didn't know martial arts. There was no aura coming from their bodies. Naturally, they could not be truly ordinary people. Their cultivation was too high, giving others an illusion. The 2 old men chatted and laughed as they looked down. One of the old men seemed to be introducing something to the other. That seems to be Black Wind Knight. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What? Black Wind Knight, the Black Wind Knight of the Imperial Sky Guards? That's him. I've seen him once. It's really Black Wind Knight. As soon as he said that, it caused more exclamations. Countless eyes turned to one of the black-robed elders. A venerable, it was actually a venerable. Venerable was a respectful title for a spiritual god realm master. In other words, this black-robed old man was a peerless master in the spiritual god realm. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the strongest. At the martial emperor realm, they dominated the world. The spiritual god realm was the closest realm to the martial royal realm. Usually it was rare to see one, but at this time, one had appeared. Then who were the other people? He actually wanted a venerable to accompany him. The arrival of Black Wind Knight eased the tense atmosphere on the fighting ring. Greetings, Black Wind Knight. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace stood up and paid their respects. No need to be so polite. We have an important guest here today. I heard that there is an exchange meeting here, so I brought him here to take a look. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. Honored guest? Who could be called a distinguished guest by Black Wind Venerable? The paragons of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Sky Corpse Sect and the Sky Demon Valley, were all here. Naturally, they were not from either side. Talisman Sect. Impossible. The Talisman Amulet Sect was in decline. It was not qualified to be called an honored guest by Supremacy Hei Fengyan. Other than the 3 forces, who else in the Eastern Barren Territory was qualified to be called a distinguished guest by the Venerable Black Wind? They are from the Central Continent. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked, including the paragons of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley. The divine wilderness continent was divided into 5 huge regions. Central continent, Eastern Barren, Southern Nether, Western Desert, Northern Plains. The Central continent had been the most prosperous and powerful region among the 5 regions since ancient times. The Central continent was a vast land with many talents and experts. It was the best in the 5 regions. These people were actually from the Central continent. These people are from the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central continent. This is a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. Black Wind Knight even threw out a bombshell. The scene was in an uproar. Those who knew the distribution of forces in the Central continent were even more shocked. The Central continent was different from the Eastern Barren territory, where the 4 forces ruled. The Central continent's ancient Saint dynasty had been passed down for countless years. It had suppressed the entire Central continent and unified it. The entire Central continent was under the control of the ancient Saint dynasty. It was said that the secret chamber of commerce was established by the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central continent. Even though some people had heard that the situation in the Central continent had changed and that the royal family had weakened, the ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful force. The young man in the purple and gold robe was a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. No wonder Black Wind Knight called him an important guest. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then, Liansong had mentioned that Xianxia was from the Central continent. However, Xianxia did not go into detail when Lu Ming asked him. The purple-robed young man took a step forward and cupped his fists. I'm Xie Zhen, a prince. I heard that all the top talents of the East Baron are gathered here today, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. I am Di Feng. Di Feng stepped forward and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Di, nice to meet you. Xie Zhen returned the greeting with a smile. Then, Shi Mo and the golden-robed young man from the heavenly demon tribe greeted Xie Zhen. The ancient Saint dynasty of the Central continent was not to be underestimated, and they naturally wanted to build a good relationship with it. The Eastern Barren territory was vast, with hundreds of large regions. However, geniuses on the level of Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the golden-robed young man would have limitless potential. If they reached a certain level, they would be able to clash with the geniuses of the other regions. Now that they had the chance to befriend the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty, they would not miss it. Lu Ming, I'm leaving. Let's leave this place together. At this moment, Lu Ming heard Xianxia's voice. His voice was filled with anxiety. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xianxia hiding in the crowd. His eyes were filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. He sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Let's go, there's no time to explain. Xianxia's figure kept retreating in the crowd, as if he wanted to quietly leave this place. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xie Zhen suddenly frowned. Then, his eyes lit up and he turned around. His eyes were filled with 2 rays of light as he looked in Xianxia's direction. Ha, little sister, why didn't you say hello when you saw your brother? You still want to leave quietly? Xie Zhen laughed and in a flash, he appeared above Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face turned pale. One of the old men and the 2 young men behind Xie Zhen also looked at Xianxia with lightning-like eyes. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned and revealed doubtful expressions. Xie Zhen called her little sister. Could it be that Xie Zhen's younger sister was still here? When did Xie Zhen's sister get mixed up in the crowd? The crowd followed Xie Zhen's gaze and finally landed on Xianxia. It's her. At this moment, many people's eyes lit up. It's actually her. The lady who has been walking with Lu Ming is actually Xie Zhen's younger sister? Doesn't that mean that she is the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central continent? Many people were discussing in shock. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, Fatty, and the rest also looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia actually had such an identity. Lu Ming was also a little stunned. Although he had always felt that Xianxia's identity was very mysterious and had some speculations, he did not expect that she was the princess of the ancient sage dynasty of the central continent. The scenes of the past could not help but surface in Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 836. 836 Then you, get lost. He suddenly understood many things, but he had more questions. No wonder Xianxia didn't tell you the truth. No wonder Xianxia was so talented, but he wasn't a disciple of any force in the East Continent. No wonder Lian Song could see through him. However, if Xianxia had such an identity, why did he travel so far to the East Continent and even to a rural corner of the burning Sun Empire? What was the purpose of all this? Xianxia looked at Xie Zhen in the sky. His face was pale and his expression was bitter. You came here specifically for me? Hee, you're half right. We're here at the request of our father to form an alliance with the big forces in the East Continent and take you back. We thought we would have to ask them to help us with the investigation. We didn't expect to see you here. We didn't have to do that. Xie Zhen chuckled. I'm not going back. Xianxia said calmly. Xie Zhen's gaze turned cold. I knew you would say that, but it's best if you don't refuse. Obediently seal your cultivation and come with us. Don't make things difficult for me. Xie Zhen, don't call me brother all the time. You are not my elder brother, and you are not worthy to be my elder brother. To become your tool and be humiliated by you? Go back and tell Xie Qitian that he's not worthy of being my father. I'd rather die than go back. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted. How audacious! How dare you call His Majesty's name? You're courting death. Do you really think you're a princess? The two young men and the old man shouted in unison as they glared at Xianxia. The eyes of many people in the surroundings flickered. The situation didn't seem right. Was Xianxia really Xie Zhen's sister, the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty? Why did even a few servants dare to berate her? Xie Zhen's expression completely darkened as he said coldly, You're getting more and more daring. You're the son of a lowly servant, and you're a xenogenic. If it wasn't for my father's kindness, I would have killed you and fed you to the dogs. Xie Zhen, you dare to insult my mother. I will kill you sooner or later. Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Insult your mother? She's just a lowly servant. How could she be worthy of being humiliated by me? Xie Zhen coldly said. You're looking for death. That Xianxia roared as his destructive cutting power exploded. A beautiful arm shot toward Xie Zhen. A cold smile appeared on Xie Zhen's face. His body glowed with a dazzling white light. He waved his palm and a huge palm print formed from white light crushed Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's delicate body trembled as she retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. You lowly xenogenic, how dare you resist? This time, no matter what, you have to go back. My father was too kind before, but this time, I will report this to my father. I will send you to hell, and you will be burned by the demonic flames. Let's see if you still dare to come out and embarrass the Xie family. Xie Zhen's eyes were cold and even a little disgusted. It was not the look of a relative at all. It was like a high and mighty prince looking at a beggar. He slowly walked out, his body emitting a pure white light. It was even more holy and aloof. A powerful pressure enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia retreated, his face turning paler. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. The powerful aura dissipated Xie Zhen's terrifying pressure. Everyone's eyes shifted. Lu Ming had appeared in front of Xianxia. Xie Zhen's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, who are you to stop me? Get lost. Lu Ming's posture was as straight as a mountain. He stood there, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His eyes flickered as he looked at Xie Zhen and said, I don't care who you are, whether you are Shaoqing's relative or not, but as long as you dare to hurt her, you are my enemy. Now, since little Qing doesn't want to go with you, then you can get lost. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. It was clearly transmitted. especially the last sentence, then you should get lost. It made people's hearts beat violently. Lu Ming actually told Xie Zhen and a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent to scram? Such courage. Xie Zhen was also slightly stunned. After a while, he finally reacted. A shocking killing intent filled his eyes, as if he was a high and mighty emperor looking down on his people. His cold voice rang out, "You lowly ant, how dare you speak to me like this? When you say this, no one in the world can save you. Today, I will cut you into 8 pieces and feed you to the dogs." Boom! A dazzling white light emanated from Xie Zhen's body, like a white sun. A sword condensed from the white light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, activated the prison's suppressing heavenly art, and struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a dazzling white light scattered in all directions, so piercing that the others couldn't help but close their eyes. The white light dissipated. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 3 steps back. A cold glint flashed in Xie Zhen's eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. "Lu Ming, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you." Xianxia called out anxiously from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Xianxia. "What are you talking about? Your business is my business." Xianxia's body trembled. There seemed to be tears in his eyes. He bit his red lips and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. For a moment, he seemed to be in a daze and was speechless. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xie Zhen again. "So it turns out that you have a man outside. Brat, your talent isn't bad. It seems like you're a heaven's chosen from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, no matter which power you're from, you must die today." After Xie Zhen finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Di Feng and said, "Brother Di, I'm going to kill this man today. You won't interfere, right?" Di Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "I'm not familiar with this person and he's not a core member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I'll hand him over to the Prince's Palace to deal with." "Ha, that's good. Thank you, Brother Di." Xie Zhen laughed. "Nest, who do you think you are? Why should my brother be punished by you?" The fatty was unhappy. His figure flashed and he came to Lu Ming's side. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian also came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Haoxian's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and came to Lu Ming's side. "This has nothing to do with you, you should leave this place first," Lu Ming said to Fatty and the rest. This matter concerned the ancient sage dynasty of the central continent. It was no small matter. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. "Nest, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? You don't treat me as a friend? Or do you think that my cultivation is too weak to help?" Fatty pouted unhappily. Chapter 837. 837 Chapter 837 Battling Xie Zhen. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian's gazes were firm. Although their cultivation levels were low, they chose to stand by Lu Ming's side. Looking at Fatty, Wan Tingting, and the rest, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Xianxia was the same. She had always been eccentric, but now her eyes were red. Good, good, a group of lowly ants dare to block a chariot with their mantis arms. They are overestimating them Slaviers. Today I will kill them all. Xie Zhen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Eighth Prince, there's no need for you to kill them. Just leave it to us." With a flash, the man and woman who had come with Xie Zhen appeared beside him. One of the women asked, "That's good. You can do it, but I've changed my mind. I won't kill them yet. I'll cripple their cultivation first. I'll bring them back to the central continent and sell them to the land of barbarians as slaves." Xie Zhen coldly said, "Yes, sir." The man and woman responded. Xie Zhen retreated. Following that, 2 sword hums were heard. One was black and the other was white. 2 rays of sword light were aimed at Lu Ming. "Fatty, you guys retreat." Lu Ming let out a long hiss and stepped forward, striking out with his palms twice. With two loud bangs, the sword light collapsed. The man and woman's expressions changed drastically. They shouted and their sword chi increased dramatically. The two of them were both experts at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, they had awakened 3rd-level divine rank bloodlines. It was a pity that they were a step too late. They did not witness the power of Lu Ming's attack and had no idea how terrifying he was. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. They thought that with the two of them joining forces, it would be more than enough to take down Lu Ming. However, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, his palm continuously striking out. The black and white sword gleam was shattered, and the two of them quickly retreated. Damn it, kill! The two of them roared in anger. Two huge swords, one black and one white, appeared above their heads. 3 golden chakras curled around the two huge swords. The two of them merged with the giant sword, and the sword howled. Buzz! Buzz! The black and white giant sword slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Roar! At this moment, a faint dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. His aura surged, and dense scales appeared on the surface of his skin. A violent aura burst out like a beast. Scales appeared on Lu Ming's hands as well. Even his nails had become long, like dragon claws. Buzz! Buzz! His hands turned into claws and he grabbed the black and white swords. As the sword aura whistled, Lu Ming firmly grabbed the blades of the two giant swords. The two giant swords trembled violently, but they could not fly out of his hands for the time being. Break! Lu Ming growled and exerted force with his claws. With 2 clangs, the black and white giant sword was crushed by Lu Ming and turned back into human form. The two figures, a man and a woman, flew far away and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes as they looked at Lu Ming and the scales on his body. What's going on? What was with Lu Ming's scale armor? He's like a demon. Could it be that he's not a human, but a demon? That's impossible. He's cultivating martial arts and has comprehended the will of heaven and earth. He's definitely a human. That should be some kind of secret technique. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can make people transform into beasts, even completely into the shape of a beast. There are even some. That's right. It should be a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. Lu Ming didn't even cast it just now. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all widened their eyes in shock. It turned out that Lu Ming had not used his full strength in the battle against the Sky Demon Valley's paragon. How powerful was Lu Ming, a prodigy who had awakened a 2nd-level divine level bloodline? The coldness in Xiezhen's eyes became even more intense. He glanced at the man and woman and berated, "You're really trash. I even have to take action personally." With that, Xiezhen strode towards Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. In the distance, Black Wind Knight and the elder from the ancient Saint dynasty watched silently. They did not make a sound, nor did they stop him. "Lu Ming, be careful. He has awakened a 5th-level divine level blood meridian." Xianxia reminded her softly. "Bitch, so what if you remind me?" Xiezhen shouted coldly. A burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. This burly man was 100 meters tall and looked like a god. He was holding a golden spear in his hand. The burly man in golden armor was surrounded by 5 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. Kill! The burly man in golden armor held a long spear in his hand. He looked down from above and smashed it toward Lu Ming. Before the long spear even reached him, the terrifying pressure had already completely exploded. Xiezhen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean tier. With such a cultivation, fusing with a 5th-level divine level bloodline was too powerful and too terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying Aoquin's battle power was when he was at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Xiezhen definitely wouldn't be weaker than Aoquin in a battle of the same level. It could be seen how terrifying his battle power was. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from within Lu Ming's body once again. Lu Ming had also unleashed the second wave of dragon energy. The two dragon powers exploded at the same time, and the power multiplied. Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet and his body soared into the sky. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched the huge golden spear. Clang! The terrifying vibrations formed sound waves that spread out like a storm. The faces of those with weaker cultivations changed drastically, and their eardrums were almost burst from the vibrations. They quickly circulated their cultivation to resist. Qiao Xian's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty beside her quickly supported her and released his Zhenyuan to help her block the terrifying sound wave. In the sky, the huge spear vibrated and hummed. The huge body of the golden-armored man actually trembled and took a step back. Boom! This step caused the space to ripple like water. The air was compressed into liquid and blasted onto the fighting ring below, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming's body only took a step back. Damn it, you lowly ant, die! Xiezhen, who had executed the blood fusion, was actually forced back by Lu Ming's punch. He let out an angry roar. Demon-suppressing divine fist. The burly man in golden armor roared. The long spear in his hand disappeared, and a huge fist blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. He used blood fusion to merge his body with the prison-suppressing steel. At the moment of fusion, the two dragon powers were also integrated into the prison-guarding steel, making it stronger than before. The prison-suppressing heaven art. The prison-suppressing steel enlarged and pressed toward the golden-armored man. The golden-armored burly man's terrifying fist radiance was also aimed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! 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 A terrifying tremor exploded in the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, one could hear the shocking fluctuations. Dozens of explosions sounded in succession. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched, but everyone was shocked to find that as the number of attacks increased, the size of the prison-suppressing steel became larger and larger. Chapter 838. 838 The Spirit God takes action. Suppress them. Be it demons, gods, ghosts, or demons, suppress them all. A deafening sound came from the prison-suppressing steel. The steel expanded to 10,000 meters in size and pressed down on Xiezhen. The golden-armored burly man that Xiezhen had transformed into roared angrily and punched out with both fists. But in the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of fear. The prison-suppressing steel crushed the fist radiance and smashed toward the head of the burly man in golden armor. Hold on! The burly man in golden armor roared. He tilted his head and dodged the attack. He used his shoulders to block the prison-suppressing steel and supported it with his hands. However, the prison-suppressing steel could suppress everything. It was like an ancient divine mountain, containing infinite weight. How could the burly man in golden armor withstand it? Kneel down. Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The burly man in golden armor couldn't withstand it at all. His body fell and stepped out of the fighting stage. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down. Ah! The burly man in golden armor let out an extremely furious roar. He, the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, was actually suppressed by Lu Ming in public and knelt on the battle stage. It was a disgrace, a great humiliation. I want you to die, I want you to die. Xiezhen's voice sounded. Then I'll kill you now. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel glowed and trembled slightly. The burly man in golden armor let out a furious roar and immediately lay down. His body shrank rapidly and turned into Xiezhen's appearance. He looked at the prison-suppressing steel above his head in fear and anger. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on Xiezhen. How audacious! At this moment, a voice rang out, rumbling in the heavens and earth. It was the old man who was standing with Black Wind Venerable. He snorted coldly and extended a thin palm, pointing out a finger. A huge finger, as long as 10,000 meters, appeared out of thin air and pointed at the prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unbelievably powerful force engulfing him. In the face of this force, he had no way to resist. Bang! The finger touched the prison-suppressing steel. In an instant, the prison-suppressing steel exploded and turned back into Lu Ming's figure. He flew out like a cannonball and flew 10 miles away before hitting the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and a huge pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in it, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He felt that all his bones were almost broken, and he was in excruciating pain. That old man was too strong, unrivaled, and unfathomable. It was very likely that he was also a spiritual god realm master like Black Wind Knight. Lu Ming! Xianxia cried out and rushed towards Lu Ming. In an instant he was 10 miles away and appeared beside Lu Ming. He helped Lu Ming up as tears fell from his eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia supported Lu Ming as his essential core continued to flow into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm fine." Lu Ming. At this moment, Fatty and the others also rushed over. Damn it, a venerable actually attacked you. At most, I'll call my old man over and slap him to death. Fatty roared. Fatty, don't get involved in this. Leave this place quickly. Lu Ming said. The other party was too strong. With a Supreme Realm expert, their current cultivation level was no different from ants in the eyes of a Supreme Realm expert. If they resisted, they would all die. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. Lu Ming, I'll go back with them. You should recuperate and stop fighting. Xianxia's tears continued to fall. No, little Qing. I can feel that if you go back, you'll definitely suffer. Even if I have to risk my life, I don't want you to go back and suffer. Lu Ming struggled, wanting to get up. Xiezhen and the others didn't treat Xianxia like a family member. They treated him like an enemy or even a servant. Even a few servants dared to berate Xianxia. It was obvious that Xianxia's days when he returned would not be good. If it was a normal family member, Lu Ming would not stop them. However, in such a situation, it was obviously not the case. Although Lu Ming did not know the inside story, Xianxia's "I'd rather die than return" was enough to explain everything. He would rather die than return. In Xianxia's heart, returning was worse than death. Buzz! The old man took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Kill them all. I want them all dead. Xiezhen shouted hysterically. He was the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty in the East Continent. He was high and mighty, but he was suppressed by Lu Ming and knelt down on the spot. How humiliating was that? He was furious. The old man frowned and looked at Xianxia. Princess 16, please come back with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. As a spiritual god realm supremacy, it was embarrassing for the elder to attack a few juniors. Therefore, he did not use much strength when he attacked Lu Ming just now. He only stopped Lu Ming from killing Xiezhen. If he had used some of his strength, Lu Ming would have died even if he had 10 lives. The difference between the spiritual ocean realm and the spiritual god realm was too great. All right, Guardian. I'll go back with you, but you have to let Lu Ming and the rest go. Xianxia said. No, that bastard must die. Xiezhen glared at Lu Ming with killing intent. If you want to kill him, I'd rather die than return. At most, you can bring my corpse back. With a flick of his hand, a short sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. He pressed it against his chest with a determined look on his face. Little Qing, don't. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. Miss Xianxia. Fatty and the others were also shocked. Bitch, you dare to threaten me? Xiezhen roared. That protector frowned even more. No matter what, I'm also Xie Qitian's daughter. If you bring my corpse back, I believe Xie Qitian will not be happy. Xianxing's eyes were firm as he looked at the old man and Xiezhen in the air. Xiezhen's expression froze. Among the princes, he was not the most outstanding one. If he really brought Xianxing's body back, his position in his father's heart would be affected. Even if it was just a little, it was a big deal for him. The venerable guardian pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, I promise you. It doesn't matter if I kill these people or not. Many thanks." Then, Xianxing turned to look at Xiezhen. Xiezhen gritted his teeth and finally said, "All right, I agree as well. I'll let that piece of trash off. However, you have to agree to seal your cultivation and obediently return with us." "All right, I'll do as I say." Xianxing looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Silly, I'm leaving." Xianxing smiled slightly, with a trace of sadness, as beautiful as a summer flower. "Little Qing." Lu Ming exclaimed softly, his fists clenched tightly. In the end, he still couldn't make Xianxing stay. He still needed Xianxing to save his life. At this moment, he hated himself. He hated himself for being powerless. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the power to rule the world, how could Xiezhen and the others take Xianxing away? Why would he let her do something that Xianxing didn't want to do? However, he was still too weak. Chapter 839. 839 When you rule the world. Recently, he seemed to have made rapid progress and competed with the talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he was only among the younger generation. Moreover, even among the younger generation, he might not be a match for Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the others, not to mention that there were still geniuses in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000. He was only from the younger generation. If he were to be compared to the ancient families, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, or the ancient sacred dynasty of the Central Continent, he was still far from them. He seemed so powerless in the face of such a force. Power, power. Lu Ming kept growling in his heart. 16th Princess, I've already agreed. Please leave with me now. The venerable protector said. Xianxing's delicate body trembled. Suddenly, she leaned over and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. At this moment, their lips were touching each other and the two of them seemed to be one. Bitch! A cold glint flashed in Xiezhen's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Xiezhen. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming and Xianxing. After a long time, the two lips separated. 2 drops of tears fell on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. I won't die no matter how much I've suffered. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you rule the world. When you rule the world, we'll hold hands and be together, never to be apart. His voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears, but Xianxing had already left and landed beside the venerable guardian. Little Qing. Lu Ming felt as if there was a huge rock blocking his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Miss Nianqing. Ruan Tingting and Xiao Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Wang Haoxian also looked at Lu Ming and Xianxing with a complicated expression. Ah, damn it, I'm going to call that old fart over. The fat man growled, his fat trembling. A sovereign descending to the world? What a joke. An ant wants to defy the heavens? What a good dream. Venerable one, let's go. Xiezhen laughed coldly and came to the side of the venerable guardian. Bitch, beast race, when I return this time, I'll definitely make you go to the demon realm of hell. Just you wait. With a wave of his hand, the venerable guardian took Xianxing, Xiezhen, and the man and woman, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Xianxing had left in and felt lost. Let's leave this place, Fatty said. That was because someone from the Sky Demon Valley was looking at them with an unfriendly gaze. The combat strength displayed by Lu Ming was too terrifying. Even the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty of the central continent, Xie Zhen, who had awakened a 5th-level divine-level bloodline and reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. He was too powerful. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, they had other thoughts. Let's go. Fatty wrapped Lu Ming up with his vital essence, and in a flash, they left the place, followed by Ruan Tingting and the rest. The eyes of the Sky Demon Valley cultivators flickered, but they did not pursue. After all, this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Sky Demon Valley. If they chased after the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace openly, would the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace allow it? Otherwise, he would lose all his face. What an interesting little fellow. Black Wind Knight smiled and continued, "You guys can continue with the competition. I'm leaving." A gust of black wind blew past, and Black Wind Knight's figure disappeared. The two of you, now that Aoquin is dead and Lu Ming has retreated with serious injuries, why don't we start the competition again from the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Di Feng looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had left in, then turned to the corpse demon and the golden-robed young man. "I have no objections," the demonic corpse said. "All right." The gold-robed youth could only nod. The exchange continued, but Lu Ming and the rest had nothing to do with it. 1,000,000 miles away, in a hidden valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, fully focused on healing his injuries. Previously, when he was pointed at by the protector of the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent, even though the other party did not use much strength, he was still severely injured, and his bones were broken into hundreds of pieces. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury. His internal organs were only minor injuries. With Lu Ming's current physical strength and cultivation, he could recover very quickly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries had already healed and he was at his peak. In a flash, Wang Haoxin appeared beside Lu Ming. "How's the investigation going?" Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxin. 2 days ago, Lu Ming had asked Wang Haoxin to investigate the whereabouts of Xie Zhen and the others, and whether they were still in Nine Dragons. Previously, Xie Zhen had said that they had come to the East Baron mainly to form an alliance with a few major forces. Forming an alliance was a major event. Lu Ming guessed that Xie Zhen and the others would not leave so soon. Thus, he sent Wang Haoxin to investigate. The people from the central continent are still here. They haven't left and are living in the Sea Wave's ancient garden on the other dragon vein. Wang Haoxin answered honestly. "High Lan Ancient Garden? I know." Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes again. Not far away, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and Xiao Xian were discussing something. "Why do you think Lu Ming sent Wang Haoxin to find out where those people from the central continent are staying? Don't tell me you want to save Miss Nianqing? With Lu Ming's cultivation level, he will definitely die if he goes." Ruan Tingting said in a low voice. "That's right. The other party has a venerable. We'll definitely die if we go. We still have to keep an eye on Lu Ming and don't let him mess around." Fatty nodded. Another day passed. Lu Ming sat still. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's image kept flashing in his mind. The two of them had first met in the ruins of the Dongyi ancestors in the Blazing Sun Empire. At first, they had fought and Xian Yanqing had suffered a great loss. Later on, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the two of them met again. After that, the two of them experienced many things together. The sentence, "I want to step on you," kept echoing in Lu Ming's ears. After going through so much together, Xian Yanqing's image had been deeply engraved in his heart. Similarly, his image had also been deeply engraved in Xian Yanqing's heart. It was difficult to erase it. "When you rule the world, you and I will hold hands and never separate." Xian Yanqing's words still rang in her ears. However, it would be many years before he could rule the world. Moreover, there was still the mountain, Di and Martial Emperor, standing in front of Lu Ming. It was still unknown whether he could overcome the great mountain of Di and Martial Emperor. If he failed, wouldn't Xianxia have to stay in the ancient dynasty of Central Continent for the rest of her life, in the place where she had suffered? Little Qing, when you suddenly disappeared for 2 years, were you also brought back to the Central Continent? But then, you ran out again. Since you don't want to go back to that home and that home will make you suffer, I won't let you go. When I rule the world, that's too long. I only strive for the present. All of a sudden, Lu Ming opened his eyes. There seemed to be 2 rays of spear light in his eyes, piercing through the air and into the clouds. With a flash, Fatty and the rest appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? Fatty asked. All right, I'm done. Lu Ming nodded. You guys leave 9 dragons first. I have something to do. He continued. The fatty's expression changed as he said, Lu Ming, you're not going to save Miss Nianqing, are you? No, if you go like this, you're just going to die. That's right. Lu Ming, you can't go. Ruan Tingting also said anxiously. Chapter 840. 840 The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moves again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry. I have my own ways. I won't send myself to my death. What is it? Lu Ming, you don't have to lie to us. Is there any way to fight against a venerable? If you want to go, we'll go together. The fat man shouted. Fatty, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming sighed. All of a sudden, he took a few steps back and stomped on the ground. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large array that trapped Fatty and the others. Lu Ming had long known that Fatty and the rest would not leave. He had secretly carved an inscription earlier. The formation appeared like a cage and trapped Fatty, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Xiao Xian. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're despicable, using a formation to trap us. Let us out, I want to fight you one-on-one. The fat man roared. Ruan Tingting and the others also shouted anxiously. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his heart was filled with warmth. He could take the risk, but he could not let Fatty and the rest take the risk. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wang Haoxian. I lied to you about something back then. If anything happens to me, I'll break the soul-splitting formation on my own. With that, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the air. Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left with a complicated gaze. Let's do it and break this formation. The fat man roared and used all his strength to break the formation. Lu Ming walked in the air at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. He didn't go to the ocean wave's ancient garden, but to the dragon's head. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was crossed in no time. Lu Ming returned to the place where the exchange was held previously. At this time, the exchange had ended, and the crowd had dispersed. Only a few people were still looking at the huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Within 10,000 meters, the divine nine-dragon cauldron exuded a huge pressure, but it could not stop Lu Ming. Step by step, he walked toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron with determination. Soon, he was within 1,000 meters of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. That seems to be Lu Ming. It's really him. It seems that his injuries have already healed. What is he doing here? I don't know. Some people recognized Lu Ming and looked at him curiously. After the last battle, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout 9 dragons. Many people believed that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, some people felt that Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level and his potential was limited. His future achievements could not be compared to the top 100 geniuses. Lu Ming had no idea about this, nor was he in the mood to know. He approached the divine nine-dragon cauldron step by step. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons in his body roared and roared continuously. However, outsiders could not hear it. The closer he got to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the more violent his 9-dragon bloodline became. It was as if it wanted to rush out of his body and rush toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but it was firmly suppressed by Lu Ming. He was getting closer and closer to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. A layer of blood-red light emanated behind Lu Ming. Thump. At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron let out a vibration that spread thousands of miles away. The entire dragon vein seemed to have trembled. Not far away, the others widened their eyes. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since the ancient times, is actually shaking. I heard that there was a huge commotion a while ago. I thought that it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Unbelievable. But why is the divine nine-dragon cauldron shaking? These people cried out in alarm. They did not expect that this was because of Lu Ming. How could a young man make the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, shake? The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even a martial emperor couldn't move, was shaking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and determined as he strode forward. The distance was getting closer and closer. Thump. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook again. The people in the surroundings were even more shocked. In the distance, rainbow lights were flying over. These people had all rushed over because they had heard the commotion. My God, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is really moving. The people who rushed over from behind were also extremely shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming had already walked to one of the feet of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had 4 legs, all of which were extremely huge. That seems to be Lu Ming. What is he doing? The people who came later also recognized Lu Ming. Look, he's hugging the cauldron's leg. He's going to move the divine nine-dragon cauldron. What a joke. Throughout history, countless paragons have tried to move it, but to no avail. How can he move it? Someone sneered. However, the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg with both hands. Of course, he could not hug it completely. He could only hug a corner. Rise. Lu Ming roared loudly, his long hair flying in the wind as he exerted his strength. Thump. As Lu Ming exerted more force, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook again. This time, the vibration was louder and more shocking than the previous 2 times. The vibration was like a storm, spreading far and wide. The entire dragon vein started to shake violently. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving again, and it's even more intense. It can't be. Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving because of Lu Ming? Some people guessed. No way. It's impossible. It must be a coincidence. Some people found it hard to accept and shook their heads, thinking it was a coincidence. Rise. Lu Ming roared again. Thump. The divine nine-dragon cauldron moved again. One could clearly see that the huge body of the cauldron was shaking. On the ground, there were huge rocks that shattered and stones that flew everywhere. Oh my God, it's moving again. It's really because of Lu Ming. This is unbelievable. Someone shouted while more people were watching the scene with dumbfounded looks. In the sky, rainbow light flashed, and more people flew over. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is covered in dust. What are you waiting for? Now, come and fight with me. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The others were horrified. Lu Ming actually wanted to pull out the cauldron and fight? Who is he going to fight? Some of them recalled the grudges between Lu Ming and the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent a few days ago and gasped. Was Lu Ming planning to challenge the powerful cultivators of the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent? Such courage, such boldness. Divine nine-dragon cauldron, I know you have a spirit. Fight with me. Lu Ming continued to roar, and the nine-dragon bloodline in his body roared wildly. The voice of the nine-dragon bloodline seemed to be constantly transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, Lu Ming could feel that there seemed to be a spirit in the divine nine-dragon cauldron that was resisting. It was unwilling to leave the ground and fight with Lu Ming. "You are too weak." Suddenly, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It seemed to come from the ancient times and was filled with vicissitudes of life. This voice could not be heard by outsiders except Lu Ming. "I'm too weak, but in the future, I will rule the world." Lu Ming let out a long howl, his fighting spirit unparalleled. Clang! At that moment, the lightning cauldron in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness suddenly shook. Chapter 841. 841 Chapter 841 Borrowing the Cauldron's Might. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the lightning cauldron shook and a leisurely voice was transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Thump! At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook even more violently. The mountain that he was standing on exploded, and countless rocks shot into the distance. "Rise!" Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg and shouted. Then, to everyone's shock, the cauldron that was as large as a mountain actually left the ground. Yes, Lu Ming carried her and lifted her off the ground. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. "Divine cauldron, fight with me!" Lu Ming roared again. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The blood came from the bloodline of the nine dragons. It flowed down Lu Ming's throat and onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron trembled even more intensely. It emitted a brilliant light as Lu Ming lifted it up high. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming has lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He has really lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron has acknowledged him? Unbelievable! Almost everyone was shouting like crazy. Boom! 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 The dragon's vein shook violently, as if it was about to turn into a dragon and leave. At this moment, it was not only this dragon's vein. The other 8 dragons' veins in Nine Dragon City were also shaking violently. At the head of each dragon's vein was a huge cauldron. Now, those huge cauldrons were all shaking. What's going on? What's happening? Above the dragon vein, countless experts who were in seclusion opened their eyes one after another, revealing a look of horror. The dragon veins are shaking, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What's going on? Countless voices were heard. At this moment, countless top powers in Nine Dragons were alarmed. In the depths of the 6 ancient families, 6 middle-aged men opened their eyes. These 6 middle-aged men were the family masters of the 6 ancient families who had been summoned by Martial Emperor Yi last time. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What happened? Bewildered voices came from the 6 people. In the depths of Di Tian's imperial guards, Yan Kuangtu was gulping down wine. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a brilliant light as he stood up and looked into the distance. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since ancient times, is actually moving. Interesting. Yan Kuangtu's voice was filled with curiosity. On the dragon's head, Lu Ming pulled out the cauldron and stood up. Everyone's eyes fell out in shock. The divine nine-dragon cauldron actually became lighter after the blood of the 9 dragons fell on it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He took a deep breath and stepped into the air. Bang! The space trembled. Lu Ming carried the cauldron and stepped into the void, causing the space to shake violently. However, Lu Ming stood firmly in the void. Let's go! Then, Lu Ming took another step forward. Although the void trembled, Lu Ming stood firmly. Little Qin, I'm here. Lu Ming quickened his pace. He stepped on the void and headed towards the ocean wave's ancient garden. At this moment, the sky was filled with people, but they were all dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. Lu Ming could actually carry the cauldron and walk in the air, walking into the distance. What was he doing? Countless people followed behind Lu Ming, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Ming, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is the most precious treasure in 9 dragons. What do you mean by carrying the cauldron? Why aren't you putting it down? A few elders appeared in front of Lu Ming and berated him. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of a spirit embryo realm cultivator. It's an expert from the Imperial Guards of Di Tian. Some people recognized that Di Tian's Imperial Guards were the closest to this place, and an expert had rushed over. Get lost. Lu Ming berated and took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to borrow the power of the cauldron, and endless pressure pressed down on the powerhouses. How is that possible? Countless people gasped. Lu Ming took a step forward and actually made a few spirit embryo realm experts cough up blood as they were sent flying. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming seems to be able to borrow the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Terrifying, terrifying. How did he do it? The divine nine-dragon cauldron can't be touched by emperors. Not only can he lift it, but he can also borrow the power of the cauldron. How can this be? The surroundings were in a clamor. The experts who wanted to stop Lu Ming had a terrible look on their faces. They did not dare to make a move. Lu Ming stepped on the void and walked faster and faster. In the end, he directly ran, covering dozens of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the person who was carrying the cauldron in a daze. Compared to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming's size was really small. However, he could carry the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. We've arrived at the ocean wave's ancient garden. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead. After 3 hours, Lu Ming finally arrived at the Highland Ancient Gardens. In front of them, the palace was located on a mountain peak. The clouds were misty, making it look like a paradise. This was the Ocean Wave's ancient garden, the place where the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was used to receive important guests. The commotion outside had obviously alerted the Hailan Ancient Garden. Buzz! Buzz! A figure flew out. It was Xiezhen as well as the man and woman. The protector was also there, and there were also 2 middle-aged men. At this moment, Xiezhen and the others were looking at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was actually carrying a huge cauldron over. Lu Ming, it's you again, you bastard. What are you doing here? Are you here to die? Xiezhen coldly shouted, his eyes flickering with an ice-cold light. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Little bastard, you still haven't given up? Fine, since you've come to die, I'll send you on your way. Take him down. Xiezhen waved his hand. The 2 middle-aged men stepped out, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies. The spirit embryo realm. These 2 burly men were spirit embryo realm experts. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. An endless pressure exploded. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. They screamed and were sent flying, coughing up blood. How did this happen? Xiezhen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open in disbelief. Thump. Lu Ming took another step forward and a violent pressure pressed down on Xiezhen. 8th Prince, be careful. The guardian moved and appeared in front of Xiezhen. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. With a punch, the world shook and the space trembled violently. A pillar of air shot up into the sky and blocked Lu Ming's stomp with the power of the cauldron. Spiritual god realm powerhouses were terrifyingly powerful. Lu Ming could not do anything to them even with the power of the cauldron. The legendary divine nine-dragon cauldron of 9 dragons was pulled out by you. Unbelievable! I can't let you live today. A killing intent flashed through the eyes of the guardian knight as he stepped forward. Boom! As the guardian stepped forward, his aura soared into the sky and reached an unbelievable level. Endless pressure spread out and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like the might of heaven. Chapter 842. 842 Suppressing the Spirit God. In all directions, countless people's expressions changed drastically. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Not good, the Venerable One is about to show his might. Let's retreat. Retreat. A series of terrified screams rang out in the surroundings, and countless figures were forced to retreat like ants. I've already spared you once, but you still don't know how to repent. Then I'll behead you. And NBSP, die. The Venerable Protector reached out his palm and struck down. A dazzling sword light appeared and slashed at Lu Ming. Selah! The sound of space tearing was heard. The sword light slashed down, directly tearing the space apart, and a dark spatial crack appeared. In the distance, countless people widened their eyes. It was said that the spiritual God Realm Masters could really break open space and tear open space cracks. However, if there was no major battle, ordinary people would not have the opportunity to see the spiritual God Realm Masters in action. Now he had finally seen it. It was just like the rumors. How terrifying was the power of a palm that could break space? How could Lu Ming resist it? Break! Lu Ming let out a long roar. He grabbed the legs of the divine nine-dragon cauldron with both hands and actually lifted it up. Boom! The huge divine nine-dragon cauldron crashed toward the sword light. Clang! The sword radiance hit the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but it only made a sound and was destroyed. There was not a trace of damage on the cauldron. Hand over little Qing. That! Lu Ming roared. He grabbed the cauldron and strode forward. Then he lifted the cauldron and smashed it at the guardian like a hammer. Evil creature! That! The Dharma Protector roared as his hair and beard stood up. His aura became even more terrifying. A giant sword appeared in his hand. As he crazily poured in his true essence, the giant sword grew to 10,000 meters long. Like a divine sword, it slashed toward the giant cauldron. Clang! The 10,000-meter-long sword collided with the cauldron, creating an earth-shaking boom. A storm of energy tore through the sky, leaving a black crack. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi slashed down on the ground, creating a crack that was hundreds of miles long. It was too terrifying. Such a great battle could definitely destroy the heavens and earth. A figure stepped in the air and staggered. It was the Venerable Guardian, a spiritual God realm powerhouse. He was actually forced to retreat. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming, a young man in his 20s with the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, had actually lifted the cauldron and repelled a powerful spiritual God realm expert. This was too unbelievable and felt unreal, as if he was dreaming. Xiejin's eyes widened, and he was almost scared to death. The ancient Saint Dynasty's protector was actually forced back by Lu Ming. If the cauldron were to smash at him, wouldn't he be turned into ashes? His back was drenched in cold sweat as he retreated towards the Ocean Wave's ancient garden. The Ocean Wave's ancient garden had an extremely powerful formation, so it would be safe. Hand over little Qing. Lu Ming strode forward and the huge cauldron smashed at the guardian again. The guardian knight roared. A giant sword with 5 golden chakras appeared above his head. This was the bloodline of a guardian knight, a 5th-level divine level expert. This bloodline was already extremely terrifying when it was unleashed by a spiritual God realm expert. The guardian's figure rushed into the huge sword. The huge sword whistled and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted the huge cauldron and smashed it down. There was another deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth. The giant sword was deflected away, but Lu Ming also staggered back. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the strange thing was that when he spat out a mouthful of blood, it was directly absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron glowed, and Lu Ming felt that the weight of the divine nine-dragon cauldron had become lighter. It was more convenient for him to swing it. He took a step forward, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron once again smashed toward the venerable guardian. The huge sword shook and collided with the huge cauldron. Bang! This time, the giant sword was sent flying hundreds of miles away. It turned back into a human and crashed into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep pit. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was simply going against the heavens. He had actually beaten a spiritual god realm powerhouse to the point where he was half dead. Lu Ming did not pay any more attention to the guardian. He carried the huge cauldron and walked towards the ocean wave's ancient garden step by step. Evil creature, you're really audacious. He should be killed. Kill. Two shouts came from the ocean wave's ancient garden. Two figures rushed out of the garden and stood in the void. These two old men exuded terrifying auras that were no weaker than the venerable guardians. In fact, they were even stronger. There was more than one spiritual god realm expert from the ancient sage dynasty of the central continent. These two old men were also powerful cultivators from the Gu Empire of the central continent. The two elders appeared and charged at Lu Ming without a word. I told you to hand over Shaoqing. Otherwise, I'll raise the ocean wave's ancient garden to the ground today. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth, and his eyes revealed a crazed look. Boom. Boom! He was fearless. He carried the divine nine-dragon cauldron and started a shocking battle with the two elders. More and more people came from all directions, but no one dared to come within 3,000 miles. A spiritual god-level battle was too shocking. Anyone below the spiritual god realm would only die if they got close. In a room deep within the Hailan Gardens, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her aura was extremely weak. Her true essence and spirit fire had been sealed. She looked like an ordinary person. She sat on the bed quietly, her eyes filled with longing. Lu Ming, how are you? I originally thought that with the battle of karmic luck drawing near, those fellows wouldn't come again. I didn't expect that it would still come. I can't hide from it. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that home, that disgusting home. Xianxia murmured. The ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent had a long history. Legend had it that it had been passed down from the ancient times for countless years. The Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty had the bloodline of the ancient human emperor. The bloodline that they awakened was a pure and holy bloodline. However, Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. To the pure and holy Xia family, it was a lowly and dirty bloodline. Moreover, Xianxia's mother was only a maidservant. Her father had given birth to Xianxia. However, after Xianxia awakened his foreign bloodline, her mother was regarded as a heretic and killed. After all, Xianxia was the descendant of the emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty, which was why he managed to survive. However, she was mocked and humiliated. Xianxia had lived in the shadow of that family since she was young. She hated that family and wanted to escape. In the Xia family of the ancient sacred dynasty, there were also examples like her in history. The back of the so-called light was darkness. Among the divine bloodlines, there would occasionally be a completely dark bloodline. In history, there had been such a bloodline that had caused chaos in the world and almost destroyed the Gu dynasty. As such, all those with such a strange bloodline had a miserable ending. Xianxia hated that family because of her mother. She also knew that if she continued to stay in that family, she would not have a good ending. In the dark, there were countless people who wanted to get rid of her. That was why she wanted to escape. Chapter 843. 843 Chapter 843 Experts taking action. She had escaped a few times, but every time, she would be found and brought back. To put it nicely, they would not allow an alien like her to ruin the reputation of the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. What a joke! She had never said that she was from the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. She did not want to be a member of the Xia family. Those people from the Xia family just didn't want her to live in this world. If not for the fact that the current emperor of the ancients was her father, she would have died long ago. Lu Ming, no matter what kind of environment I'll face when I go back, I won't die. I'll work hard to cultivate. When you're the king of the world, come and pick me up. Xianxia mumbled, her eyes glimmering. She believed in Lu Ming. He would definitely be able to do it. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. Xianxia's delicate body trembled. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anxiety as he stood up and rushed out of the door. Unfortunately, this room was surrounded by arrays. Her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't get out. As soon as she touched the wooden door, there was a flash of lightning on the wooden door. Her whole body flew out as if she had been struck by lightning. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, why did you come? Leave quickly. Xianxia shouted, but his voice could only echo in the small room. Hand over little Qing. From time to time, Lu Ming's angry roars could be heard from the outside. Along with the angry roars, there were earth-shaking rumbles. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. Xianxia screamed, tears streaming down her face. She rushed to the wooden door again, but just like before, she was struck back by the lightning and spat out blood. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to be able to fight against the experts of the ancient sage dynasty. However, she knew that the Xie family of the ancient saint dynasty had sent a few spiritual god realm experts. Moreover, this was 9 dragons, and the Xie clan of the ancient sacred dynasty was the Ditian Divine Palace's distinguished guest. How could the Ditian Divine Palace allow Lu Ming to deal with their distinguished guest? Lu Ming was destined to be in danger. Indeed, not long after, 2 more powerful cultivators from the Xie clan of the ancient saint dynasty charged out. The battle outside was even more intense. Lu Ming, you idiot! Xianxia murmured. No matter what, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down his cheeks. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, a mixture of blood and tears, and she was as beautiful as a flower. In the sky above the ocean wave's ancient garden, the battle had entered a state of white heat. Lu Ming used the divine 9-dragon cauldron to fight against 2 spiritual god realm powerhouses. The whole world was boiling, and spatial cracks appeared in a flash. Lu Ming had actually suppressed 2 spiritual god realm powerhouses with the help of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Yes, he had the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you attack the guests of the ancient saint dynasty? Are you trying to frame the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Take him down and hand him over to His Majesty. A series of cold shouts came from the sky, and more than a dozen figures descended. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Spiritual God Realm. These dozen figures were all peerless powerhouses of the spiritual God Realm. The spiritual God Realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived. This evil creature can actually move the divine 9-dragon cauldron that even emperors can't touch. He must be an evil demon. We should capture him, get the secret out of him, and then put him to death by 1,000 cuts. One of the old men shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. This old man was wearing a starry robe. He was the elder with real power in the Shangguan family, the grandfather of Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling, Shangguan Zhongyuan. Half a year ago, he had repeatedly sent experts to kill Lu Ming, but they were all killed by Lu Ming. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming completely. Now, it was the right time for him to take action. Thump! Shangguan Zhong took a step forward. Starlight fell from the sky and turned into a starry sword, slashing violently at Lu Ming. As one of the few spiritual god powerhouses in the Shangguan family, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! At the same time, a few other spiritual god realm powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying attack was directed at Lu Ming. In total, there were 6 powerful cultivators, including the 2 from the ancient saint dynasty of the central continent, who attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The entire sky was shattered and cracks appeared in space. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled pressure. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline in Lu Ming's body howled and emitted a thick blood qi. Lu Ming spat another mouthful of blood onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was the blood of the 9 dragons. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. Lu Ming swung it and swept it out. Boom, boom, boom. All 6 attacks were blocked by Lu Ming, but his body shook violently. His bones and armor seemed to be breaking, and his body went numb. However, in the end, he still managed to block it. In the surroundings, the others gasped. Lu Ming had actually fought against 6 great spiritual god powerhouses alone and survived. Although it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, being able to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron was a very terrifying thing in itself. Everyone, this kid is evil. Let's attack together and capture him. We'll hand him over to His Majesty to deal with. Shangguan Zhongyuan called out. In the sky, there were still 7 spiritual god realm powerhouses who had not made a move. They had disdained to attack a junior together. However, after hearing Shangguan Zhongyuan's words, their eyes flickered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is of great importance. It hasn't moved since ancient times, but it moved because of him. We really have to take him down and ask him. Someone said. Not bad. Someone replied. Thump thump. More people stepped out, their auras violent. Come. Today, I'll slaughter the spiritual god. Lu Ming roared, his eyes filled with madness. He had wanted to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron to defeat the venerable guardian and take Xianxia away from 9 dragons. However, the high and mighty spiritual god realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had actually joined forces to deal with him without asking for the reason. In that case, he could only fight today. Attack! This time, a total of 9 spiritual god realm powerhouses attacked. The terrifying power was vast and mighty. 9 attacks of various colors enveloped Lu Ming. The attack had yet to reach Lu Ming, but he already felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if his body was about to explode. If he had not used the power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron to protect himself, he would have been crushed into pieces. Roar! In his body, the 9-dragon bloodline was roaring non-stop. At this moment, Lu Ming could no longer suppress it. The 9-dragon bloodline soared into the sky and roared. The roars of the dragons resounded throughout the world. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline expanded rapidly, becoming more than 10,000 meters long, and entangled the divine 9-dragon cauldron. That's a divine bloodline. My God, what's going on? Wasn't Lu Ming's blood meridian a stone tablet? How did you become a true dragon? 2 divine-level bloodlines, how is that possible? How is that possible? Some people who had seen Lu Ming's moves shouted in disbelief. A single person actually had 2 divine-level bloodlines. Could it be that his second bloodline was a divine-level bloodline? That talent was too terrifying. There were only a few people in ancient times. Chapter 844. 844 Killing the Spirit God. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and they roared into the sky. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also shook violently, and light filled the air. And NBSP, boom boom. Lu Ming swung the divine 9-dragon cauldron and swept it across, destroying the 9 attacks again. The 9-dragon bloodline roared again and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At this moment, the true dragon carvings on the divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to come to life, and dragon roars came from it. At this moment, in 9 dragons, the 9 dragon veins were shaking violently, and there were also dragon roars. Countless people were shocked. Clang, clang. On 8 of the dragon veins, there were 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. All of them were shaking. All of a sudden, the divine 9-dragon cauldron closest to Lu Ming shook the most intensely, sending gravel flying. The divine cauldron actually left the ground, tore through the void, and disappeared. At this moment, in the depths of the 6 great ancient families, the eyes of the 6 family heads suddenly flashed. The strange bloodline of a true dragon. This is the child that His Majesty was talking about. The 6 of them spoke almost at the same time. Then, they stood up and stepped forward. When they took a step forward, a crack automatically appeared in the space. They stepped into the crack and disappeared. 1,000,000 miles away, Fatty was roaring. "Ah, break!" His chubby body swelled up, and his eyes turned red. The battle axe in his hand slashed out crazily. At the same time, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Xiao Xian also assisted him in attacking the formation that trapped them. The fat man spat a mouthful of blood onto the battle axe, causing it to become even more powerful. A terrifying axe light shot out, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The formation was broken. "Let's go to the ocean waves' ancient garden." The fatty roared as the group of them flew towards the ocean waves' ancient garden at high speed. In the sky above the ocean waves' ancient garden. "This kid is demonic," Shengguan Zhongyuan roared. At that moment, the remaining spiritual god powerhouses appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 spirit god experts. "Attack!" Clang! Just as they were about to make a move, a tremor came from the sky, and another huge cauldron descended. Another divine nine-dragon cauldron? How is that possible? The second one. Could it be that Lu Ming can control the second one? Everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. "Come, accompany me in battle." Lu Ming let out a long howl and stretched out his right hand, grabbing one of the legs of the second divine nine-dragon cauldron. He grabbed one in each hand. The two huge divine nine-dragon cauldrons were like two huge iron hammers in Lu Ming's hands. "You old man, I'll kill you first." Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Shengguan Zhongyuan and strode forward. The cauldron was like a giant hammer, smashing toward Shengguan Zhongyuan. This old man was filled with killing intent the moment he appeared. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming. It was because of his instigation that the other spiritual god realm powerhouses took action one after another. Otherwise, there would not be so many spiritual god realm powerhouses besieging him. "Let's attack together." Shengguan Zhongyuan's expression changed drastically. He let out a loud roar, and the starlight began to boil. A huge crack seemed to have appeared in the sky, and a beam of starlight fell down onto Shengguan Zhongyuan's body. The light of the stars gathered and turned into countless starry swords, which were aimed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Tulivir experts also made their moves. All sorts of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The two cauldrons danced in Lu Ming's hands. One of them was mainly used to block the attacks of the others, while the other one was used to smash Shengguan Zhongyuan. He only focused on one person and madly attacked. The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a long roar. It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing its power to increase greatly. Boom! As the huge cauldron smashed down, all of Shengguan Zhongyuan's attacks were rendered useless. The huge cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, smashed down on Shengguan Zhongyuan. A terrifying force emanated from the cauldron and locked onto Shengguan Zhongyuan, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take the attack head-on. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. The power of the stars burst out madly, and his fists were like 2 stars, blasting toward the huge cauldron. However, the moment it came into contact with the cauldron, the starlight was extinguished and Shengguan Zhongyuan's fists were instantly shattered. He screamed in pain as his body was sent flying. And NBSP, boom boom boom. The other people's attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming's other divine 9-dragon cauldron, and it was blocked firmly. With the eruption of the 9 dragon bloodlines and the increase in the number of divine cauldrons, the power had also increased to a terrifying level. Thump. Boom. Lu Ming stepped on the void and continued to charge towards Shengguan Zhong. The massive cauldron blotted out the sky and pierced through the void before crashing down on Shengguan Zhongyuan. The terrifying aura it exuded caused Shengguan Zhongyuan's heart to tremble. No, no! Shengguan Zhongyuan roared. He could feel death approaching, and this feeling was driving him crazy. He was here today to kill Lu Ming, not to court death. He roared, and a ferocious tiger star appeared above his head. On the body of this ferocious tiger star, there were 3 golden meridian cycles. A third-rank divine bloodline was considered weak in the spiritual god realm. Shengguan Zhongyuan transformed into the ferocious tiger star, hoping to block the attack. However, in the next moment he lost all hope. As the huge cauldron pressed down, the tiger star crumbled and returned to his human form. Under the immense pressure, his body started to crack. With a bang, his entire body exploded, and his body and spirit were destroyed. Countless people who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. A spiritual god realm powerhouse was killed just like that. He died just like that. He was smashed to death by Lu Ming's cauldron. This was too unbelievable. Especially the disciples of the Shengguan family, who were at the scene. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. The other 12 spiritual god realm masters were also terrified. They quickly retreated, and the 12 of them combined their auras. Shengguan Zhongyuan's outcome had shocked them. If Lu Ming could kill one person, he could kill a second. The Tulivir of them did not dare to split up. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this time, whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. This time, at least 20 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. Spiritual God Realm. They were all spiritual God Realm experts. More spiritual God Realm experts had arrived. These experts descended and met up with the Tulivir experts from before. Their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The 2 cauldrons trembled, and the 9 dragon bloodlines roared as they felt the terrifying pressure. If you want to fight, then fight to the end today. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held a cauldron in each hand and faced the 30-odd spiritual god realm powerhouses fearlessly. You're young, but you're quite ambitious. Unfortunately, you've used it in the wrong place. An extremely majestic voice suddenly resounded in the world. It wasn't the spiritual god realm powerhouses who spoke, it was someone else. No one knew where the voice came from, but it seemed to exist between heaven and earth. However, almost everyone's heart tightened when they heard this voice, as if they were facing a terrifying existence. Sila! The next moment, the space in the sky suddenly split open. A purple flame sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 845. 845 Chapter 845 Supreme Martial Artist takes action. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel a terrifying pressure from the flaming sword. This pressure was even stronger than the combined pressure of dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. It was a fatal threat to him. Lu Ming roared in anger. He mustered all his strength and swung 2 huge cauldrons at the flaming sword. Boom! A deafening boom was heard as the cauldron shook and the void shattered. Endless flames filled the air and the terrifyingly high temperature twisted the space before it cracked. The raging flames burned through the space, and the scene was extremely shocking. Interesting. The majestic voice continued. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out of the spatial crack. He stood in the void with a flame sword in his hand. His body was also covered in purple flames. A huge black hole appeared in the area where he was standing. There was nothing in the black hole, only an endless void. That was because the space had been burned through by the terrifying temperature of the middle-aged man's body. Paragon. That's a paragon. It's the patriarch of the Wang family. The supreme martial artist of the Wang family has arrived. At the scene, waves of exclamations and roars of disbelief could be heard. Some people's eyes were wide open and they shouted loudly because they were too shocked. Lu Ming had actually lured out a supreme being. A supreme being was someone who stood at the peak of the spiritual god realm. They had even surpassed the spiritual god realm and were half a step away from the martial royal realm. Each of such a figure was an overlord and an invincible figure. Without martial emperors, supreme martial artists were the strongest. In the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, there were only a handful of people like this. Even such a character had appeared. However, everyone's shock had only just begun. Sela! Sela! In the sky, the space cracked continuously, and figures stepped out of the cracks. There were 5 of them. Including the patriarch of the Wang clan, there were 6 of them in total. The 6 figures stood in 6 different directions, each of them exuding a terrifying and overbearing aura. There was one person who stood there like a peerless divine weapon. His sharp chi directly cut open the space. One of them was filled with fighting spirit, like a god of war. Another one was rather refined. The 6 of them each had their own unique characteristics, but they had one thing in common: they were too powerful. Their auras were vast and mighty. Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel the terrifying pressure. Heavens, heavens, those are the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. They are all supreme martial artists. All the supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families have come out. Someone shouted crazily. More people were silent. They were already numb to it. The 6 great masters had only appeared when they were facing an enemy imperial Dao powerhouse. But now they had all appeared because of Lu Ming. Little guy, you're really something. You're the first person in history who could make the divine 9-dragon cauldron move because of you. Now, come with me. His Majesty Force Emperor wants to see you. One of the middle-aged men spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with dignity. Some people recognized him as the head of the Dongfang family. At the scene, countless people were shocked once again. Martial Emperor Di had been alerted and sent 6 supreme martial artists just to see Lu Ming. Many people were having difficulty breathing. What had happened today was beyond their imagination. Perhaps it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Many people were guessing. As expected, he's here? He's so fast. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his mind raced. Just as the 9-dragon bloodline rushed out and resonated with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming knew that the 9-dragon bloodline might be exposed. However, the other party's speed was faster than he had imagined. Others might think that it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming knew very well that Martial Emperor Di was looking for him because he had found the 9-dragon bloodline. Di wants to see me. Ask him to come here himself. Lu Ming shouted. Since he had come this far, fear was useless. He might as well face it directly. However, his words caused an earthquake. Countless people's eyes were wide open, and their hearts were about to jump out. Lu Ming actually dared to call Martial Emperor Di by his name and even asked Martial Emperor Di to come and see him. Lawless, this was lawless. A mere spiritual ocean-tier martial artist actually dared to call a martial emperor to see him. If a martial emperor wanted to see him, that would be his supreme glory, something countless people would wish for. They could not figure out where Lu Ming got his courage from. Lu Ming sneered. He knew very well that if he went to see Martial Emperor Di, he would be in grave danger. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Evil creature, how dare you? You're just an ant, yet you dare to talk so big. You deserve to be killed. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted coldly. He was extremely overbearing and filled with killing intent. This child is too arrogant and unruly. No matter how talented he is, if he has any achievements, he will definitely not be controlled. It's better to just cripple him and hand him over to His Majesty. The Jiang family's patriarch also spoke coldly. His voice was like a divine weapon being polished, making people's hearts beat faster. Since you're so stubborn, then take him down. The master of the chaotic family also spoke. All right, we who will attack. The Jiang clan leader said. I'll do it. The patriarch of the Wang family said, his eyes burning with fire. The other 5 people nodded and took a step back. All of you, retreat and protect the surroundings. The Wang clan master's gaze swept across the dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. Yes. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters retreated to various corners, ready to protect the mountains and rivers. Junior, since you're so stubborn, I'll take action personally. Boom! As he spoke, an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Purple flames spread out, burning through even more space. The flame sword in his hand grew rapidly and became 10,000 meters long. Retreat, retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar were extremely frightened and retreated madly again. The supreme martial artist was about to make a move. If even a wisp of energy leaked out, it would probably be a disaster. It could kill ordinary martial artists countless times. They had no choice but to retreat. Buzz! The master of the Wang family swung the sword in his hand at Lu Ming. Wherever the sword passed, the space was turned into nothingness, revealing the terrifying dark void. Buzz! The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook and the nine-dragon bloodline roared. Lu Ming grabbed the two cauldrons and smashed them at the Wang family master. Boom! A terrifying clash resounded once again. The heavens and earth trembled, the cauldron shook, and endless energy scattered in all directions. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters shouted as their hands emitted light, blocking the terrifying force. Lu Ming could feel the endless heat surging towards him. Even with the protection of the two divine cauldrons, he still felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. He took a big step back and stepped into the void. The Wang family's supreme martial artist has the upper hand. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting madly. Who could not die in a battle with a supreme martial artist? Chapter 846. 846 Fighting a Supreme Being. That's for sure. The head of the Wang family is a supreme martial artist. As long as a martial emperor doesn't show up, a supreme martial artist is invincible. Even if Lu Ming can control the two divine nine-dragon cauldrons, there's still external objects. How can he fight against a supreme martial artist? That's right. This brat can actually control the divine nine-dragon cauldron. After we capture him, we must ask him about the secret within. If the experts of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, or even His Majesty the Martial Emperor, can control the divine nine-dragon cauldron, how powerful will it be? Wouldn't he be able to sweep through the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley? Indeed, this secret must be revealed. Many people in the surroundings said coldly, especially the disciples of the Wang family, Jiang family, and other ancient families. Lu Ming, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and a few others appeared in the crowd. They had finally rushed over, but when they saw the scene of Lu Ming fighting against the Supreme Being, they were shocked and worried. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even with the help of the Divine Cauldron, how could he fight against a Supreme Being? Old fart, you must call the old fart over. Fatty's throat kept letting out low growls. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is indeed wonderful. But today, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron can't protect you. The master of the Wang family strode forward with a 10,000-meter-long flaming sword in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming could only use the two cauldrons to resist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. The power of a supreme being was too powerful. An ordinary spiritual god powerhouse was far inferior to it. The power of the divine cauldron is an external force, after all. How much of its power can you unleash? With this, you want to contend with this seat? A mantis trying to stop a chariot, putting up a stubborn resistance. The leader of the Wang family was like a purple sun, floating in the sky. He gave off a burning aura, but his voice was cold. As he spoke, he stepped forward and raised his flame sword again. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a long roar, and the blood chi in its body spread. It spat out another mouthful of blood, which was absorbed by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! Clang! The 2 divine cauldrons trembled. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone watched in shock as another cauldron descended and pressed down on the Wang clan master. The 3rd cauldron. Lu Ming had actually summoned 3 cauldrons. Boom! The third cauldron flew toward the Wang family master and was sent flying by a single sword strike. The huge cauldron flew towards Lu Ming and trembled slightly. It emitted a radiance that seemed to resonate with the previous two cauldrons. The aura that the cauldron emitted seemed to be stronger. It was as if the more divine cauldrons there were, the more powerful they would be when they combined. Buzz. Buzz. The divine cauldron shook and left Lu Ming's palm. It started to spin around Lu Ming. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was wrapped around the first cauldron and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. The other two cauldrons were suspended and spinning around Lu Ming. Come on. Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge cauldron flew out, pressing down on the Wang family master. The Wang family master's eyes turned serious as he slashed out with his flame sword. Clang! The divine cauldron was knocked back, but Lu Ming waved his hand again. Another divine cauldron flew out and suppressed the Wang family master. Boom! Boom! The two divine nine-dragon cauldrons pressed toward the master of the Wang family. The master of the Wang family kept waving his sword. Shocking sword radiance was unleashed as he fought against the three cauldrons. However, he couldn't win for the time being. This scene was too shocking. Lu Ming could actually summon three divine nine-dragon cauldrons and fight to a draw with the master of the Wang family. This was too unbelievable, like a fantasy story. Moreover, many people thought of another point. There were 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons in total. Since Lu Ming could summon 3, could he summon more? How terrifying would that power be? Buzz! As if to confirm everyone's guess, the heavens and earth trembled as yet another massive being descended from the sky. Its target was the Wang clan head. The master of the Wang family's pupils contracted. With a long roar, a wisp of purple flame floated above his head. On the purple flame, there were 6 golden chakra. The Wang clan's clan head had a terrifying divine level rank 6 bloodline. The patriarch of the Wang family merged with his bloodline and turned into a ball of purple flame. The purple flame changed again and turned into a giant purple sword. When a supreme being used bloodline fusion, the power would reach a terrifying level. With a wave of his purple sword, he sent a divine cauldron flying. However, the other 2 cauldrons continued to press down. With the addition of the divine cauldron, the divine nine-dragon cauldron's power was further enhanced. It continued to suppress the Wang family master, forming a stalemate. This kid is demonic and can continuously summon divine cauldrons. I must suppress him quickly and not let him summon more divine cauldrons. The Jiang family's master said in a sonorous voice as he stepped forward. He wanted to join forces with the master of the Wang family to suppress Lu Ming. To deal with one Lu Ming, 2 supreme beings had to join forces. It was like a dream. Buzz! The master of the Jiang family made his move. With a wave of his arm, he destroyed everything, even splitting the heaven and earth. It was really split open. It was not just talk. Between heaven and earth, a hideous crack that was hundreds of miles long appeared. Buzz! An incomparably sharp glint slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had no choice but to control a huge cauldron and blast it at the Jiang family's master. Clang! A huge cauldron was sent flying. The master of the Jiang family did not stop. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens as the 9 dragons coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The divine cauldron trembled and rumbled in the sky. At this moment, another huge cauldron came crashing down. The 5th divine nine-dragon cauldron descended. The 5th divine nine-dragon cauldron pressed toward the master of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's master let out a long roar. His aura was wild as he punched out with both fists, bombarding the 2 cauldrons and sending them flying. Lu Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The other party was a supreme being after all. He had the divine cauldron to protect him, but he still felt immense pressure and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. What are you all waiting for? Are you going to wait for him to summon more divine nine-dragon cauldrons? The cold voice of the Jiang clan's patriarch rang out as he glanced at the other 4 clan heads. That's right, let's capture this brat first. The master of the chaotic family said. He took a step forward, and his battle-intent soared. The remaining 3 people's eyes flickered. Then, another person stepped out. This man was the head of the Kong family, one of the ancient families. They wanted to join forces and end the battle as soon as possible. Lu Ming was too monstrous and strange. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would summon the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. If the 9 divine cauldrons were gathered, who knew what would happen? You're all supreme martial artists, yet you're actually teaming up to deal with a junior. Have you all lived your lives for nothing? At this moment, an angry roar reverberated through the sky and earth, reverberating for tens of thousands of miles. Many people were shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to scold the supreme martial artist like this. Did he not want to live anymore? See la. The next moment, the space in the sky cracked open, and a figure stepped out. This figure seemed to be in his 30s. He held a wine gourd in his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. He stood in front of the masters of the Yuan and Kong families, his eyes full of disdain. Yen Kuangtu, it's Yen Kuangtu. So it's him, no wonder. Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 847. 847 Chapter 847 Yen Kuangtu takes action. Yen Kuangtu was a well-known figure in 9 Dragons. He was the disciple of the 9 Sons Supreme and the grand disciple of Martial Emperor Di. Not only did he have a high status, but he was also extremely talented. In just a short 100 years, Yen Kuangtu had cultivated to the supremacy stage, and was not inferior to his master, the 9 Yang supremacy. Moreover, Yen Kuangtu was arrogant, unruly, and lawless. He showed no respect to anyone, not even to Martial Emperor Di. He had once almost destroyed a powerful force that was second only to the ancient family in a fit of anger, which shocked 9 dragons. It was normal for such an existence to dare to berate the supreme martial artists of the ancient families. But what did he want to do by appearing here? The heads of the 2 families frowned. Yen Kuangtu, what are you doing? Move aside. The head of the Yuan family said coldly, a hint of fear in his eyes. What do you want? You've all lived for thousands of years, yet you're joining forces against a junior. How shameless! Let me tell you, Lu Ming is my little brother. If you want to touch him, you'll have to defeat me first. Yen Kuangtu took a few sips of wine, his eyes wild. Many people were shocked. Yen Kuangtu had addressed Lu Ming as little brother. So, they knew each other. Yen Kuangtu actually knew Lu Ming. Big brother Yen. Yen Kuangtu's appearance surprised Lu Ming, and he could not help but call out. Brother Lu Ming, not bad. You can fight against a supreme being at the spiritual ocean tier. Impressive, impressive. You're much more impressive than me. Yen Kuangtu burst into laughter. Yen Kuangtu, are you not going to move out of the way today? The eyes of the master of the chaotic family were cold. Nonsense. Yen Kuangtu's reply was very simple. All right, Yen Kuangtu. I'll see how strong you are, the strongest genius after Jiang. The master of the chaotic family's voice was cold, and a violent fighting will burst out. He took a step forward and threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying, and the void shattered. Yen Kuangtu opened his mouth and sucked out a mouthful of wine from his wine gourd. At the same time, he threw out a punch. This punch wasn't as earth-shattering as the one from the head of the chaotic family. It seemed very ordinary. However, the result of this clash of fists left everyone dumbstruck. The 2 fists met, and a terrifying explosion rang out in the air. A figure staggered backwards. This figure was actually the clan head of the Yuan clan. The clan leader of the Yuan clan was forced to retreat by a single punch from Yen Kuangtu. How was this possible? They were both supreme martial artists, but how could Yen Kuangtu be so strong? Kill! The master of the Luan family roared. His battle-intense sword. A saber appeared in his hand, and he charged at Yan Kuangtu. Buzz! A shocking sword light burst out from Yan Kuangtu's hand. The sword light and the saber light collided. The saber light was shattered, but the sword light continued to slash down. How is that possible? The head of the chaotic family shouted in disbelief. He had to continuously slash out with his saber to block Yan Kuangtu's sword radiance. Like master, like disciple. Jiuyang has taken in a good disciple. Yan Kuangtu, you may be strong in combat, but you can't protect Lu Ming. The master of the Kong family stepped forward and stood next to the master of the Luan family. Why can't I? Yan Kuangtu said. That's because His Majesty, the martial emperor, has specifically requested for Lu Ming. We're just following orders to bring Lu Ming to His Majesty. The master of the chaotic clan said. What does His Majesty want Lu Ming for? Yan Kuangtu said with a frown. This we don't know. So, it's better for you to move away. Otherwise, if you make His Majesty unhappy, none of yous can bear the responsibility. The head of the Luan family sneered. Yan Kuangtu's brows furrowed even more. He turned to Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu Ming, do you know why His Majesty the Martial Emperor is looking for you? Could it be because of the Divine Cauldron? Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and fought the masters of the Jiang and Wang families. The battle was intense. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, You came to me because you wanted my bloodline and wanted to take it for your own use. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but it was like a storm, stirring up thousands of waves. What did Lu Ming say? How dare you call His Majesty Force Emperor in this way and slander His Majesty Force Emperor? Evil creature, what an evil creature. Such audacity, who does he think he is? He dares to say that His Majesty Force Emperor wants his bloodline, but it's just a second-class divine bloodline. How could His Majesty Force Emperor take a fancy to it? Slander. Nonsense. This person should be cut into pieces as a warning to the others. Countless people roared and looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Evil creature, how dare you slander His Majesty? You're courting death. The patriarch of the Wang clan roared as he fought with all his might. Yan Kuangtu, you've seen this kid's heart. He's simply lawless. We can't keep him here. Why aren't you moving? The Luan family said. No. Unless the Grandmaster comes and explains everything, I, Yan Kuangtu, will not let you take Lu Ming away. Yan Kuangtu did not move. Yan Kuangtu's words stunned many people. Arrogant, he was really arrogant. He actually wanted Martial Emperor Di to explain it in person. He was too arrogant. The crowd finally understood why Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming would address each other as brothers. The two of them were the same kind of people. They were equally lawless, arrogant, and unruly. Yan Kuangtu, how dare you? Since that's the case, we'll have to take you down first. Everyone, if we don't join forces now, when will we? The master of the Jiang family looked at the last two people. That's the only way. The master of the Dongfang family sighed and stepped forward. Brother Nangong, you go and help Brother Jiang. Brother Wang, take down Lu Ming. Leave Yan Kuangtu to us. All right. The head of the Nangong family stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Master Dongfang, Master Luan, and Master Kong's auras erupted and enveloped Yan Kuangtu. The supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families were about to join forces. Get lost. That Yan Kuangtu shouted coldly as his sword chi exploded. At this moment, his sword chi was filled with blazing flames. The temperature of the flames seemed to be even higher than that of the patriarch of the Wang family. At the same time, the supremes of the Luan clan, Dongfang clan, Kong clan, and the other 3 clans also made their moves. Violent energy burst out and blasted toward Yan Kuangtu, trying to restrain him. 3 old fogies, what can you do to me? Yan Kuangtu let out a long cry as golden flames suddenly burst out of his body. The terrifying temperature spread out for tens of thousands of miles. The golden flame burst out with the sword Qi. Golden Crow's fire. The three supreme martial artists of the Luan family looked grave as their three attacks collided with Yan Kuangtu's sword Qi. After the explosion, Yan Kuangtu did not retreat a single step. This was extremely shocking. Yan Kuangtu was actually able to fight against three supreme martial artists without even retreating a single step. This was unbelievable. They were both supreme martial artists, but why was Yan Kuangtu so powerful? One must know that those who could reach the Supreme Being realm were all rare geniuses, and they were all invincible existences among their peers. Otherwise, how could they have reached the Supreme Being realm? But now, Yan Kuangtu's combat strength was even stronger and more terrifying. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family burst out and attacked Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the sky trembled and another cauldron descended, crashing toward the head of the Nangong family. The Sixth Divine Cauldron. Chapter 848. 848 Gathering of the Nine Cauldrons in an attempt to slaughter a supreme. Out of the 6 divine cauldrons, one was for protection while the other 5 were for attack. Lu Ming used the 6 divine nine-dragon cauldrons to fight against the 3 supreme martial artists. Yan Kuangtu had blocked 3 great masters by himself. The 6 ancient families and the 6 supreme martial artists were all blocked. This scene had left countless people in the sky dumbfounded. Everything that had happened today was simply unbelievable. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family was like a divine weapon. He knocked away 2 divine cauldrons in a row and performed the bloodline fusion. After that, the head of the Nangong family and the head of the Wang family, the supreme martial artists of the 3 ancient families, all used their bloodline fusion to take Lu Ming down in one go. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was pierced through. The 3 great supremes had joined forces and unleashed their most powerful attack. It was too terrifying. Few people below the martial emperor realm could withstand it. The divine nine-dragon cauldron kept shaking, and the connection between them seemed to be on the verge of being broken. The pressure Lu Ming felt was getting stronger and stronger. His bones cracked and fine beads of blood seeped out of his skin. He can't hold on much longer. The master of the Wang family transformed into a huge purple flame sword. The flames were blazing and his heavenly fire burst out, spreading towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared again, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. However, it was still difficult to withstand the attacks of the 3 supreme martial artists. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family broke through the attack of one of the divine cauldrons and charged toward Lu Ming. The first divine cauldron above Lu Ming's head trembled and emitted a brilliant light that blasted toward the Jiang family's master. Thump. A violent boom was heard. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. Together with the first divine cauldron, he was sent flying and blood spurted from his mouth. Brother Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu was shocked. He wanted to rush out to save Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, do you really think the 3 of us are just for show? Kill. The master of the Luan family roared. He used the fusion of his bloodlines and turned into an invincible god of war, charging toward Yan Kuangtu. At the same time, the head of the Kong family and the head of the Dongfang family also used their bloodline fusion. The bloodlines of the 3 great family heads were all at the 6th level of the divine level. The 3 of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. No matter how strong Yan Kuangtu was, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of 3 great supremes. He let out a long cry, and a huge golden divine bird appeared. This divine bird was shaped like a crow, and its entire body was golden in color. It was suffused with golden flames, and the temperature of these golden flames was even more terrifying than the Wang family's purple heavenly fire. This divine bird had 3 legs and 8 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline, 3-legged golden crow. According to the legends, the sun was formed by the 3-legged golden crow. It was an extremely terrifying divine beast. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was the 3-legged golden crow, and it was a level 8 divine level expert. He was 2 levels higher than the family head of the ancient family clan. It was simply terrifying. No wonder his combat power was so strong. Yan Kuangtu used his bloodline fusion and turned into a 3-legged golden crow. He fought with the 3 sovereigns, and the sky and earth shook. Endless power formed a terrifying wind that spread in all directions. Fortunately, more spiritual God realm experts had appeared and spread out to resist the spreading force. Otherwise, with so many supreme martial artists attacking, everything within a radius of several million li would have been blown up. A supreme martial artist was too powerful. He could destroy a country with a flip of his hand. An empire like the Blazing Sun Empire could be destroyed by a supreme martial artist with a single palm. He was unimaginably powerful. Yan Kuangtu was fighting against 3 great supremes. It was difficult to determine the victor at the moment, so he could not withdraw to save Lu Ming. For a moment, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and the situation was precarious. 6 divine cauldrons is his limit. He can't summon any more. The voice of the Wang clan leader rang out, and his attacks became even more terrifying. This incident had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to lift the divine 9-dragon cauldron and summon 6 of them. This was unprecedented in history. In the end, even they had no choice but to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. No matter what the outcome was today, it would be a terrible blow to the reputation of the supreme martial artists. All of this was because of Lu Ming. As the master of the Wang family who was the first to attack, he hated Lu Ming even more. Little bastard, don't put up any pointless resistance. Since His Majesty has spoken, your fate has already been decided. The patriarch of the Wang clan continued to speak, his killing intent cold. Don't make it sound so grand. Even if the sky wants to suppress me, I will break it, not to mention the 9-dragon cauldron, fight with me. Lu Ming roared like a dragon. The body of the 9 dragons twisted and blood mist filled the air. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the golden chakras on the body of the 9-dragon bloodline exploded with a bang. The chakra exploded, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared as if it was in extreme pain. Lu Ming growled as well. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his soul was about to split apart. It was too painful. But his gaze was still determined and determined. The chakra exploded and turned into a wisp of golden radiance, which seeped into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook, and the dragon-shaped carvings on the cauldron shone brightly. The 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons roared. Boom! The sky trembled, and the void collapsed. Another behemoth flew over and pressed down on the Wang clan leader. The 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. The bloodline of the 9 dragons exploded a chakra and summoned the 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, this was not the end. The cauldron. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The sky trembled, and then another divine cauldron descended. The 8th statue. Impossible! The patriarch of the Wang clan exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The sky shook again as the patriarch of the Wang family shouted. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons had all descended. When the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons gathered, they seemed to have produced a strong resonance. All of them were shining brightly and the roars of dragons shook the sky. The 9 cauldrons were centered around the one above Lu Ming's head. The other cauldrons surrounded him, and an unbelievably powerful aura spread out. The 9 cauldrons gather, suppress the heavens. A voice seemed to come out of the divine cauldron. Suppress! Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 cauldrons around him pressed down. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 loud bangs, the master of the Wang family and the other 2 supreme martial artists were sent flying. Impossible! The master of the Wang family shouted in disbelief. I'll kill you today. I'll slaughter the supreme martial artist. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, at least 6 of the 8 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang family. The other 2 defended the other 2 supreme beings. Boom! Boom! The 6 divine cauldrons continued to attack the Wang family. The purple sword that the patriarch had transformed into exploded with a shocking sword chi as he used all his strength to block the attack. However, every time he blocked, he would be sent flying and the sword would shake continuously. After the 6th time, the flames on the purple sword's body were much weaker, as if it had been severely injured. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the 6 cauldrons continued to press down. "Evil creature! Don't you dare!" The Jiang family's master shouted in anger and joined forces with the Nangong family's master to attack Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming controlled the 2 cauldrons and blocked their attacks. Chapter 849. 849 Martial Emperor Di takes action. With the 9 cauldrons gathered, the power of each of them increased greatly. 2 cauldrons were enough to block 2 supreme beings. The other 6 continued to suppress the Wang clan master. Boom! 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 The 6 divine cauldrons smashed against the giant purple sword like they were forging iron. The giant purple sword trembled violently, and the flames became weaker and weaker. After the 6 divine cauldrons took turns to smash the sword, the giant purple sword shrank rapidly and returned to the appearance of the Wang family master. However, at this moment, the Wang family was in a terrible state. Their body fortifications were in tatters, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their mouths. Tragic, it was too tragic. A supreme martial artist of a generation had been beaten to such a state. This made countless people rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. The patriarch of the Wang family was about to go crazy. He roared repeatedly, unable to accept all this. He was the head of an ancient family, a supreme figure who had dominated the Eastern Barren territory. However, he had been beaten up by a young man in his 20s. No matter what method this junior used, he had lost a lot of face and would become a laughingstock. If this were to spread to other forces, they would definitely treat it as a joke. At the thought of that, he was filled with hatred and could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. "What are you screaming for? It seems that the repair is not enough, then let's continue," Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and continued to suppress it. The master of the Wang family was shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had already locked onto him. It directly pierced through the void and blasted toward him. The master of the Wang clan could only do his best to resist. Boom! The first divine cauldron had caused the patriarch of the Wang family to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Following that, the second divine cauldron caused the head of the Wang family's hair to be disheveled and one of his arms to be shattered. However, a supreme being's vitality was extremely terrifying. Even if his arm was severed, it would quickly regrow and heal. However, the third divine cauldron continued to smash down. Everyone, save me. The master of the Wang clan was finally afraid, and he began to ask the other supreme martial artists for help. A supreme martial artist of his generation was actually beaten to the point where he could only cry for help. This was also rare. The other 5 supreme martial artists all wanted to help. Unfortunately, how could his wish be fulfilled? Brother Lu Ming, good job. Yan Kuangta laughed. The 3-legged golden crow flew around and blocked the 3 supreme martial artists. As for the other 2 supreme martial artists, they were blocked by the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and could not break through the obstruction at all. Boom! The 3rd divine cauldron smashed half of the Wang clan's patriarch's body, and the 4th divine cauldron continued to press down. From all directions, countless people looked at this scene in shock, including the spiritual god realm powerhouses. Ruthless, and too unbelievable. Was Lu Ming really planning to kill a supreme martial artist? Was the patriarch of the Wang clan really going to fall here today? Master! Someone from the Wang family shouted in fear. "Ha, good." In the crowd, Fatty laughed loudly, drawing the angry gazes of the crowd. Wang Haoxian's body trembled. This scene had an even greater impact on her. The patriarch of the Wang family was the strongest combat force in the Wang family. Her patriarch was a supreme existence in the Wang family. However, such an existence could not even keep his life in front of Lu Ming. How did this happen? In the sea below ancient garden, Xiezhen stared at this scene in a daze. His eyes almost exploded. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would actually summon the 9 divine cauldrons in a fit of anger for the sake of a beauty and attempt to kill a supreme martial artist. It was too shocking and terrifying. The cauldron was about to fall, and the patriarch of the Wang family couldn't resist it in his current state. He might die on the spot. Enough! At this moment, a voice came from the sky. This voice sounded like it came from the heavens and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they heard this voice, countless people's hearts trembled. It was as if they were facing the heavens and the universe, and they wanted to kneel. Then, countless people saw thousands of miles-long cracks appear in the sky. A huge arm stretched out from the crack. It was as big as a mountain, like the palm of the heavens. Above it, intent realm curled up, and a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, countless people started to tremble. Even the paragons were shaken. The huge palm pressed down on Lu Ming, and an endless pressure enveloped him. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. The divine 9-dragon cauldron floating above his head shook violently. 9 cauldrons, protect me. In the face of such a mighty force, he couldn't care less about killing the Wang family master. He controlled the 9 cauldrons to float around him. Imperial power. This is the aura of an imperial power expert. Martial Emperor D. Such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had once felt the aura of an emperor from Liansong. Although Liansong was only a wisp of his soul, his aura was still like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, dominating the world. This palm was very similar to Liansong's, but it was many times larger. In 9 dragons, Martial Emperor Yi was the only sovereign realm expert. Grandmaster. Yen Kuangtu's eyes were filled with shock. Your Majesty Force Emperor. The 6 supreme beings and many spiritual god realm experts were greatly shocked. Martial Emperor Yi had actually taken action personally. How could this be? How did this happen? Old man, come quickly. The fat man shouted. However, the people around him didn't pay any attention to him. Their eyes were all fixed on the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant palm pressed down, the space crumbled and the intent realm curled up like the hand of God. A terrifying pressure passed through the void and pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons were suspended in the air, but they were shaking non-stop. Lu Ming felt that he could not control them. The pressure he was facing was too strong. So what if you're a martial emperor? Break. A crazed look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He raised his head and roared. The 9 dragon bloodlines roared. The only remaining golden chakra exploded with a loud bang, turned into a golden light, and entered the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He was in so much pain that he felt like his body was about to split apart, but his eyes were still fixed on the ceiling. Clang clang. The 9 divine cauldrons trembled and their auras surged. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the 9 divine cauldrons actually merged into one, erupting with a terrifying power that shot into the sky and rushed toward the imperial palm. The next moment, the cauldron and the palm collided. But strangely, there was no movement or energy. The cauldron and the palm were motionless in the air, as if they were in a stalemate. The heavens. This was the only word in countless people's hearts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and actually blocked a blow from Martial Emperor. This scene was unbelievable. Countless people felt their hearts in their throats and were about to stop beating. Yen Kuangtu and the other supreme martial artists had stopped fighting. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at the sky. Chapter 850. 850. The Supreme Master of the Nine Suns appears. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Even his breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Awakening the bloodline of the Nine Dragons with a drop of the Nine Dragons' blood essence is indeed amazing. It can actually exert a trace of the power of the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron to block my palm. At this time, the voice in the sky, an extremely majestic voice, rang out again. However, a mere spiritual ocean-tier cultivator, no matter how profound his bloodline is, how much of the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's power can he unleash? How can you really stop me? Break. As the last word, break, was uttered, the palm shook slightly, and a palm force several times stronger than before suddenly exploded. Boom! This time, the entire world seemed to be shaking. The sky and the earth within hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to be shaking. The divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was the first to bear the brunt, and it let out a violent roar. The bloodline of the Nine Dragons wrapped around the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron wailed and turned into a ray of blood-red light, rushing into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Kacha! Lu Ming's body trembled violently, as if it was about to explode. At that moment, lightning appeared between Lu Ming's brows. The lightning cauldron coursed through Lu Ming's body to prevent him from being crushed to pieces. It was the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Thump! In the sky, the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron trembled. Then, it split into 9 and turned back into 9 lightning cauldrons. At this time, without the bloodline of the Nine Dragons and under the powerful and terrifying attack, the connection between the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to have disappeared. They trembled and then broke through the sky, flying in all directions, returning to the heads of the 9 dragon veins. The divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew away, and the huge palm continued to smash down. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, as if he was about to be turned into ashes by this palm. Clang! At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a thunder cauldron rushed out automatically. It grew to the size of a mountain and was filled with shocking lightning. What? Why is there another cauldron? Countless people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. There are many secret treasures, but how can they stop me? He pressed his palm down on the thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron shook and the lightning spread in all directions. In the end, it could not resist the palm force and was sent back into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as if he had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body fell like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Martial Emperor Yi's palm print didn't stop and continued to fall. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's falling body suddenly emitted golden rays of light. When the golden rays of light spread, Lu Ming's body stopped falling. Buzz! Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, a dazzling light shone. A huge palace floated out and rushed upwards. Countless people almost bit off their tongues. There were too many treasures in Lu Ming's body. They flew out one after another and each one of them was extremely terrifying. Was he still human? There's someone under the palace. Someone exclaimed. The palace that flew out of Lu Ming's glabella grew rapidly. At the bottom of the palace, there was a towering figure. Senior Zhiyang. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The palace was the supreme shrine, and the figure below it was the 9 Suns Supreme. Master. When this figure appeared, Yen Kuangtu cried out in disbelief. At the same time, the 6 great supremes and many spiritual god realm powerhouses also widened their eyes in disbelief. The 9 Suns destroys worlds. 9 Suns Supreme Master's voice rang out, and 9 suns suddenly appeared around the supreme shrine. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the supreme shrine, collided with the huge palm print. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The space in that area was instantly twisted into pieces, revealing a dark void that swallowed the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within hundreds of thousands of miles into ashes. Clang! The supreme shrine trembled violently as it fell while being supported by a tall figure. The huge palm seemed to have exhausted its energy and collapsed after blocking the attacks one after another. As the light dissipated, the 9 suns around the supreme shrine disappeared, and the figure of the 9 suns supreme master was clearly revealed. Master! Yan Kuangtu roared. His body trembled in excitement. Xia Zhuyang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family's master shouted as well. The other supreme martial artists and other powerhouses also looked at 9 suns supreme martial artist in disbelief. Many of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Who didn't know the name Supreme 9 Suns? The 9 Yang bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he was known as the #1 sovereign in the Eastern Barren Territory. Even the sovereign path cultivators did not dare to underestimate him. Such a magnificent figure had died more than 50 years ago, which shocked countless people and made it hard to believe. However, it was announced by Martial Emperor Di himself, so no one doubted it. But now, the 9 Suns Supreme had reappeared and helped Lu Ming fight against Martial Emperor Di. What was going on? Fanatic, I haven't seen you for decades and you've already grown to this stage. You're indeed worthy of being my disciple. The 9 Suns Supreme Master looked at Yan Kuangtu with satisfaction and laughed. Master, what happened back then? Why do you only have a wisp of your soul left? Where is your real body? Who did this to you? Yan Kuangtu was so excited that he asked a few questions in a row. The others were also very curious. Back then, Martial Emperor Di only announced the death of 9 Suns Supreme, but he did not say much about the specific situation. This was a question that many people had been wondering for decades. The Supreme of the 9 Suns had unparalleled combat power. Who could kill him? Even an emperor would find it difficult to kill the 9 Suns Supreme. Jiang, now that you only have a wisp of your soul left, do you still want to betray me? At this time, a voice full of pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man was tall. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. An unparalleled majesty spread out and pressed down on millions of miles. When countless people saw this figure, they felt as if they were facing the universe. Deep respect rose in their hearts and they wanted to kneel down. That was the pressure of the imperial Tao ruling the world. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. At this moment, countless people from all directions bowed with deep admiration and respect in their eyes. Even Ruan Tingting, Wang Haoxian, and the others were the same. Only Fatty stood up straight and did not move. Martial Emperor Di glanced around casually and nodded slightly. Betray? Haha, Di, don't you think it's funny to say this? Supreme Master Zhuyang burst into laughter. Countless people were shocked. Supreme 9 Suns called Martial Emperor Yi by his name. It didn't seem like he was talking to his master at all. Why did he do this? But no one made a sound. If someone else had called Martial Emperor Yi by his name, someone would have jumped out and scolded him. However, it was 9 Suns Supreme who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure, so everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. The eyes of the 6 masters of the ancient families flickered, but they didn't make a move. Among them, the master of the Wang family had already recovered. At this moment, his eyes were the most sinister as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming. Chapter 851. 851 Zhuyang and Di. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a very bad state. He was in excruciating pain all over his body and had a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His vision turned black and he seemed to be about to fall unconscious at any time. Hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Fanatic, didn't you want to know who killed me? It's this famous martial emperor in front of you, your grandmaster. The supreme master of 9 suns said as he looked at Yan Kuangtu. His words were like divine thunder from the 9 heavens and an endless storm that swept across the entire area. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at 9 suns supreme in shock. They then looked at martial emperor Di with disbelief. The 9 suns supreme had been killed by martial emperor Di, and only a wisp of his soul remained. What was going on? Supreme 9 Suns was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the most powerful man in the Eastern Barren Territory. He had fought for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and made great achievements. Why did Martial Emperor Yi want to kill Supreme 9 Suns? Yan Kuangtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Because he needs my bloodline. By killing me, he can take away my bloodline and help him cultivate a technique. The voice of the 9 Suns Supreme Master rang out, and the people were even more shocked. The other 6 supreme martial artists' eyes flickered as they fell into deep thought. Martial Emperor Di had his hands behind his back and his face was calm. Chang, back then, you colluded with the Corpse Emperor and tried to kill me. That's why I attacked you. It seems like you still hold a grudge and want to slander me. At this moment, Martial Emperor Di's voice rang out again, which made people even more shocked. Back then, it was 9 Suns Supreme who colluded with Corpse Emperor to harm Martial Emperor Dai, and that was why Martial Emperor Dai attacked 9 Suns Supreme. There was actually such an inside story? Haha. The 9 Suns Supreme Master suddenly laughed out loud and said, as an Imperial Path expert, it's fine if you plot against me from behind, but you've also fallen into black and white. Xia Zhuyang was really blind back then. How could I have acknowledged you as my master? How dare you, Xia Zhuyang? How dare you try to harm His Majesty, the Force Emperor? You deserve to die. Now that you have come back, I'll suppress you and make sure you are beyond redemption. The patriarch of the Jiang family shouted, his eyes cold. The rest of the people also looked at 9 Suns Supreme with hostility. He. Supreme Master Jiuyang sneered and did not explain further. He knew that it was useless to explain. This was all because of his strength. Martial Emperor Yi was a sovereign path expert. He was high and mighty and ruled the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. How powerful was he? Today, even if the 9 Suns Supreme presented conclusive evidence to prove that he had been killed by Martial Emperor Di in order to deprive him of the 9 Suns bloodline, the others would not betray Martial Emperor Di and would still stand firmly on his side. This was because of strength. No one would betray Martial Emperor Di for a half-dead man. That would be stupid. If they left the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, where would they find such a good cultivation environment and resources? Who would be able to protect them? What's more, Martial Emperor Di had already given a reason, which was that Jiuyang had colluded with the Corpse Emperor of the Sky Corpse sect and tried to kill him, which was why he had been killed. Regardless of whether this reason was true or false, it was enough. The Supreme Master of the 9 Suns was well aware of this, so he did not say or explain any further. Without strength, what was the use of saying more? Jiuyang, you're only left with a wisp of your soul. Do you still want to fight with your master? Surrender. Martial Emperor Di said. 9 Suns Supreme Master smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yan Kuangtu and said, Fanatic, do you believe in me or Di? I believe in you, Master. Yan Kuangtu's eyes shone with determination. Good, I didn't misjudge you. Next, I will block Di. You take Lu Ming out. Remember, you must take Lu Ming out. Supreme 9 Suns said, Master, let's go together. Yan Kuangtu shouted. Let's go. The Supreme Master Jiuyang roared. His body glowed with dazzling light, and 9 blazing suns appeared again. A pair of rascals with wild ambitions. Today, none of you can leave. The Martial Emperor Di shouted coldly, and a supreme aura burst out of his body, shaking the heaven and earth. He stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a huge hand formed, grabbing toward Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu. "Bring Lu Ming away!" The Nine Sons Paragon shouted, and the light on his body became even brighter. This was the burning of his soul power. The supreme shrine trembled, and Nine Sons appeared, blasting toward the huge hand that was pressing down. Yen Kuangtu let out a long howl and transformed into a three-legged golden crow. He wrapped Lu Ming with a burst of vital essence and charged out. However, Martial Emperor Yi was too terrifying. He covered the sky with his palm, and the space was suppressed. It exploded in all directions. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by the palm. Boom! The Nine Sons Supreme, the Supreme Divine Palace, and the giant palm of Martial Emperor Yi clashed violently. The world shook and the space was penetrated. It was like the end of the world. The people in the area kept retreating, and within tens of thousands of miles, only the figures of the six great sovereigns could be seen. Yen Kuangtu let out a long cry and spat out a golden flame sword. However, it was still blocked. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in front of him and collided with the golden flame. Yen Kuangtu's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Even though Lu Ming was under Yen Kuangtu's protection, he was still affected by the aftershock. The pain in his body intensified and his vision turned black. "Break!" The Nine Sons Paragon bellowed, and the light of the Nine Sons in the sky became even brighter, completely covering the real sun in the sky. The light on the Nine Sons Paragon's body was as bright as flames. "Master!" Yen Kuangtu roared. If the Nine Sons Supreme burned his soul like this, he might not even be able to keep this wisp of soul. "Evil disciple, suppress." Martial Emperor Yi's eyes became even colder. He waved his palm and an even more terrifying palm print smashed down. Boom! The Supreme Divine Hall and the palm print collided, causing a violent tremor. With a final bang, a corner of the Supreme Divine Hall exploded, sending gravel flying. The body of the Nine Sons Supreme Master trembled violently. The golden crow let out a long screech and soared into the sky. It slapped down in the air and the divine fire of the golden crow turned into a bright sword radiance, clashing with the palm print. The sword light was destroyed, and the golden crow trembled and fell. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was getting darker and darker. He looked at the battle in the sky and then at the ocean waves' ancient garden. Then, his vision turned black and he fell into endless darkness. His injuries were too serious. The explosion of 2 golden chakras from the 9 dragon bloodline had seriously injured him as well as himself. In addition, he had controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron to fight against the Supremes and even exchanged a blow with Martial Emperor Yi. His injuries were also extremely serious. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and passed out. "Little Qing, I'm still too weak. I can't take you with me." This was Lu Ming's last thought before he fainted. Lu Ming fell into a coma, but the battle became more intense. "Let's charge. Let's go!" 9 Sons Paragon shouted. Together with Yen Kuangtu, they carried Lu Ming and charged out. Chapter 852. 852 Another Martial Emperor. However, Martial Emperor Yi was so powerful that he had completely blocked their way. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Boom! Boom! The Supreme Divine Palace and the palm prints of De and Martial Emperor collided. They kept shaking and more places exploded. Finally, the entire Supreme Divine Palace cracked. "Ah, you old fart, why aren't you here yet? Did you do it on purpose?" In the crowd, Fatty roared repeatedly. In the sky, Supreme 9 Sons and Yen Kuangtu had joined forces and fought with Martial Emperor De for more than a dozen moves. The spectators, including the 6 supreme martial artists, were all shocked. 9 Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu were too powerful and abnormal. They could actually fight Martial Emperor De to this extent. It was simply terrifying. They are destined to be defeated today. The 9 Sons burning their souls can temporarily unleash their full power, but they won't last long. The patriarch of the Jiang family coldly said. It's unwise to fight a martial emperor before becoming one. No matter how strong he is, he will still be defeated. Since ancient times, no one in the supreme realm has been able to defeat a martial emperor. It's impossible to even contend with him. The head of the chaotic family also said. Bang! Bang! The supreme shrine trembled more and more violently as it continued to collapse and explode. The remnant soul of the 9 Sons Supreme started to shake, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Master! Yan Kuangtu gritted his teeth and protected Lu Ming. He charged forward with all his might, but his body trembled and blood flowed out of the golden crow's mouth. The situation was getting worse. Damn it, you old fart. You must have done it on purpose. I don't care anymore. I'll risk it. The fat man cursed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd, madly rushing toward the battlefield of Martial Emperor Di and 9 Sons Supreme. Fatty, what are you doing? Ruan Tingting cried out in shock. Beside him, the others also looked at Fatty as if he was crazy. This Fatty actually dared to rush into the battlefield of supreme martial artists and martial emperors. This was a blatant death wish. As long as he was hit by a wisp of chi, he would definitely end up in ashes. He was crazy. However, the Fatty's eyes revealed a fierce look as he muttered, "Old man, I know you don't want to get involved in this mess, but now your dearest only disciple is about to die. Let's see if you still want to care." Fatty growled and rushed towards the battlefield. In the surroundings, countless gazes were attracted by Fatty and fell on him. Everyone was thinking that this Fatty was crazy. The eyes of the supreme beings flashed, but they didn't stop him. This ant-like thing was courting death. Why did they have to stop him? Once he got close to the battlefield, he would die. As the Fatty neared the battlefield, a terrifying force, the aftermath of the battle, swept across the void. Wherever the force passed, the void collapsed, and a dark and ferocious spatial crack swept towards the Fatty. "Old fart, if you still don't come, this lord will die here." The fat man roared. Buzz! At this moment, the space behind the fat man cracked open, and a huge axe slashed out from the void. The space crack was destroyed by the axe. The axe did not stop and continued to slash toward Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor Di's face turned serious. He waved his palm, and a shocking sword radiance burst out, clashing with the huge axe. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart as an incomparably bright light shone out. The space crumbled continuously as an endless amount of energy entered the void. At the same time, the sword ray and the axe also cancelled each other out and disappeared. Heavens, this! Countless people were dumbfounded. Who was it? He could actually fight with Martial Emperor. Behind the Fatty, a tall figure stepped out from the spatial crack. This was an old man with a messy white beard on his face. However, his body was extremely fat, and he was simply an old version of Kong Jin. He stood beside the fat man, exuding a terrifying and supreme aura. This aura was very similar to that of Martial Emperor Di. This was a martial emperor. Countless people's hearts twitched. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. In the beginning, it was the spiritual god masters who appeared. Then, the Supremes appeared. In the end, even the 9 Sons Supreme and Martial Emperor Di appeared. Now, another Sovereign Wei Master had appeared. And all of this was because of Lu Ming. Because of this young man, these unrivaled figures appeared one after another. It made many people feel like they were dreaming. "Old monster Emetian, this matter has nothing to do with you. You want to be my enemy?" Martial Emperor Di looked at the fat old man. Martial Emperor Di's words shocked even more people. The demonic Sky Sovereign. This old man was actually the demonic Sky Sovereign. The demonic Sky Sovereign was an extremely famous and invincible master in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was even more famous than Martial Emperor. He was a genuine Martial Emperor master. However, the Devil Sky Emperor did not like to establish his own forces. He preferred to live in seclusion and his whereabouts were uncertain. Almost no one knew where he was. In the past thousands of years, the demonic Sky Emperor had disappeared without a trace. No one had ever seen him. There were rumors that the demonic Sky Emperor had probably reached the end of his lifespan and had already died. For thousands of years, countless people in the Eastern Barren Territory had recognized this fact. He had never thought that after thousands of years, the Devil Sky Emperor would actually appear again and not die at all. The lifespan of a king's realm cultivator was 1,000 years. At the Spirit Sea realm, one's lifespan was 2,000 years, and at the Spirit Embryo realm, one's lifespan was 3,000 years. At the Spiritual God realm, one's lifespan could reach up to 5,000 years. However, once he broke through to the Martial Royal realm, his lifespan would be greatly increased, reaching more than 10,000 years. However, the lifespan of a Martial Royal realm martial artist was uncertain. The shorter ones could only live for 10,000 years, while the longer ones could even live for 20,000 years. The demonic Sky Sovereign was definitely more than 15,000 years old. That was why many people thought that he had died. Hi, you are an Emperor Path expert. Is it interesting to make things difficult for a few juniors? It's so embarrassing. The Devil Sky King chuckled. This is a matter of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It's not your place to worry about it. Please do as you wish. Martial Emperor Di said coldly. Woman. No, master, that Lu Ming is my brother. We have sworn to live and die together. No matter what, we have to save him today. Otherwise, you'll lose me, your disciple. The fatty cried out. I can't interfere with the matters of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, that little fellow is my disciple's brother. If he dies, my disciple will die as well. I'm in a very difficult position. How about this? I don't care about your disciples and grand-disciples, but I want to take that little fellow away. Demonic Sky Old Freak pointed at Lu Ming and said, Demonic Sky Old Monster, it seems like you want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor Di's face darkened. His target was Lu Ming. How could he let Demonic Sky Old Monster take him away? So what if I'm your enemy? You're just a clone now, and your main body is far away overseas, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Demonic Sky Sovereign grinned and stepped forward. His aura exploded and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 853. 853 Escape from 9 Dragons. You little guys, hurry up and go. Leave D to me. The Demonic Sky Sovereign glanced at 9 Suns Supreme and the others, then swung his axe at Martial Emperor D. This axe could split the sky, as if it was going to split the entire 9 dragons in half. Many thanks, Senior. Fanatic, let's go. Supreme Master Jiang said as he and Yen Kuangtu rushed to the side. You guys, stop those 2 rascals. Martial Emperor Di slashed out a shocking sword light to fight against the Demonic Sky Sovereign. At the same time, he gave orders to the supreme beings of the 6 ancient families. Yes. The 6 great supremes responded and surrounded 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu. You 6 are courting death. Yen Kuangtu roared and launched a violent attack. However, 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu had been injured during the battle with Martial Emperor Di, so their combat strength was not as strong as before. They were blocked by the 6 Supremes and could not rush out at all. Today, none of you shall think of leaving. The Wang family was furious. He was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. It was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. How could he let Lu Ming leave in peace? His attacks were the most frenzied, and he attacked 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu with no regard for his life. Oh really? Explode. 9 Suns Supreme Master suddenly snorted and controlled the Supreme Shrine to crash toward the Wang family master. During the collision, the Supreme Shrine emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Not good. The Wang clan master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom! And NBSP, the Supreme God Hall exploded like a sun, and a terrifying energy swept out and drowned the Wang family head. Ah! Ard. The patriarch of the Wang family screamed as his body was sent flying thousands of miles away. His body was in tatters, and half of his body had exploded. He had almost died. Tragic, too tragic. Today, the Wang family's master was almost killed by Lu Ming. After recovering a little, he was almost killed by the Supreme Shrine's explosion. Charge! 9 Yang Supreme Master and Yen Kuangtu charged forward at top speed. The Supreme Shrine self-destructed and opened up a passage. The two of them brought Lu Ming and broke through the siege. Sila! Yen Kuangtu, who had transformed into the 3-legged golden crow, tore the space apart with his claws. He and the 9 Suns Supreme Master rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Chase, chase! Martial Emperor Yi was furious and roared. The other 5 Supreme Martial Artists tore through space and chased after Yen Kuangtu and the others. Countless people in 9 dragons were stunned. The Supreme Master of 9 Suns and Yen Kuangtu had fled with Lu Ming, but there were still 2 Imperial Path experts fighting in the sky. Today's battle was destined to shake the entire East Baron. Lu Ming's name was bound to attract the attention of everyone in the East Baron. 3 days later, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the west of 9 dragons. Another figure was constantly patting the former's body, sending true energy into the former's body. A moment later, the second figure stopped. The 2 figures were Lu Ming and Yen Kuangtu. Lu Ming sat cross-legged while Yen Kuangtu healed him. After nearly 3 days of traveling, they had finally shaken off the 5 family heads of the ancient families. Yen Kuangtu was there to treat Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a black bead flew out. Then, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme flew out from the bead. At this moment, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme Master was extremely weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. How is Lu Ming? The Supreme Martial Artist of the 9 Suns asked. Master, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. However, after I treated his injuries, he's much better. He should be waking up soon. Yen Kuangtu said. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lu Ming opened his eyes. The environment in front of him stunned him. Wasn't he in 9 dragons? 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu were fighting with Martial Emperor Di, but it was calm here. There were no signs of a battle. Then he saw Yen Kuangtu and the 9 Suns Supreme. Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yen. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see 9 Suns Cosmos and Yen Kuangtu. This battle had started because of him, but it had also implicated 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu. If something had happened to 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu, he would not have been at ease. However, seeing that both of them were here, he could finally put down the stone in his heart. Lu Ming, how are you feeling? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Supreme 9 Suns said. You've been unconscious for 3 days? I'm already feeling much better. Lu Ming was shocked. Senior Jiuyang, what is this place? Could it be that he's no longer in 9 dragons? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious. At that time, Martial Emperor Di had attacked, so it would have been difficult for 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu to escape. Perhaps, something else had happened after he fell unconscious. Yes, this place is not in 9 dragons. It's extremely far away from 9 dragons. We're almost out of the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That's right. Yen Kuangtu nodded. This time, it's all thanks to the help of the demonic Sky Emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape from D. The demonic Sky Sovereign is the legendary Sovereign Path expert? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He did not understand why the demonic Sky King would help him. Could it be that he was a helper invited by the 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu? That's right. It's that senior. His disciple seems to be your brother. That's why the Devil Sky Emperor came to your rescue. Supreme Martial Artist 9 Suns explained. My brother? Lu Ming was even more surprised. Buzz! At this moment, the space in the skies suddenly split open. Lu Ming was shocked. It should be Senior Emotion. Yen Kuangtu said. It was obvious that they had already contacted each other. Sure enough, a few figures stepped out of the spatial crack. One of the elders was the demonic sky sovereign. Beside him were two young men, a man and a woman. Fatty Ting Ting. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the two young people. The two young men were Fatty and Ruan Ting Ting. Lu Ming, are you all right? The fatty grinned and flew toward Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. He finally knew who his brother was. It had to be Fatty. He had never thought that Fatty's master would be the legendary Devil Sky Sovereign. Junior pays his respects to Senior Emotion. This time, I thank Senior Emotion for helping me. Yen Kuangtu, the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns, stepped forward and saluted the Devil Sky Emperor to express his gratitude. I'm Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Senior Emotion. Lu Ming also went forward to bow. You don't have to be so polite. If it weren't for my unfilial disciple, I wouldn't have bothered to attack. I've offended DE for no reason. The Devil Sky King said as he curled his lips. Old man, are you afraid of Martial Emperor D? He asked. The fatty pouted and looked at the Devil Sky King. Nine Suns Supreme, Yen Kuangtu, Lu Ming, and Ruan Tingting's eyes twitched, and they almost bit their tongues. Old man who won't die. The fatty actually called the Devil Sky Emperor that? Chapter 854. 854 Chapter 854 See you at the Battle of Providence. The Devil Sky Sovereign was furious. He blew at his beard and glared, scolding, Little brat, what did you say? Would I be afraid of D? When this old man was roaming the world, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Little brat, I'm telling you, I'm afraid of getting into trouble, you know? However, Fatty still pursed his lips and looked at him with suspicion. The demonic sky sovereign's aura weakened as he said, Little brat, what do you know? I'm telling you that kid is really talented and his cultivation is extremely profound. This time, it's fortunate that it's only his avatar. His real body should be practicing overseas. Otherwise, even I might not be able to stop him. Nine Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu nodded. They knew very well how powerful Martial Emperor D was. If he wasn't strong, how could he have built the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the East Baron and be able to compete with the Sky Demon Valley? One must know that the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't even exist before the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. At that time, there was the Talisman sect and other overlord forces. Only when all the human forces joined forces could they contend with the Heavenly Demon Valley. But now, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace alone could compete with the Sky Demon Valley, which showed how strong D was. After this battle, D Yi's real body will definitely return from the ocean. However, what can help the number one's cultivation must be very far away from the divine wilderness continent. It is impossible to return in a short time. But when he returns, he will definitely try his best to find you. What are your plans next? The Devil Sky Sovereign asked. Senior, we're planning to head to the Talisman Amulet sect next and let Lu Ming prepare for the War of Providence. Supreme Nine Suns said. Well, the Talisman sect's Mount Liangyi can't be broken even if Di Yi's original body comes. It's a good place. The Devil Sky Sovereign nodded. Senior Jiang, are we going to the Talisman Amulet sect next? Then my parents. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He thought of Lu Yuntian and the rest. The Lu clan was within the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Little guy, this little brat has told me about your situation. I live in the east of the East Baron, not far from your hometown. I will take care of your parents. Also, although Martial Emperor Di Yi's behavior is somewhat improper, he is still a Martial Emperor. He would not touch your family because of you. Otherwise, if word gets out that he, a sovereign path expert, can't deal with a junior in the spiritual ocean realm, and uses his family to threaten him, then De really can't live in the East Continent anymore. He will lose his dignity. The Devil Sky Sovereign said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly saluted the Devil Sky King and said, Lu Ming thanks Senior again. Little guy, you don't have to be so polite. Since you have offended De, it's okay to help you with this little favor. It's also for the sake of this little brat. The Devil Sky Sovereign waved his hand. In fact, he had another plan in mind. Lu Ming was not to be underestimated. He dared to attack an emperor. His determination and courage shocked him. For an ordinary person, it would be good enough if they could stand still in the face of an imperial Dao expert, let alone make a move. Under that kind of heaven-like aura, they would not be able to raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They would be defeated before they even fought. However, Lu Ming, who was in the Spirit Sea realm, was able to go against the flow. It was rare. If Lu Ming could surpass De in the future, his future would be limitless. On the other hand, he did not have much time left. If he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Ming, Kong Jin would be able to use Lu Ming's strength to go further in the future. He was making plans for Kong Jin. The demonic Sky Sovereign then looked at Nine Suns Supreme and asked, Actually, I'm very curious. Why did De want to kill you back then? Why is he so determined to capture Lu Ming now? On the side, Yen Kuangtu, Fatty, and Ruan Tingting also looked at the Nine Suns Supreme martial artist curiously. It was like this back then. The Nine Suns Supreme martial artist explained the entire situation. Damn it, he is so despicable. I have fought for him for so many years. Yen Kuangtu growled, his anger soaring. I really didn't expect that De would be so despicable and unscrupulous. It seems that De is a man of great ambition. The Devil Sky Emperor muttered. Indeed. According to my speculation, De's plan is not as simple as the East Continent. Supreme Nine Suns said. Well, I'm leaving too. I'm old. In the end, I still have to rely on you to deal with De. The demonic Sky Sovereign nodded and said. Lu Ming, I'll look for you at the Talisman Amulet Sect half a year later. We'll participate in the Battle of Providence together. I won't fight for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fatty said. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave too. Ruan Tingting walked over and said. Alright, take care. We'll meet in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go, little brat. This time, when you go back, you'd better cultivate properly. This time, you'll know what it means that there's always someone better than you. The demonic Sky King cursed. He waved his hand and swept up Fatty and Ruan Tingting. He tore open the space and stepped in. Then the space returned to normal, and the few of them disappeared. Lu Ming, these are the things you left in the Supreme Shrine. Take them. The Supreme Shrine has been destroyed. A storage ring appeared in the hands of the Nine Suns Supreme, and he handed it to Lu Ming. Senior Zhuyang, are you all right? Lu Ming took it and looked at the weak remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme. Lu Ming felt terrible. Originally, the soul power of the Nine Suns Supreme had already recovered a lot. However, this time, it became even weaker than before. This time, it was all because of him. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. This battle is a good thing for us. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. Something good. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. When you used your bloodline, the Supreme of the ancient family arrived immediately. This means that De had already discovered the appearance of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Nine Dragons, so he sent people to keep an eye on it. I have underestimated De. In that case, it will be even more dangerous for you. You don't know when De will find out. If he secretly takes action, we won't even have a chance to fight back. After this battle, the first benefit is clear. We don't have to worry about De secretly taking action. Also, after this battle, Fanatic will come with us. With his help, my soul power will recover faster. Next, Fanatic will be of great help to you in controlling the Talisman Amulet Sect. In addition, we can also befriend the demonic Sky Sovereign. If the demonic Sky Sovereign can help us at a critical moment, it will be a great help to us. These are all benefits. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, with Yen Kuangtu's help, he would be more confident in his trip to the Talisman Amulet sect. I have this soul-gathering pearl. It can slowly recover my soul power. What we need to do now is to recuperate first before going to the Talisman Amulet sect. Once you've settled down there, Fanatic will take me to find a treasure to recover my soul power. With that, the Supreme of Nine Suns flew into the Black Bead and re-entered Lu Ming's glabella. Chapter 855. 855 Talisman Sect, Mount Liang. Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to recuperate. Yen Kuangtu said. He swept Lu Ming with his vital essence and tore the space apart. The two of them disappeared. A day later, they had completely left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and entered the territory of the Talisman Amulet Sect. The territory that the Talisman Amulet Sect currently occupied was much smaller than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, it still had over 30 large regions and was extremely vast. In the middle of the vast mountains, there was a small lake that was like a bright pearl. Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the lake and circulated the true war dragon technique to begin healing. On a mountain peak a few miles away, Yen Kuangtu was also sitting cross-legged, healing his injuries. Yen Kuangtu had also been injured in the battle with Martial Emperor Di. Nine Dragons was not peaceful at all. Although the war was over, the disturbance caused by it was spreading far and wide. Countless people were talking about this matter. Lu Ming, Yen Kuangtu, the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns, was being discussed by countless people. The heads of the 9 dragon veins were each guarded by a divine 9-dragon cauldron. After the great battle, the 9 divine cauldrons returned to their old places. They were like the ancient divine mountains, never moving. Countless people went to the heads of the 9 dragon veins to observe. There were even countless people who came forward, hoping to learn from Lu Ming and pull out the cauldron. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. How could they touch a divine cauldron that an imperial path expert could not touch? But why is Lu Ming able to pull out the cauldron and even summon the 9 cauldrons while the others can't? What secret does he have? Perhaps he has obtained the recognition of the divine 9-dragon cauldron? Recognition? There's a condition to this. I heard that it has something to do with Lu Ming's bloodline. It's said that His Majesty the Martial Emperor made a move for this bloodline. Now that Lu Ming is still alive, do you think he will return one day and summon the 9 cauldrons? Shush, lower your voice, do you want to die? Countless people were discussing, but they were all very careful when it came to sensitive topics. Despite the wind and rain, the 9 cauldrons did not move, as if they were waiting for their master. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At the lakeside, Lu Ming's body glowed faintly. A tsunami-like sound came from his body. After a while, the sound died down and Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've fully recovered from my injuries. It's a pity that the 9-dragon bloodline exploded its golden chakra and I've returned to the 9th level of the King realm. However, this doesn't matter. As long as I have enough blood essence, I can quickly advance to the level of a god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Strength, my strength is still too weak. I'm far from those experts. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. After this battle, Lu Ming clearly saw the gap between him and the top master of the East Baron. In front of De and Martial Emperor, he was like an ant. There was no way to compare. There were also supreme beings and spiritual god realm experts. Each and every one of them was terrifyingly powerful and much more powerful than him. His strength was too weak. If he was weak, he would be in a passive position. Strength. Everything was because of strength. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Little Qing, wait for me in the central continent. I will definitely go there and take you away. That day will not be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. This time, he understood that he had been too impulsive. But who had not been impulsive when they were young? Moreover, he had to see the person he loved go to a place she was unwilling to go to and suffer. How could he be indifferent? The key was that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he would be able to break through all obstacles. Who could stop him? This was the second time in his life that Lu Ming had such a strong desire for strength. The first time was when Lu Yao stripped him of his bloodline and wanted to take away the Lu family. At that time, Lu Ming was extremely eager for strength. With strength, he would be able to defeat Lu Yao and regain control of the Lu family, control his own fate, and prevent Li Ping from being bullied. But now, he desired strength. With strength, he could take Xianxia away, fight against Martial Emperor Di and protect his family and friends. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I wonder where that fellow Dandan has run off to. At this moment, Lu Ming thought of Dandan. Previously, during the battle in Nine Dragons, Dandan had run away and no one knew where she went. That guy is very cunning. He should be fine. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? He asked. Yan Kuangtu appeared beside Lu Ming and asked. I've already recovered. Lu Ming stood up and said. Okay, let's go to the Talisman Sect's Yin and Yang Mountain. I'm an old friend of the Talisman Sect's leader. I've already informed him. Yan Kuangtu said. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Yan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Huh, why are you being so polite with me? Speaking of which, the two of us can be considered as fellow disciples. It's just that Shizhuan didn't accept you as a disciple. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Immediately, Yan Kuangtu tore open the space and rushed towards the Yin and Yang mountain with Lu Ming. Half a day later, a huge mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Although they were miles apart, Lu Ming could still feel the magnificence of the Yin and Yang mountain as he stood high in the sky. Mount Liangyi was the headquarters of the Talisman sect. It was made up of two huge mountain ranges. These two mountain ranges were like two Yin and Yang fish intertwining with each other, forming the shape of the Yin and Yang of Tai Chi. Even though they were separated by a vast distance, Lu Ming could still feel a vast pressure emanating from it. It pressed down on his heart and his sea of consciousness, causing his mental energy fire to throb. Two mountain ranges forming a natural array, with the help of the inscription array, is this the Mount Liangyi, which is said to be unbreakable by martial emperors. As expected, it's the creation of heaven and earth. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that there were terrifying killing formations around the Yin and Yang mountain. Once a strong enemy approached, they would definitely kill. This was the headquarters of the Talisman Amulet sect. After countless years, it had been engraved with a terrifying killing array. This was also the Talisman Amulet sect's reliance. Although there was no emperor in the Talisman Amulet sect now, it was still one of the four overlord forces. Even DE and martial emperors could not do anything about it. Buzz! At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly fluctuated. Then, the space cracked open and a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a taiji robe and had a sage-like look. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The moment he appeared, he swept his gaze across Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, you've really caused a big commotion. The battle in Nine Dragons has shaken the entire Eastern Barren territory. I'm afraid that some of the bigger forces have already heard about it. Bai Shijin, are you making fun of me? Yan Kuangtu took a sip of his wine and said casually. He then introduced Lu Ming. This person is called Bai Shijin, the Talisman Sect Master of the Talisman Sect. He can be considered an old acquaintance of mine. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So this person was the Talisman Sect Master. Right now, the Talisman Sect was divided into two factions, the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction. The two factions were not willing to submit to each other and had endless disputes. You must be Lu Ming? I heard that you were the one who started the Battle of Nine Dragons. I'm very curious. What is it that could make De take action personally? Bai Shijin looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 856. 856 The Higher-Ups of the Talisman Sect. Bai Shijin, we'll talk about this later. Let's talk about serious business first. Yan Kuangtu said. Serious business? Yan Kuangtu, don't tell me you two really want to join my Talisman Amulet Sect? Speaking of which, I think the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse Sect are better choices. With the power of the Heavenly Corpse Sect or the Sky Demon Valley, we can better fight against the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and De, right? Bai Shijin said as he stroked his beard. Bai Shijin, you're wrong. I'm not here to seek refuge with the Talisman Amulet Sect. I'm here to help Lu Ming take charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Yan Kuangtu was very direct and went straight to the point. What did you just say? Bai Shijin's body suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu, this joke is not funny at all. It's not funny, but it's not a joke. I'll tell you directly. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Lien Song. Yan Kuangtu said. What did you just say? This time, Bai Shijin almost screamed. He could not control his emotions at all. His eyes were wide open and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. The inheritor of Grandmaster Liao Song? You've seen Grandmaster Liao Song? Grandmaster has been missing for 3,000 years. Where did you see him? Don't try to lie to me. A bunch of questions popped up in Bai Shijin's mouth. Senior White, whether it's true or not, you'll know after looking at this. Lu Ming took a step forward and with a wave of his hand, the all-array diagram appeared in his hand. He opened the all-array diagram and a powerful aura filled the air. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas carved on it. There were countless wonderful patterns and it was extremely mysterious. Bai Shijin's pupils contracted sharply. His eyes were fixed on the myriad array diagram in Lu Ming's hands as he muttered to himself, "It's the all-formation illustration, it's really the all-formation illustration. What's wrong with Grandmaster Lien Song? Why have you disappeared for 3,000 years and still haven't returned?" Master Lien Song, I'm afraid you don't have much time left, Lu Ming sighed. What's going on? What's going on? Bai Shijin stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Bai Shijin, you still don't believe me when I have the million formation illustration in my hands? Yan Kuangtu said coldly. The all-formation illustration is Grandmaster Lien Song's divine weapon. It is also the token of the Talisman Sect's leader. If not for Grandmaster Lien Song's direct teachings, you would never be able to get it, not even the Emperor. Where is Grandmaster Lien Song now? I want to know. Bai Shijin said. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him what happened when he met Lien Song. What? The patriarch was secretly killed by De? Damn it, despicable and shameless De. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Bai Shijin roared in anger. He really did not expect that Lien Song would be harmed by De. Then, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace slowly encroached on the Talisman Amulet Sect's territory, causing the Talisman Amulet Sect to become weaker and weaker. Bai Shijin, you already know the whole story. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Lien Song. He was entrusted by Senior Lien Song to take charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Are you going to disobey the Patriarch's order? Yan Kuangtu stared at Bai Shijin and said in a deep voice. Bai Shijin's face darkened, as if he was considering something. After a while, he said, Back then, I was greatly indebted to the Grandmaster. Without him, I would not be where I am today. I can never hope for the Grandmaster's kindness and will never go against his orders. However, I can't make the decision in the Talisman Amulet Sect. There are still elders in the Talisman Sect. Moreover, there are also people from the Puppet Sect. They might not agree to it. It's extremely difficult for Lu Ming to take over the Talisman Amulet Sect. You mean they won't respect Lian Cong's life? Yan Kuangtu said coldly. If Grandmaster Liao Cong was here, they would not dare to do so. But now, Lu Ming is just a junior. I'm afraid it's very difficult for him to do so with just 1 million array illustration. Bai Shijin sighed. Senior White, how would you know if you don't try? Lu Ming smiled. Alright, follow me into the Talisman Amulet sect. I will gather the elders of both sects and make a decision together. Bai Shijin thought for a moment and said, Alright, let's do that. Yan Kuangtu nodded. Let's go. Bai Shijin tore open the space and the two of them followed him into it. If he followed Bai Shijin, he would naturally not be attacked by the formation. Otherwise, even if he were to tear space apart, he would still be attacked by the formation. The next moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, and Bai Shijin appeared in a courtyard. Yan Kuangtu, Lu Ming, the two of you stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll gather the higher-ups and elders of both sects to discuss and make a decision. Then, the two of you will go together. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu nodded, and Bai Shijin left. Big brother Yan, if we enter the Talisman Amulet sect like this, can we trust Bai Shijin? Lu Ming asked Yan Kuangtu. If Bai Shijin harbored ill intentions, it would be very dangerous for them to enter this place. Lu Ming, don't worry about that. Bai Shijin is an old friend of my master. We have known each other for many years. He is a very loyal person. He was taught by Senior Lian Cong. He is said to be a grand disciple, but he is actually no different from a disciple. He is very loyal to Senior Lian Cong. Yan Kuangtu said. If that's the case, then that's good. Lu Ming said. Thus, they settled down here. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lian Cong sent someone to bring them to the meeting hall. In a huge hall, more than a dozen figures were sitting. There were men and women, middle-aged and white-haired elders. At the very top, on the left sat Bai Shijin, and on the right sat a white-haired old man with the air of a sage. This old man was the current head of the puppet sect, Du Songjue. The dozen or so people in the hall were the highest-ranking doyens in the Talisman sect. Some of them were equivalent to supreme-level doyens, while the weakest of them was equivalent to a peak 9th-level spiritual god realm existence. They were the group of people with the highest status in the Talisman sect. Bai Shijin, you gathered all of us together and said that you have something important to discuss. What is it? Can you tell me now? A burly middle-aged man on the right said. This man was an elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. He was extremely powerful, equivalent to a supreme being. As of now, the Talisman Amulet sect only had a total of 5 supreme being experts. One could only imagine how powerful this person was in the Talisman Amulet sect. Not everyone is here yet. I'll tell you when everyone is here. Bai Shijin said. Not yet. The higher-ups of our 2 sects are all here. Who are we waiting for? Meng Chong said. He's waiting for us. A rough voice came from outside the hall. Then 2 figures walked in. Yan Kuangtu, is that you? As soon as Meng Chong saw Yan Kuangtu, he stood up. Esilavir light shone between his brows, but there were traces of faint golden light mixed in the Esilavir light. A powerful aura spread out. The faint golden light indicated that the mental fire was about to turn golden. A golden mental fire was equivalent to a level 9 alchemist, which was equivalent to an emperor. Silavir with gold, equivalent to a half-step emperor, a supreme being. Chapter 857. 857 Chapter 857 Daggers drawn. Boom! Yan Kuangtu's body also exploded with a powerful aura. He stared at Meng Chong and said, Meng Chong, what are you shouting for? Are you surprised to see me? Of course I'm surprised to see you. Who doesn't know about the battle in 9 Dragons? Yan Kuangtu, so you escaped from 9 Dragons and came to Mount Liangyi to seek refuge with our Talisman Amulet sect. Bai Shijin, you've gathered us here to discuss Yen Kuangtu's surrender, right? I object. If Martial Emperor D knows that Yen Kuangtu has joined us, he will start a war with the Talisman Amulet sect. It will not be worth it. Meng Chong shouted. That's right. Although Yen Kuangtu's combat strength is strong, it's not worth it to offend Martial Emperor D. The other elders of the puppet sect also chimed in. Lu Ming looked on coldly. It was said that the puppet sect intended to join Martial Emperor D. Now, it seemed to be true. However, Bai Shijin and the elders of Fu sect did not say anything. Meng Chong, I think you're overthinking it. I'm not here to join you. I'm here for Brother Lu Ming. Yen Kuangtu laughed. Lu Ming. The rest of the people turned to look at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious as to why such a young man could cause a war in Nine Dragons, and why even Martial Emperor D had to fight in person. He's Lu Ming. It's said that the Battle of Nine Dragons was because of him. You want us to protect him, don't you? How could he offend Martial Emperor D because of him? Yen Kuangtu, I advise you to leave quickly. There is no room for discussion. Meng Chong said. Who said that Lu Ming is here to join the Talisman Amulet sect? He's here to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. Yen Kuangtu said with a smile. Silence. The hall suddenly fell silent. The patriarchs of the Talisman Amulet sect were stunned. They looked at Yen Kuangtu and Lu Ming in a daze. Yen Kuangtu, I think you're crazy. You were beaten silly by Martial Emperor D in Nine Dragons. You can't stay in Nine Dragons anymore, so you came to my Talisman Amulet sect to talk nonsense. He, a young boy, is in charge of the Talisman Amulet sect? What a joke, what a joke. After a while, Meng Chong laughed crazily. The others also looked at Yen Kuangtu as if he was a madman. Yen Kuangtu pursed his lips and took out his wine gourd. He took a sip of wine and said, If Lu Ming is Senior Lien Song's inheritor and is entrusted by Senior Lien Song to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect, I wonder if it will be possible. Silence. The hall fell silent again, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Nonsense. Grandmaster Liao Zong has disappeared for 3,000 years. How could he have inherited his legacy? It was still Meng Chong who spoke. Du Songjue's eyes gleamed as he looked at the expressionless Bai Shijin. I wonder if this can prove it. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and the all-array diagram appeared in his hands. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on the all-formation illustration. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Then there were gasps of shock. It's the 10,000 formation chart. Oh my God, it's back. The all-formation illustration is the divine weapon of the sect master Lien Song. It is also the token of the sect master. Without the sect master's personal teaching, no one else can control it. Is he really the inheritor of the sect master? In the hall, a burst of exclamations came. Silavira light flickered on the foreheads of the Grand Elders as their spirit fire flickered. Their spirit energy was like a spirit storm that filled the hall and formed a powerful pressure. Boy, where did you get the all-formation diagram? Hurry up and hand it over. Meng Chong suddenly stood up. A terrifying pressure emanated from his glabella and pressed toward Lu Ming. His eyes flickered with greed. If he could obtain the 10,000 array diagram, Puppet Sect would be able to command the entire Talisman Amulet Sect. Up above, Du Songjue's eyes were also shining. The mental energy fire between his brows was jumping. He was clearly extremely excited. Bang! Yen Kuangtu took a step forward. A powerful aura surged out and enveloped Lu Ming's body, resisting the pressure. What's wrong? You want to disobey Senior Lien Song's order and steal the all-formation illustration? Yen Kuangtu's eyes turned cold. The million array diagram is a sacred object of the Talisman Amulet Sect. How can it be controlled by a young kid? Hand over the million array diagram now and tell us about the situation of Grandmaster Liao Zong. Then, we will let you leave safely. Meng Chong said coldly. What a joke. Meng Chong, do you believe that I will cripple you? Yen Kuangtu let out a loud roar. His body was covered in golden crow fire. His violent aura pressed down on Meng Chong, causing the atmosphere in the hall to rise. Meng Chong's expression changed drastically. His mental energy fire flickered, and in front of him, dense inscriptions suddenly spread out, forming a large inscription formation to resist Yen Kuangtu's pressure. At the same time, he shouted, "Yen Kuangtu, although your combat strength is strong, this is the Talisman sect. If we fight, you will die without a doubt. Enough to kill you." Yen Kuangtu shouted in an overbearing manner. Meng Chong and the other members of the puppet sect looked solemn. They thought of the battle in Nine Dragons. In the Battle of Nine Dragons, Yen Kuangtu's combat strength was unrivaled. He was actually able to fight against 3 great supremes. His combat strength had reached a terrifying level. If they were to really fight him, they would have to pay a heavy price even if they could take him down. "Ha, Meng Chong, brother fanatic, we are all old acquaintances. Why are we so tense? Let's sit down and talk slowly." At this moment, Du Songjue, who had been silent the entire time, laughed. Meng Chong snorted and sat down again. Yen Kuangtu chuckled and retracted his aura. Lu Ming did not say anything. He sighed in his heart. He already knew that it would not be easy to control the Talisman Amulet sect with just the 10,000 array diagram. And this was with Yen Kuangtu around. If he was alone, he believed that the Talisman sect would definitely kill him and seize the million array diagram without any room for negotiation. This was strength. Only with strength would there be room for negotiation. Lu Ming has inherited Grandmaster Liao Tsong's legacy. This can't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the all-formation illustration. Bai Shijin slowly opened his mouth. That's true. The other elders of Talisman sect also nodded. So what if this is the case? To let a young kid like him take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect? Moreover, he has offended Martial Emperor D. If Martial Emperor D comes to find him, it will be a big disaster. Meng Chong coldly snorted. Hee, Meng Chong, I know that your puppet sect wants to join Martial Emperor Di's side, but is Di worth it? For example, my master, the Nine Suns Supreme, has made many contributions to Di, but he still killed him. If you join him, you might end up the same way. Yen Kuangtu laughed. The expressions of Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the rest of the puppet sect changed, but they did not say anything. And let me tell you something. Didn't you want to know why Senior Lien Song suddenly disappeared? He was killed by Di, and only a wisp of his soul was left, which escaped underground. Yen Kuangtu's voice was like a storm that swept through the hall. Chapter 858. 858 Chapter 858 Displaying Talent. Other than Bai Shijin, who knew about this in advance and was relatively calm, the others were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Sect Master Liansong was actually killed by Martial Emperor Di? How is that possible? Such a thing actually happened? All the elders were shocked, especially the puppet sect's elders. It's absolutely true. Master said it himself. The all-formation diagram is now half-ruined because Master was seriously injured in the battle with Ti. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a figure stepped out from between his eyebrows. It was the Nine Suns Supreme. The Nine Suns Supreme. The members of the Talisman sect all looked over at Paragon Nine Suns. Many of them had been old acquaintances with him. Everyone, what Lu Ming said is true. I have met Senior Lien Song once underground. Supreme Nine Suns said. The words of the Nine Suns Supreme Master made everyone fall into silence. Master, you were actually killed by Martial Emperor Di. Du Songjue muttered to himself. Du Songjue was the personal disciple of Lien Song. So, do you still want to join Di? If the other disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect knew that the sect master, the master of the Talisman Amulet sect, had been killed by Martial Emperor Di, and that you wanted to join him instead, what would they think? Yen Kuangtu sneered. The faces of Meng Chong and the other founding elders of the puppet sect turned ugly. De had secretly harmed Lien Song and then encroached on the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect. They were mortal enemies. How could they rely on De? If the disciples in the sect knew about this, many of them would probably rebel, right? Since De had harmed Lien Song, how could he accept them? They wouldn't be on guard against them. This path was clearly impossible. What the Talisman Amulet sect can do now is to unite and accumulate strength to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Martial Emperor De. Otherwise, only defeat awaits them. Yen Kuangtu shouted. What a joke! How can he fight against Martial Emperor? Who can compete with De if he is not an emperor? Meng Chong sneered. The others nodded in agreement. If someone can break into the martial royal realm, he can naturally compete with De and even kill him. Yen Kuangtu said. Break into the martial royal realm? It's not that easy. In the past 10,000 years, how many peerless geniuses have been born in the Eastern Barren Territory? How many of them can break through to the martial royal realm? On average, there's only one in a few thousand years. Yen Kuangtu, you are known as the Heaven Chosen of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. Are you confident? Meng Chong looked at Yen Kuangtu with a sneer. I might not be able to do it, but Lu Ming definitely can. Yen Kuangtu said. What right did a young kid have? What a joke. Meng Chong sneered. I think so too. Besides, Senior Lien Song also thinks so. The Nine Sons Supreme Martial Artist spoke, causing Meng Chong to shut up. The people from the Talisman sect could not help but focus their attention on Lu Ming again. They could not help but recall the rumors about Lu Ming. Even Martial Emperor Di had taken action because of him. Yen Kuangtu and Master Zhuyang, the two unrivaled Supreme Masters, trusted him so much. Also, why did Lien Song pass his inheritance to him? What was so special about him? He was worthy of the attention of so many big shots. Attention! Everyone, since Lu Ming has received the Grandmaster's legacy, we cannot disobey the Grandmaster's orders. At this moment, Bai Shijin spoke again. This matter is of great importance. It concerns the future of the Talisman Amulet sect. We have to consider it carefully unless Lu Ming can prove that he is worth the risk. Du Songju said. That's right. I've only heard that this kid is very talented in martial arts. However, if he wants to control our Talisman Amulet sect, he can't rely on martial arts. Kid, show me your spiritual ring. Meng Chong said coldly. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that the people from the puppet sect had started to relent. This was a good start. Seniors, since you want to see it, then take a look. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows glowed and 6 spiritual rings appeared above his head. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue, 6 colors and 6 rings. The hall fell into silence again. Everyone's eyes and mouth were wide open. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze. They looked at the spirit ring on top of his head and revealed looks of disbelief. Perfection, all of them have reached perfection. The first 5 levels have all reached perfection. How is this possible? Meng Chong opened his mouth wide as if he had just swallowed a dead rat. Genius, a peerless genius. This kind of talent is comparable to that of Lien Song. That's right. Back then, the ancestral master Liao Tsong had completed the first 5 levels. For the 6th level, he had lit 9 lamps. Lu Ming has a chance of reaching the heights of the ancestral master Liao Tsong. The patriarchs of the Talisman Amulet sect were discussing in shock. Bai Shijin was also dumbfounded and shocked. The reason why he was on Lu Ming's side was mainly because of Lien Tsong's legacy. No matter who Lien Tsong's legacy was passed on to, he would support it. However, he never expected that Lu Ming's talent in inscription was so terrifying. The first 5 levels were all in the Great Circle. In the past 10,000 years, no one in the Talisman sect had reached this level except for Lien Song. On the side, Yan Kuangtu was also dumbfounded. He did not know that Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was so terrifying. He could not help but smile bitterly. He's a dual cultivator, yet he's still able to achieve such an achievement. This kid is amazing. No wonder he was chosen by Grandmaster Liao Tsong. Who knows, he might be able to revitalize our talisman amulet sect in the future? That's hard to say. The elders of the talisman sect discussed. By Shijin, this matter is of great importance. Let's discuss it. Du Songjue looked at Bai Shijin. I called you here to discuss this. Bai Shijin nodded. He then looked at Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, and the others. Why don't you all wait outside the hall first? We need to discuss this. All right, seniors, please go ahead. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked out of the hall with Yan Kuangtu. It's almost done, but it's impossible for Lu Ming to take charge of the talisman amulet sect like this. I reckon that the talisman amulet sect will put Lu Ming through some tests. Supreme Nine Sun said. There's no harm in testing. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Then they waited quietly. This wait lasted for 3 hours before someone finally called for them to enter the hall again. Lu Ming, you're still young and your cultivation level is still low. I'm afraid that most people won't be happy if you're in charge of the talisman amulet sect now. It'll only bring more trouble. We've discussed with the elders and decided to let you be one of the candidates for the talisman amulet sect's Zongzi. What do you think? Bai Shijin was the first to speak. Every sect would have a few Zongzi candidates. These people were all peerless geniuses who would compete with each other. Only the one who stood out in the end would become a true Zongzi and inherit the sect in the future. Chapter 859. 859 A Huge Test. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, it was already very difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. After all, Lu Ming had only just arrived. He had only managed to become a Zongzi because of Yan Kuangtu and the martial prowess of the Nine Suns Supreme. If he had come alone, it would be impossible for these big shots to compromise, and he would not have the chance to show off. He would first obtain the Zongzi candidate position, then he would have to fight for it himself. Du Songjue and the rest nodded. Lu Ming's neither arrogant nor impatient attitude made everyone satisfied. First of all, I'll make you a Zongzi candidate. However, if you want to become an official Zongzi and take charge of the talisman amulet sect in the future, there's one more condition. Du Songjue said slowly. It's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that there would definitely be conditions. It would not be that simple. Senior, please speak. Lu Ming said. The condition is that you must stand out in the upcoming Battle of Providence and win first place. That way, you can immediately become an official Zongzi after the Battle of Providence ends. Du Songjue said. The sect masters and elders of the Talisman sect, and Puppet sect stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Before Lu Ming could speak, Yan Kuangtu roared, What? The first place in the Battle of Providence? How is this possible? Lu Ming has only cultivated for a short period of time. You are deliberately making things difficult for him. This condition is too difficult. Change it. First place in the Battle of Providence. Even though Yan Kuangtu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He did not doubt Lu Ming's talent. However, Lu Ming's cultivation time was still slightly shorter than the other geniuses. The top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all crazy, especially the top 10, who were extremely terrifying. Furthermore, there were also many newly emerged Heaven's favorites who were extremely brilliant. No one knew how strong they were. And this was the human race. The heavenly monster tribe had many descendants with powerful bloodlines. It was too difficult to win first place. This was simply deliberately making things difficult for him. Yan Kuangtu, this condition is difficult, but it's even more difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm and compete with The martial royal realm only appears once every few thousand years in the eastern barren territory. How many heaven's favorites have been born in the past few thousand years? Even if this generation is a golden age with many geniuses, there are only a few who can break through to the martial emperor realm in the future. Lu Ming must suppress this era so that he can have a chance to break through to the martial emperor realm in the future. Only then will he have a chance to compete with or even defeat Di. Meng Chang's eyes were bright as he shouted. Yan Kuangtu remained silent. He knew that Meng Chang's words made sense. Good. I agree. A clear voice suddenly sounded. Many people's eyes lit up and they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the hall quietly, his body straight. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. First place in the Battle of Providence? He had to do it and he had to do it. As Meng Chong had said, if he couldn't do it, how could he fight against martial emperor? Anyone who had reached the martial royal realm was a legend. And he wanted to create his own legend. Although he knew it would be difficult, he was motivated only when there was pressure. All right, it's a deal then. If you can obtain first place in the Battle of Providence, you will definitely bring great luck to the Talisman Amulet sect. When that time comes, I will not go back on my words and will definitely assist you to become the sect leader. Anyone who wants to stop you will have to go through me first. Du Songjue stood up, his voice resounding and powerful. In the past, the puppet sect wanted to seek refuge with Martial Emperor Di because they were afraid that the Talisman sect would be destroyed. They just wanted to leave behind some of their descendants, not because they were really afraid of death. That's what I wanted to say. Moreover, Lu Ming, if you really get first place, I believe that no one in the Talisman Amulet sect will be unconvinced. Bai Shijin also said. The other elders also nodded. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming will definitely do it. Lu Ming's voice was firm. Okay, it's settled. One more thing, you'd better not use your real name now. If Di knows that you're in the Talisman Amulet sect, I'm afraid there will be trouble. I can use a fake name for now. Bai Shijin suggested. Then from now on, I'll use the name Tianyun. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Tianyun. He had once used it in the Blazing Sun Empire, and not many people knew about it. Alright, that's all for today. A few days later, I'll send out a notice to inform the entire sect that you've become a candidate for the Zongzi position. Goodbye. After Du Songjue finished speaking, he stood up and left with large strides. Meng Chong and the others also stood up and left. In the end, the Talisman sect's elders also left one after another, leaving only Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and Lu Ming in the hall. Lu Ming, the rest will be up to you. In a few days, the Zongzi candidate token will be given to you. When the time comes, you can enter any of the sacred cultivation grounds of the Talisman Amulet sect. Also, I've already informed my disciple. I'll arrange a new place for you to live later. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Thank you, Senior White. Lu Ming was sincerely grateful. This time, Bai Shijin had helped him a lot. At that moment, a pearl flew out from Lu Ming's glabella. It was the soul-gathering pearl of the Nine Suns Supreme. It flew to Yan Kuangtu and he reached out to grab it. Lu Ming, cultivate in the Talisman Amulet sect from now on. I'm going to bring Master to find some treasures to help Master condense his soul power. Yan Kuangtu said. I hope Senior Zhuyang can recover soon. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them were still talking when a young woman walked in. This woman was in her early 20s. She had an impressive figure and was very beautiful in a long red dress. Master, is there something you need me for? The young lady glanced at Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu curiously before bowing to Bai Shijin. Qi Shui, you're here. Let me introduce you to Tianyun. This is his first time at the Talisman Amulet sect and he will be cultivating there from now on. Please take care of him during this period of time. Also, Tianyun will be moving into Cloud Peak House. Bai Shijin said to the young woman. What? No, Master, I won't agree to let him stay in Cloud Peak House. I've always lived there alone. When the young woman heard this, she immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? The Cloud Peak residence has the eyes of inscription, and it's the easiest place to sense the laws of inscription. How can I let you monopolize such a good place? Tianyun has to move there, and if you don't agree, you can move. Bai Shijin's face darkened. And NBSP, the young woman's face paled and she stopped talking. Her eyes began to mist as she looked at Bai Shijin. Master usually doted on her the most, but today he actually scolded her for an outsider, making her feel very wronged. Tianyun, this is my youngest disciple, Bai Qixue. I've spoiled her, and she's embarrassed me. In the future, you two will get along well. Bai Shijin smiled. Greetings, Miss Bai. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Bai Qixue. Mph. Bai Qixue snorted and ignored Lu Ming. Chapter 860. 860 Chapter 860 Bai Qixue. Qixue, what kind of attitude is this? Alright, now, bring Tianyun to Cloud Peak residence. You can also take a look around the surrounding area. Bai Shijin ordered. Bai Qixue stomped her feet and turned to leave without looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile. He really wanted to suggest that Bai Shijin arrange another place for him to stay. It would be more peaceful to stay alone. However, he thought that the Yun Peak house must be very special. It must have been specially arranged by Bai Shijin. Lu Ming did not say anything. He bid farewell to Yan Kuangtu and Bai Shijin and left with Bai Qixue. After Lu Ming and Bai Qixue left, Yan Kuangtu looked at Bai Shijin with a faint smile and said, Bai Shijin, you're really a sly old fox. What are you planning by arranging for such a beautiful disciple to stay with Lu Ming? Cough cough. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and blushed. Brother Yan, you're thinking too much. Lu Ming is a genius. I just want my disciple to learn more from Lu Ming. As for the sparks between young people, that's all up to fate. Ha! Bai Shijin laughed awkwardly. The meeting hall was at the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Lu Ming followed Bai Qixue out of the meeting hall and walked toward the yin fish. Along the way, Bai Qixue pouted and did not say a word. She did not even look at Lu Ming as she continued to fly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only brace himself and follow. Liangyi Mountain was very vast and occupied a large area. There were countless mountains, lakes, and blessed lands. The two of them flew for more than 100,000 miles, crossing countless mountains and rivers along the way. Finally, they flew toward a peak shrouded in clouds and mist. On the peak of the mountain, there was a courtyard that was exquisitely built. This was Yun Peak House. What a wonderful place! Lu Ming's eyes lit up the moment he landed on the mountain. He could feel the mental energy fire throbbing in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that he could easily sense the existence of the inscription laws and absorb the inscription power from them to upgrade his mental energy fire. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The world was really wonderful. There were all kinds of strange places. Some places had spiritual eyes and extremely dense spiritual energy. Some places had eyes of Tao, which could help him understand the essence realm of heaven and earth more clearly. However, there was the eye of inscription here, which could easily sense the laws of inscription and absorb the power of inscription. No wonder Bai Shijin had arranged for him to come here. He also hoped that he could improve faster before the Battle of Providence. Bai Qixue opened the door and walked in, followed by Lu Ming. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming noticed that there were some platforms in the courtyard. On the platforms, there were various materials. Lu Ming took one look and knew that they were the materials to refine various runes and inscription scrolls. It seemed that Bai Qixue had been making runes here. That room is yours. Bai Qixue pointed at a room on the left and spoke for the first time. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. Lu Ming nodded. Also, let me tell you, the things in this courtyard are all things that I used to make inscription scrolls. If you don't understand, don't touch them, understand? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming. She had never seen Lu Ming in the Talisman Amulet sect. Among the paragons of the talisman amulet sect, there was no one named Lu Ming. She did not know where her master had found this person. He was so important to her that he even allowed him to stay in Yunpeak House. However, in her heart, since he was not a paragon of the talisman amulet sect, his Tao of inscription would not be any better. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would damage her materials and disturb her cultivation. "All right, I won't touch it." Lu Ming nodded. He could not be bothered to argue with a young lady. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked around and walked into the room on the left, closing the door. "I'm cultivating here alone, and I'm free. Master even arranged for someone to come in, and he's a man. I have to think of a way to make him leave on his own." Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's door, her eyes darting around. "Yes, I did." "He just came here, so he must not know anything. I just ignored him after that. What did he ask me? I already said I don't know. Let's just ignore him and see how long he can stay." With that thought in mind, Bai Qixue smiled and felt much better. She started to study the inscription scrolls in the yard. "This place is indeed wondrous. My mental energy fire is about to make a breakthrough. Let's try the effects." Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and activated the meditation. Immediately, his mind seemed to pass through layers of void and enter the inscription law. The surrounding inscription power was endless and very clear. It was as if Lu Ming could quickly absorb it with a single thought. He immediately started cultivating. Wisps of the power of inscription passed through the void and landed in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. They were absorbed by his mental energy fire, and Lu Ming's mental energy fire slowly became more vigorous. In his sea of consciousness, 4 blue spirit lamps were burning fiercely. They had already reached their limit and were only 1 step away from lighting 5. "This is amazing. I can absorb the power of inscription dozens of times faster than other places. It's even more amazing with my meditation of the underworld." Lu Ming was shocked, and he put in more effort in his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. In his sea of consciousness, the flames of the 4 blue spirit lamps were already at their peak. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in the 5th spirit lamp and jumped in the air. The 5th lamp of spirit was lit. Lu Ming opened his eyes after a while. 5 blue spirit lamps. Now, my spirit energy is boundless. I wonder what level it has reached. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his fingers and started to inscribe in the air. Inscriptions appeared and glowed as if they were going to be carved into the space. In an instant, an array was formed and embedded in the void, shining with a faint light. Unfortunately, after 10 breaths, the formation collapsed. There's still a gap. My mind power can't inscribe formations in the air yet. Perhaps I'll be able to do it if I light 1 or 2 more lamps. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If this was known by others, their jaws would probably drop. It was extremely difficult to inscribe an array in the void. One had to be a rank 7 true inscription refinement master, which was equivalent to a spirit embryo realm expert. Furthermore, a true inscription alchemist who had just broken through to rank 7 would not be able to do so. The array carved in the air could not be left there for long. Only an expert among rank 7 alchemists could do it. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 6th level alchemist, but the array he inscribed could already stay in the void for a short time. He believed that if his mental strength was stronger, he could really inscribe an array in the void. This was extremely shocking. A level 6 inscriber could inscribe an array in the void, and not many people had been able to do it since ancient times. Once it was achieved, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase rapidly and the restrictions of the Tao of inscription would be even less. With my current combat strength, I'm still far from being able to win first place in the Battle of Providence. It's unrealistic to rush up in either one of them in a short time. Martial arts and the Tao of inscription must advance together and cooperate with each other to exert great power. Only then will I have a greater chance of winning. The most important thing now is to raise the bloodline of the 9 dragons to the level of divine bloodline again. The Talisman Amulet sect focuses on the Tao of inscription. I believe that there will be a lot of demonic beast blood essence. I'll go and buy some first. At the thought of this, Lu Ming got up, pushed the door open and walked out. Chapter 861. 861 Chapter 861 Guidance. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Bai Qixue concentrating on making inscription scrolls in the yard. A piece of white paper made of special materials was placed on the platform. Bai Qixue frowned and a blue spiritual fire glowed on his fingertips. Some powder-like materials were sucked into the air and turned into runes under his fingers, then they were absorbed into the paper. Inscriptions would appear on the white paper, intertwining with each other, creating a beautiful and dazzling sight. A Class 7 Level 6 Skyfire Godly Sword. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bai Qixue was refining a 7th level Skyfire Sword inscription scroll. Once this inscription scroll was activated, it could release a Skyfire Sword, which was equivalent to the attack power of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. He appeared behind Bai Qixue silently and watched with great interest. Bai Qixue's technique was very exquisite, and her speed of inscribing was also very good at controlling the spiritual fire. His usage of mental energy fire has already reached the advanced stage of minute subtlety, as expected of Bai Shijin's disciple. Impressive. Lu Ming secretly admired her. Besides the strength of one's mental energy fire, an inscription master's combat strength and mastery of their Tao of inscription were also related to their usage of the mental energy. If one's mental energy fire was used to an extremely profound level, one could completely defeat a stronger opponent, just like fighting above one's level in martial arts. The usage of mental energy fire could be divided into 5 realms: adept, minute, heart, intent, and divine. Each realm was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Generally speaking, a rank 6 alchemist who could reach the minute subtlety was already considered a genius. The third realm, the heart, usually required a rank 7 alchemist to master. Intent movement required a rank 8 inscriber to master it, while the Shenhe required a rank 9 imperial path expert. Bai Qixue was very young, but she could control her spiritual fire to the late stage of refinement, which was already very rare. She could be considered a peerless genius. Bai Qixue's fingers were moving in the air smoothly. Inscriptions flew into the paper one after another. The Skyfire Godly Sword Talisman Scroll was about to be completed. Bzzz. Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke came out of the talisman scroll. The entire talisman scroll burst into flames and burned fiercely, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Failed again? What's going on? Can't I inscribe a rank 7 level 6 spell scroll with my current cultivation? Bai Qixue gritted her teeth and frowned. At this moment, he realized that there was something strange behind him. He turned around and saw Lu Ming sizing her up. Arg! What are you doing? Bai Qixue was so shocked that she almost jumped up like a frightened rabbit. I didn't do anything. I just happened to see you refining talismans, so I just took a few more glances. Lu Ming smiled. Do you understand what I'm doing? You gave me such a big scare. You're not allowed to hide behind me so sneakily in the future, or I'll report you to Shizuan. Bai Qixue patted her chest and glared at Lu Ming. Alright, I won't peek anymore. By the way, where can I buy materials, treasures, spirit herbs, and the like? Lu Ming asked. You want to buy something? I don't know. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes and said, You don't know. Where did you get these materials? Lu Ming was stunned. None of your business. Bai Qixue pouted. Lu Ming found it funny. This Bai Qixue was really like a little girl. Was she deliberately making things difficult for him? I remember Senior Bai Shijin telling you to take care of me, but you didn't even tell me this. In that case, I can only send a voice transmission to Senior Bai. Lu Ming sighed. Wait a moment. Bai Qixue was shocked. If Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin, she would probably be scolded again. You can buy these things in the treasure pavilion. Don't ask me where I'm going, I don't have time to take you. Here's a map, take a look yourself. Bai Qixue had no choice but to take out a map and give it to Lu Ming. At the same time, she pouted her lips, cursing Lu Ming for not being a man and using her master to pressure her. Lu Ming opened the map and took a look. He then kept it and smiled. Many thanks, Miss Bai. Having said that, he walked towards the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and said, Miss Bai, when you are refining the talisman scroll of the heavenly fire sword, why don't you lighten the blazing inscription on the 136th line by 2 points and increase the sharpness inscription on the 565th line by 1 point? Also, delay the use of the flint powder by 5 breaths, perhaps it would be better. With that, Lu Ming strode out of the main door and headed towards the treasure pavilion. Bai Qixue was stunned for a second, then she snorted and mumbled, You're just pretending to know what you don't know. Nonsense. How can it be that easy to refine the talisman scroll of the sky fire godly sword? It's fine as long as I modify a few places. I'm just not familiar with it yet. If I continue to practice more, I'll definitely succeed. After that, Bai Qixue continued to work on the scroll of the Skyfire godly sword. But after that, she inscribed it twice in a row, both of which ended in failure. The talisman paper burned and turned into ashes. What's going on? Can't I inscribe a Class 7 Level 6 inscription rune scroll? If I can't even inscribe a Tier 7 Level 6 inscription scroll, I'll have no chance of getting any opportunities in the Battle of Providence half a year later. Bai Qixue frowned, feeling angry. Why don't we try the method that guy mentioned? Lu Ming's words flashed across Bai Qixue's mind. She shook her head and thought, that guy is probably just making things up. Why should I believe him? Although he thought this way, Lu Ming's words still lingered in his mind. What a detestable fellow. He's deliberately disturbing my state of mind, right? Humph, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll report this to Master and have him driven out of Cloud Peak residence. That's right, I'm so smart. At the thought of using this method to chase Lu Ming out of Cloud Peak House, Bai Qixue smiled happily again. She took out a piece of talisman paper and started to inscribe the Skyfire Magical Sword Talisman Scroll. This time, she had followed Lu Ming's instructions for the few key points. His fingers trembled slightly, and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper, intertwining on the talisman paper to form a mysterious and beautiful picture. Buzz! After a while, when Bai Qixue finished the last inscription, the talisman paper started to shine. There was a faint sound of a sword, and a mysterious formation was shining on the talisman paper. Success! Did you succeed? Bai Qixue's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her mouth was wide open as she stared at the scroll of the Sky Fire Magical Sword in shock. It was a success. She had never expected that according to Lu Ming's method, it would actually succeed. She had successfully refined the Sky Fire Divine Sword's inscription scroll. How was this possible? Could it be that this fellow is a hidden expert? An idea flashed across Bai Qixue's mind, and she immediately shook her head and mumbled. Impossible. I've seen all the geniuses of the Talisman Amulet sect, but there's no such person. Besides, which youth's inscription techniques can compare to those of the Talisman Amulet sect? That guy must have been lucky. He guessed right. Yes, he was lucky. Bai Qixue gritted her teeth and found an excuse for herself. Following that, she continued to make a few more, and all of them were successful. This made her a little dazed. Chapter 862. 862 Refining the Inscription Scroll. Lu Ming flew towards the treasure pavilion according to the marks on the map. Not long after, a huge building appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was the treasure pavilion. Inside, there was a place for talisman sect disciples to buy and sell treasures. Moreover, the materials and treasures required to cultivate the Tao of inscription were much more than those required for martial arts. Therefore, the talisman sect's treasure pavilion was very large and had many people. Lu Ming landed and walked toward the hall. There were many people in the hall. There were many small rooms around the hall, but there were long lines. Lu Ming could only randomly choose a place and start to queue. It was Lu Ming's turn after half an hour. What do you need? Are you buying or selling materials? Lu Ming walked into a room. There was a counter in the room. On the counter, a young and beautiful lady smiled at Lu Ming. I want to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said. Demonic beast blood essence, what level and how much do you need? The young woman asked with a smile. There were many people who came to the talisman sect to buy demonic beast blood essence every day. It was nothing strange. I'll buy 50 sets of blood essence of class 6 demonic beasts, and 50 sets of class 7 level 6 demonic beasts. Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. 6th or 7th rank 6th level? The young woman was slightly stunned. What's wrong? You don't have any? Lu Ming said. Yes, there's indeed no more blood essence of this level in stock. You'll have to wait for a while. How about this, if you need it, you can pay a deposit in advance. After a while, when you have enough blood essence, you can come back to get it. How about it? The young woman suggested. That's fine too. I wonder how much it's for? Lu Ming felt helpless. This was the only way now. The blood essence of a class 6 demonic beast is 10 lower grade raw stones for 1 set, and the blood essence of a class 7 level 6 demonic beast is 30 raw stones for 1 set. You can keep 500 raw stones as a deposit and collect them in 7 days. What do you think? The young woman said. Lu Ming nodded and paid 500 raw stones as a deposit. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Demonic beast blood essence was really expensive. If he didn't have the resources left behind by the 9 Sons Supreme Master, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. The Supreme Shrine had been destroyed during the battle in 9 Dragons. However, Supreme 9 Sons had kept all the items and treasures he had left in the Supreme Shrine into a storage ring. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have suffered a great loss. Miss, I'm buying a batch of talismans. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Since he could not upgrade his 9 Dragons bloodline for the time being, he might as well buy a batch of talisman papers and inscribe some inscription talismans. It would definitely be useful in the War of Providence. It was said that there were many restrictions in the Battle of Providence. For example, he could only bring his own inscription scrolls and runes with him. He couldn't use the ones that others had inscribed. Otherwise, if he brought a few inscription runes inscribed by a rank 7 or rank 8 alchemist, there would be no need to compete. He would be able to sweep away all of them, and that would be meaningless. Only when one inscribed it themselves could it be considered as one's own strength and could be brought in to be used. Immediately, Lu Ming bought 1,000 talismans of different levels in one go and spent 100 raw gemstones. In comparison, talismans were much cheaper. After purchasing the talismans, Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and returned to the Cloud Peak residence. As soon as he walked in, he saw Bai Qixue sitting there in a daze. Bai Qixue's eyes brightened when she saw Lu Ming. She sized him up, left, right, up, down until Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. Cough cough, Miss Bai, what are you looking at? I've only left for a short while, don't tell me you're already missing me? Lu Ming coughed a few times and laughed. Miss you? You wish. Let me ask you, how did you know that the Sky Fire Godly Sword Talisman scroll needed to be modified like that? Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming and snorted. You've succeeded. I thought you wouldn't follow my method, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. I just gave it a try and, luckily, succeeded. You haven't told me how you knew? Bai Qixue asked, emphasizing on the word, lucky. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This young lady really wanted to save face. Actually, I just made a wild guess, he said with a smile. You guessed? As expected. Bai Qixue pouted and showed an expression of, I knew it. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Bai Qixue believed him. All right, don't touch anything here. I'm going out to buy some things. Then he ran out like a gust of wind. I'll also inscribe a batch of inscription scrolls. Lu Ming waved his hand and a piece of snow-white talisman paper was spread on the platform. Then he waved his fingers in the air and began to inscribe inscriptions. The talisman that Lu Ming was going to inscribe was called the Fire Prison Talisman. It was a grade 8 level 6 trap talisman. To be honest, this was Lu Ming's first time inscribing a talisman scroll. However, his mind was filled with all kinds of inscription knowledge from Lian Song. At this time, as Lu Ming moved his fingers, the knowledge was slowly displayed. 10 minutes later, a fire prison rune scroll was successfully inscribed. 10 minutes? You're too slow, continue. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was still too slow. If this was known by others, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. This was a grade 8 level 6 inscription scroll and it was Lu Ming's first time inscribing an inscription. It only took him 10 minutes to do so. It was already very terrifying. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. For the second one, he was a little faster and only used 9 minutes. As he continued to inscribe, the knowledge and experience in his mind began to combine with the actual operation. Lu Ming's inscribing speed became faster and faster. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need the help of materials to inscribe as his mental fire was extremely rich. He could replace it with mental fire. 2 hours later, Lu Ming only needed 3 minutes to inscribe a fire prison talisman scroll. This speed would scare people to death. My mastery of mental energy fire is still not high. I'm only at the peak of minute subtlety. I need to hone myself. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. His biggest advantage was that his mental energy fire was powerful. Every level was perfect and he had Lian Song's cultivation experience. Therefore, his speed of inscribing was terrifying. However, he was also clear that 3 minutes was his limit. If he wanted to break through, he had to make a breakthrough in the use of mental energy fire and the speed of inscribing. In fact, he had not been practicing inscriptions for a long time. It was already a terrifying thing for him to be able to reach the peak of the refinement realm in the use of mental fire. One must know that Bai Qixue was extremely talented. After more than 10 years of cultivation, she was only at the late stage of the refinement realm. Even Dandan had been amazed by Lu Ming's talent in refining. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. What he needed to do was not something that others could compare to. Therefore, he had to do better than others. Next, he continued to inscribe runes. This time, he inscribed the 6 Extremes 9-tier talisman scroll, the 9 Extremes sword formation talisman scroll. A 9th level 6th level talisman scroll's attack power was already equivalent to a 9th level spiritual ocean realm martial artist's attack power, and it was extremely difficult to refine. Chapter 863. 863 You're a pervert. Lu Ming focused his attention and waved his fingers continuously. Inscriptions flew into the talisman paper one after another. Grade 9 Lever 6 talismans were 10 times more complicated than Grade 8 Lever 6 talismans, so they needed more time. This time, Lu Ming spent a full 1.5 hours before he was successful. The moment the inscription was successful, Lu Ming could clearly feel that in the dark, traces of inscription power descended from the inscription law and integrated into Lu Ming's mental fire, strengthening it. After refining a 9th grade 6th level, the power of inscription from the law of inscription is more than 10 times stronger than that of a 8th grade 6th level. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile and he continued to refine. As Lu Ming continued to refine, his inscribing speed became faster and faster. Just as Lu Ming was concentrating on inscribing the inscription talisman scroll, Bai Qixue had returned to the Cloud Peak residence. This guy is inscribing talismans? What kind of high-level talisman scroll can this guy inscribe? That's not right. This is a 6 extremes 9-layer talisman scroll, a level 9 sword formation talisman. At first, Bai Qixue was quite disdainful and just took a few glances at him. However, after a few glances, she could no longer look away and fixed her eyes on Lu Ming. She saw Lu Ming's fingers waving in the air and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be swallowed. She could tell that Lu Ming was actually inscribing a level 6 9th grade inscription talisman. A 9th grade, 6th level inscription talisman scroll was already a top-tier, 6th level inscription talisman scroll. Lu Ming's inscription Dao had actually reached such a level. She had only succeeded in inscribing a 7th grade 6th level inscription scroll for the first time under Lu Ming's guidance. Bai Qixue was stunned. The more she looked, the more shocked she was. His usage of mental fire is at the peak of the refinement realm. Also, how is his mental power so powerful and terrifying that he doesn't use any materials? Wait, how is his technique so exquisite and how is his inscribing speed so fast? Bai Qixue was in a daze. She kept mumbling, and the surprise and disbelief in her eyes were getting stronger. Night had fallen, but Lu Ming did not seem to be tired. After he finished carving one, he immediately carved the next one. His speed became faster and faster. Later on, he only needed half an hour to carve a grade 9 level 6 talisman scroll. In one breath, Lu Ming inscribed 15 pieces before he stopped and heaved a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual power was a little lacking, and his spiritual fire was a little dim. He needed to rest and recover. Miss Bai, you've returned? Lu Ming finally noticed Bai Qixue. Change. Abnormal. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming in a daze and blurted out a few words. Ah, you met a pervert? Where is he? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. You're a pervert. Bai Qixue mumbled. Me? Lu Ming was speechless. Who the hell are you? The Tao of inscription is so powerful? Bai Qixue's eyes were wide open, her eyes scanning Lu Ming from head to toe. I'm Tianyun. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this insensitive lady had seen through him? I know all the paragons of the talisman amulet sect. How come I've never seen you before? Don't tell me? Bai Qixue walked around Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. Could it be that you're a heaven's favorite that Master secretly nurtured? Or are you Master's illegitimate son? Yes, that must be it. No wonder he asked you to live in Yun Peak House. The more Bai Qixue talked, the more excited she became. Her eyes were shining as if she had discovered a big secret. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. This lady's imagination was too rich, right? Miss Bai, I'm neither secretly trained by your master, nor am I his illegitimate son. I've only just arrived at the talisman amulet sect. Lu Ming explained helplessly. You're not? That's impossible. Bai Qixue touched her chin and blinked her big eyes. Then she rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Bai Qixue's face revealed an inexplicable smile, which made Lu Ming's heart tighten. He did not know what this lady was up to. Tianyun, I've suddenly realized that you're not bad. How about this? I won't object to you living in Yun Peak residence from now on, but I have a condition. You have to teach me the Tao of inscription. I've realized that some of your techniques are even more exquisite than my master's. It's decided. You can rest for today, and you'll start teaching me tomorrow. Bai Qixue said with a smile and then ran back to her room. Lu Ming was left alone in a daze. I haven't agreed to it yet. Just like that, as a condition for living in the Cloud Peak House, Lu Ming took 2 hours out every day to guide Bai Qixue in her cultivation of the inscription Tao. Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was passed down from Lien Song. He was very experienced and sharp. He could always point out Bai Qixue's flaws and key points. In just 2 days, Bai Qixue's understanding of the Tao of inscription had deepened. At the same time, Lu Ming became more and more mysterious in her heart. Tianyun, I'll bring you out for a walk today. You haven't had a good look around since you came to the Talisman Amulet sect, right? There are many good places in the Talisman Amulet sect. On the morning of the third day, Bai Qixue pulled Lu Ming and ran out. Lu Ming was also very curious and he followed Bai Qixue. Along the way, he saw many strange places. Some of them had beautiful scenery, while others were mysterious. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In front of them, a mountain peak appeared. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave, and people were coming in and out. That's the Myriad Formations Cave. There are countless formations in the cave, all of which were inscribed by the experts of the Talisman sect in the past. Some of them are incomplete, while others are complete, for future generations to comprehend. Come, let's go and take a look. Bai Qixue explained. Then, the two of them landed at the entrance of the cave. There were guards at the entrance of the cave. However, Bai Qixue's identity was not ordinary. She was the little disciple of the Talisman sect master, Bai Shijin. Naturally, she was able to enter without any obstacles. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Ming could feel a complicated aura permeating the air. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the cave and discovered that there were array diagrams inscribed on the walls on both sides of the cave. There were all sorts of formation diagrams, each emitting a different aura. At a glance, the cave was extremely deep and extended into the distance. On both sides of the cave, there were countless array diagrams. Lu Ming began to read it carefully. He recognized some of the formations, but he didn't recognize most of them. Moreover, there was a detailed explanation under each formation diagram. There were even some incomplete formations that were extremely profound and left for future generations to comprehend and crack. Below were some of the insights gained from comprehending them. Good place, this is really a good place. Lu Ming looked at more than 10 array diagrams and felt that he had gained a lot. This 10,000 formations cave was simply an endless wealth left behind by the ancestors of the Talisman sect. Lu Ming walked forward as he watched. Suddenly, he found a fork in the path beside the cave. He walked in, and there was only one array diagram in the fork. Buzz! When he saw this formation diagram, the heavens and earth seemed to be shaking. He realized that the surroundings had changed. He was in a boundless void. In the void, there were 8 beams of sword chi. The sword chi was incomparably huge, like pillars that held up the sky. They descended from the sky, suppressing in all directions and destroying everything. The extremely powerful sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful, just like when he faced Martial Emperor D and 9 dragons. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. He used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. The powerful sword chi destroyed everything and slashed down on his head. Chapter 864. 864 Chapter 864 Looking for a beating. Bang! Bang! The next moment, the surroundings changed. He was still in the fork. His figure retreated and hit the wall behind him. His back was drenched in cold sweat and he panted heavily. What a powerful formation! Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to look at the array diagram. Tun Yun, are you all right? Why did you go and look at that diagram array? It was carved by a supreme martial artist after imitating a rank 9 diagram array. Only a rank 8 alchemist can look at it. At the fork in the road, Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming with worry. Why isn't there any hint from the grade 9 diagram? Lu Ming was depressed. With his current cultivation, he would be looking for trouble if he looked at the level 9 diagram array. It was already good that he wasn't injured. Isn't it written here? Bai Qixue pointed at a jade plate on the side of the road, which said, only level 8 alchemists are allowed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was too focused just now and did not notice it. This is really a good place. If I have time later, I can come here and properly comprehend it. Lu Ming walked out of the fork and smiled. The two of them walked around for a while and then left, planning to go to other places. However, just as he walked out of the Myriad Formations cave, he was blocked by a few people. The leader of the three youths was a youth with an aquiline nose. His eyes flashed with a sharp light from time to time. "Shushan, what are you doing? Make way for me." Seeing this young man, Bai Chishue's face darkened and she shouted. "Bai Chishue, what are you shouting for? What right do you have to berate me? If you're really a bitch. To think that my big brother is still pursuing you, but you're hiding a wild man in Yun Peak House." Su Shan sneered and looked at Lu Ming. In the past few days, the news of a young man moving into Yun Peak had spread and caused a huge commotion among the younger generation of disciples. Bai Chishue was the youngest disciple of the Talisman Sect's master, Bai Shijin. She had a noble status and was a beauty. In the Talisman Sect, there were many geniuses and prides who pursued her, but none of them could catch her eye. Even those on the list of top 1,000 talents were not worthy of her attention. But now, a young man was living in the Cloud Peak House, which was regarded as a holy land in the eyes of many male disciples. How could this not be shocking? Countless people were eager to find trouble with Lu Ming. Su Shan did not expect to meet Bai Chishue here and stopped the two of them. "Shusha, what did you just say?" Bai Chishue's face turned red with anger and she glared at Su Shan. "Am I wrong?" Su Shan snorted coldly. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, are you the one who lives in Yun Peak House?" "Not bad." Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Kid, I advise you to get out of Cloud Peak House as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might have your legs broken one day." Su Shan sneered, a hint of jealousy flashing through his eyes. This kid who knows where he came from, but he can actually live in Cloud Peak House. Cloud Peak House not only had the eyes of inscription, but it was also a holy place for cultivating the spiritual fire. At the same time, a beauty like Bai Chishue lived there. How could people not be jealous? I advise you to watch your mouth. Otherwise, you might be slapped in the face one day. Lu Ming smiled faintly and replied. At the side, Bai Chishue burst into laughter. Lu Ming was using Su Shan's words to hit back at him. These words made Su Shan's face turn gloomy, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Kid, I don't know when I'll be slapped until my face is swollen, but today, you'll have your legs broken," Su Shan said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge black bear appeared on the ground. This wasn't a real black bear, but a puppet. Its eyes emitted a cold light, and the moment it appeared, it let out a shocking roar. This was a puppet that was equivalent to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, there were other people who heard the commotion and came over. That's Shushan and Bai Chishue. I heard that a strange man has been living in the Cloud Peak House recently. Could it be that young man, Su Shan's big brother? He has been pursuing Bai Chishue. No wonder Su Shan is looking for trouble with that man. This is going to be a good show. I don't know where that young man came from. He's actually able to stay in Cloud Peak residence. He's going to be abused sooner or later. It must be by Chishue's request. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to live there. This young man doesn't know his place. If I were him, I would move out even if I had the chance. I don't know how many people I would offend if I did that. In the surroundings, some people were discussing in low voices. Shushan, what are you doing? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Bai Chishue took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Su Shan. Bai Chishue, it seems that this man is really your little lover. You are so protective of him. Su Shan sneered. Nonsense. Bai Chishue blushed and said, I am just friends with Tian Yun. Friend? Su Shan sneered, looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat, what kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Fight me if you have the guts. Roar. The black bear puppet roared, exuding a violent aura. Since you're asking for it, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, passing by Qixue. Brat, I'll break your legs. Su Shan's face revealed a malevolent expression, and the space between his brows lit up. The black bear puppet roared in anger and stomped on the ground. With a loud boom, it pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his palm. Boom! The palm landed on the black bear puppet's body and sent it flying 1,000 meters away. It crashed heavily on the ground and became a pile of scrap metal. The entire place fell silent. A puppet equivalent to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, made entirely of metal and impervious to swords and spears, was now turned into scrap metal by Lu Ming with a single slap. It was shocking. Martial arts, how is your martial arts so strong? Su Shan reacted and shouted angrily. The Talisman Amulet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of inscription. They also cultivated the Tao of martial arts, but they were only auxiliary and did not have too deep of a realm. It was rare to see Lu Ming's martial arts so powerful in the Talisman Amulet sect. Of course, there were also some geniuses in the Talisman Amulet sect who were born to cultivate martial arts. However, they were very rare. In fact, they would be looked down upon by others if they cultivated martial arts. You're looking for a beating. Lu Ming strode forward. What kind of skill is it to use martial arts to destroy one of my puppets? If you have the ability, fight me with the Tao of inscription. Su Shan roared angrily and retreated continuously. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared on the ground, all at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Using the Tao of inscription, that's fine. Lu Ming moved his hand and an inscription scroll appeared. He opened it and injected his mental energy fire. The inscription scroll glowed and 9 combat swords floated out. Arg, Lever 6 Lever 9 Inscription Rune Scroll, 9 Extreme Sword Formation Rune, you're cheating, you're cheating. Su Shan shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 9 combat swords danced in the air, cutting the 3 puppets into pieces. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Su Shan. He slapped him. Chapter 865. 865 Chapter 865 Spreading News. The crisp sound of a slap could be heard from outside the 1,000 Formations cave. Then, Su Shan's miserable cries for his parents rang out. Pa! Following that, Lu Ming turned his hand and gave Su Shan another slap, sending him flying. He fell heavily on the ground. Both sides of his face were swollen, and it was beyond recognition. The onlookers were stunned, including by Qixue. A battle between inscription masters was not as violent as a battle between warriors. It was rare for someone to go on stage and slap someone. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. You dare to hit young Master Su? You're finished, you're finished. A young man who came with Su Shan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming waved his hand and another 9 Extreme Sword Formation Talisman scroll appeared. He stared at the 2 young men and said, "What's wrong? Do you guys want to try? You're despicable, you're shameless, you didn't use your own inscription scrolls, what kind of skill is that?" A young man shouted. When he saw the inscription scroll in Lu Ming's hand, he retreated. Lian Song's face turned pale. They did not expect that Lu Ming had such a high-level inscription scroll. They also did not expect that Lu Ming would be so shameless to use such an inscription scroll. They felt that such a high-level inscription scroll must have been bought by Lu Ming. It was impossible for him to refine it himself. There was an unspoken rule between inscription masters. In a fair duel between 2 inscription masters, they could not use the inscription scrolls refined by others. If that happened, it would not be a contest of strength, but a contest of wealth. He would only use it in a life-and-death battle. Moreover, it wasn't easy to activate a high-grade inscription scroll. Who said I didn't make it myself? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He had clearly refined it himself. You're shameless, let's go. A young man left these words and helped the still dizzy Su Shan up, then hurriedly left. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and looked at Lu Ming with some disdain. They also did not believe that Lu Ming, this kid who came out of nowhere, could refine a grade 9 level 6 inscription scroll by himself. The young men who could create inscriptions of level 6 and level 9 were all top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were all divine level talents, on par with martial arts talents who had awakened divine bloodlines. How could this unknown brat be a god-tier prodigy? Moreover, Lu Ming's martial arts were clearly not weak. To be able to turn a 6th-level spiritual ocean-tier puppet into a pile of scrap metal with a single slap, he clearly had very high attainments in martial arts. Since his martial arts were so profound, it was impossible for him to be that strong in the Tao of inscription. They would never believe that Lu Ming was so strong in both. Let's go! Lu Ming could not be bothered with the gazes of the people around him. He called out to Bai Qixue and flew forward. Bai Qixue blinked her big eyes and followed him. Tianyun, your martial cultivation is so powerful that you can destroy a class 6 level 6 puppet with a single slap. What level are you at? Could it be that you're a dual cultivator of inscription and martial arts? Along the way, Bai Qixue was so curious that she asked a few questions. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He covered his head and hurried on with his journey. He was too lazy to answer. Tianyun, Su Shan's brother, is a God-grade heaven's favorite, ranked 299th on the list of top 1,000 talents. You've beaten up Su Shan this time, so his brother, Su Ri, might come looking for trouble with you. You have to be careful. Bai Qixue reminded him. Oh really? Lu Ming nodded casually. After that, the two of them did not go anywhere else but returned to Yun Peak House. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming was inscribing inscriptions in the courtyard. After a few days of inscription cultivation, Lu Ming's speed of inscribing inscriptions had become even faster. He only needed 20 minutes to inscribe a 9 extreme sword array talisman scroll. This speed was already extremely shocking. If this news were to spread, it would definitely scare a group of people to death. On the side, Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and stared at it without blinking, trying to absorb the parts that she needed. Not long after, Lu Ming inscribed another inscription talisman scroll. Tianyun, based on your inscribing speed, and with a 100% success rate, even if you don't do anything else, you'll still make a fortune just by selling inscription scrolls. Bai Qixue's eyes were shining. How could other people inscribe inscription scrolls so quickly? Furthermore, they would fail and waste materials. Unlike Lu Ming, he did not want any materials. His materials were only talisman paper. The success rate was 100%. It would be strange if he did not make a fortune. Lu Ming nodded his head. This was a good way to earn money. In the future, when he was short of raw gemstones, he could consider refining inscription scrolls to sell. The two of them chatted. From time to time, Lu Ming would guide Bai Qixue in her refining. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Yun Peak House, there was another mountain peak with a courtyard on it. This courtyard was the courtyard of the God-grade heaven's favorite, rising sun. In the courtyard, Su Shan was crying in front of the rising sun. Big brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. You have to avenge me. That Tianyun is simply lawless and extremely arrogant. Xu Shan shouted. You're saying that the kid called Tianyun lives in Yun Peak House. You're courting death. Su Ri said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent and intense jealousy. That's right, big brother. I'm fighting for you. That's why I'm looking for that kid, Tianyun, to get him out of Cloud Peak residence. I didn't expect him to use a Class 9 Level 6 inscription scroll to plot against me. Big brother, you have to avenge me. Su Shan cried out pitifully and miserably. Don't worry. I'll break his legs and kick him out of Cloud Peak House since he dares to stay in Cloud Peak House. The rising sun said. Clang! At this moment, a melodious bell rang. The sound of the bell came from the center of the Talisman Amulet sect. It seemed to be able to cross endless space and spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. This is a Hao bell. When it rings, it means that the sect has something important to report. Su Shan and Su Ri's expressions changed. Then, they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman. When the bugle bell rang, the major news that the sect wanted to report would be transmitted to the jade talismans of each disciple. When the two of them saw the contents of the jade talismans, their expressions changed drastically. How is that possible? How was that possible? How could that Tianyun be a Zongzi candidate? Su Shan screamed in disbelief. The contents of their jade voice transmission talismans were the news that the higher-ups of the talisman amulet sect had promoted Tianyun to a Zongzi candidate. Tianyun, the Tianyun who moved into Cloud Peak residence. Sunrise's eyes were also wide open, filled with disbelief. That's right, it's him. How is that possible? How is this possible? Su Shan was still in disbelief. It was extremely difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. One had to obtain the approval of more than 60% of the elders in both the Talisman sect and the Puppet sect before one could ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate. In the future, one would have the hope of competing for the position of Zongzi and eventually take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. In the Talisman Amulet sect, there were a total of 13 Zongzi candidates. Each of them was a terrifying existence in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents with unparalleled talent. Chapter 866. 866 Chapter 866 All parties are shaken. Damn it, who is this Tianyun? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? Damn it. The rising sun shouted. Becoming a Zongzi candidate had been Sunrise's dream. He had been working hard for it, but now, it had been taken over by a stranger. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. At this moment, the entire Talisman Amulet sect was in a state of confusion. Who is Tianyun? Where did he come from? What qualifications did he have to ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate? The eyes of the chosen gleamed with a sharp light. This was especially true for the top 300 God-grade talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. People of their level were all competing for the Zongzi position. How could they be convinced that a young man from the Mo Shang sect would be the one to take it? I'd like to see how capable this Tianyun is to become a Zongzi candidate. Go. Find out more about this person called Tianyun. Everyone in the Yin and Yang mountain was shocked by the name Tianyun. In the Cloud Peak house, Bai Qixue looked at the voice transmission jade talisman in her hand in a daze. Then, she glared at Lu Ming for a long time before she said, "You still said that you're not Master's illegitimate son. Now, you're a Zongzi candidate." Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. What was this? It can't be that everyone has been notified, right? Lu Ming asked. Almost all the Talisman sect disciples in Mount Liangyi have received the news. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was there a need to make such a big scene? Lu Ming knew that there would be a lot of trouble. These guys are just looking for trouble. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He understood that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had done this on purpose. It was equivalent to giving him an indirect challenge. He was a stranger who had suddenly appeared and was appointed as a Zongzi candidate. How could those geniuses accept this? They would definitely find trouble with him. This was the test. Forget it, I'll deal with it as it comes. At most, I'll just go into seclusion and not come out. Lu Ming had a headache. He wasn't afraid of those people, but he was afraid of trouble. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Are you really Master's illegitimate child? Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and kept asking. She was very curious. Lu Ming was speechless. Can you stop making wild guesses? I didn't cultivate in the Talisman Amulet sect in the past. Not cultivating in the Talisman Amulet sect? Then where do you cultivate? The territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Bai Qixue asked curiously. Almost. Lu Ming said casually. Really? You're really cultivating in the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Do you know Lu Ming? Bai Qixue became excited and asked a few questions. I don't know him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied it. You don't know Lu Ming? You're really ignorant. You don't even know Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, Lu Ming pulled out the divine 9-dragon cauldron and fought against 3 supreme masters. It is said that one of the supreme masters was almost killed by him. Even Martial Emperor Yi took action. How can you not know such a person? He's my idol now. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming in disdain and then looked at the sky with a starry-eyed expression. Lu Ming was a little confused. A hero like Lu Ming is the true unparalleled prodigy in my heart. He's comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Sunrise and the others are far behind him. Tianyun, you're not bad, but you're still far behind Lu Ming. Keep working hard. Bai Qixue patted Lu Ming's shoulder, giving him a look that said, you have to work hard. I'll try harder, try harder. Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, an elder of the Talisman Amulet sect arrived and Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This old man was here to give Lu Ming the token that represented the Zongzi candidate. With this token, Lu Ming could enter most of the places in the Talisman Amulet sect at will, except for some important forbidden areas. For the next 2 days, Mount Liangyi was bustling with activity. Everyone was talking about the same name Tianyun. However, none of the paragons were looking for trouble with Lu Ming. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move and test the waters. 2 days later, Lu Ming left Yun Peak House and headed to the treasure pavilion. The 7 days were up. He went to collect the demonic beast blood essence. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. Lu Ming was recognized the moment he arrived at the treasure pavilion. He's Tianyun? He's so young. What kind of abilities does he have to be appointed as a Zongzi candidate? You don't know? However, there was probably something outstanding about it. Otherwise, why would the elders agree to this? I imagine that he might be a disciple secretly trained by one of the doyens. He's only appearing now that the war of karmic luck is upon us. It's possible. The surroundings were abuzz with discussion. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. Some of them were kind, but most of them were jealous. Lu Ming ignored their gazes and went to the counter that he had visited previously. Young master, you're Tianyun? The young lady at the counter widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a curious look. If there's no one else, then it's me. Beauty, have you gathered all the demonic beast blood essence? Lu Ming said. It's all here, take a look. He said. The young woman handed Lu Ming a storage ring. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his mind to confirm that it was correct. After that, Lu Ming paid the 2,500 raw gemstones, kept the demonic beast blood essence, and walked out. Tianyun, stop. A cold voice was heard and 2 figures blocked Lu Ming's path. Xu Shan. Lu Ming could see at a glance that one of them was Su Shan. The other person looked similar to Su Shan, and his eyes were sharp. It's the rising sun. It looks like the rising sun can't hold back and is going to make the first move. That's for sure. All the heaven's favorites are watching. Someone has to make the first move. Xu Shan was beaten up by Tianyun a few days ago, and the rising sun has been pursuing Bai Qixue. It's reasonable for them to make the first move. I can finally see how extraordinary this Tianyun is. The treasure pavilion was abuzz with discussion. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Lu Ming. So this is the rising sun. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tianyun, you finally dared to appear. Let's see where you can run off to today. Su Shan said coldly, glaring at Lu Ming fiercely. Back then, he was slapped twice by Lu Ming in public and now he was reduced to a joke. He hated Lu Ming to the core. What's wrong? Is your face going to swell again? Lu Ming cast a glance at Su Shan. Su Shan's expression changed and he retreated slightly. Tianyun, I'd like to see what you're capable of to beat up my brother. Live in the Cloud Peak residence and become a Zongzi candidate. And NBSP, Rising Sun stepped forward, a blue light flashing between his brows, and a massive amount of spiritual energy spreading out. You want your face to swell too? Lu Ming looked at the rising sun. Sunrise's expression turned ugly, and an even more violent spiritual power spread out from between his brows, stirring up a spiritual storm in the hall. No fighting in the treasure pavilion. At this moment, a voice came from one of the rooms, followed by a powerful mental energy. Everyone felt a mountain-like pressure on them. Chapter 867. 867 Devouring the Blood Essence Again. In the treasure pavilion, an expert came out to warn him. Sunrise's expression changed and he quickly retracted his mind power. Tianyun, if you have the ability, then go to the battle inscription platform and have a fair battle with me in the art of inscription. The rising sun stared at Lu Ming. The battle inscription platform was the place where the Talisman sect disciples competed in the battle inscription Dao. I'm not interested. Lu Ming left with these words and strode away. During this period of time, the Nine Dragons bloodline had been somewhat dispirited. Lu Ming was worried that there would be any aftereffects and had long wanted to try devouring the blood essence. Now that he had obtained the demonic beast blood essence with great difficulty, he could not wait to go back and try it out. He was not in the mood to go to the battle inscription platform to compete. If it was something he could easily settle here, he wouldn't mind. Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and flew straight to Yunfeng residence. He's just a coward. What right does he have to become a Zongzi candidate? Sunrise snorted coldly as he watched Lu Ming leave. Who knows what methods Tianyun used to become a Zongzi candidate? He's clearly afraid of you, big brother, and doesn't dare to fight you. He'll give himself away if he does. Shushan sneered. In the hall of the treasure pavilion, the others shook their heads as well. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to compete with the rising sun. This rumor had also spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. After Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence, he went straight to his room and sat cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. There were 9 drops of pearl-like demonic beast blood essence. It was the blood essence of a Class 6 Level 6 demonic beast. With a thought, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. 9 Esilavir chakra appeared around the 9 dragon bloodline. However, the light was dim, and the 9 dragon bloodlines seemed to be a little dispirited. Lu Ming controlled his 9 dragon bloodline, opened his mouth, and swallowed the 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence. He then began to refine them. Slowly, the power of the demonic beast's blood essence was absorbed by the 9 dragon bloodlines. The 9 Esilavir chakras slowly became brighter. 2 hours later, the first portion of blood essence was refined. Lu Ming took out another portion of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence and continued refining. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Ming had refined more than 10 portions of the demonic beast's blood essence. Finally, the 9 dragons' bloodline regained its vitality. The 9 Esilavir chakra glowed brightly and the speed of refining the blood essence had increased by a notch. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 4 days, Lu Ming had refined all 50 portions of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. However, his 9 dragon bloodline had not advanced to the divine level. What's going on? I haven't been able to level up even after devouring 50 portions of 6th grade demonic beast blood essence, and I've already reached the divine level before. Now, the amount of blood essence I've devoured has already exceeded the last time, so why haven't I advanced? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was a little worried. Would the self-destruction of the chakra stop him from upgrading his 9 dragon bloodline? That would be a huge loss. Impossible, it must be because I haven't devoured enough blood essence. Continue devouring. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out a portion of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, continuing to devour and refine it. The blood essence of a Class 7 Level 6 demonic beast was 4 to 5 times thicker than that of a Class 6 Level 6 demonic beast. Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence. Lu Ming was so focused on refining the blood essence that he was unaware of the outside world. In the past few days, Tianyun's name had been spreading like wildfire in Liangyi Mountain. On the second day of Lu Ming's closed-door cultivation, other top 300 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents challenged Lu Ming, but he did not accept the challenge. Then, the rumors about Lu Ming not daring to accept the challenge and his low ability became more and more intense. Later on, there were even geniuses who came to Yun Peak House and wanted to challenge Lu Ming. However, Bai Qixue used the excuse that Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation and activated the formation of Yun Peak House, turning him away. In this way, the voices of cowardice and incompetence about Lu Ming avoiding the battle became stronger. Some people even suggested to the elders to abolish Lu Ming's Zongzi position and make him move out of Yun Peak House. However, they were rejected immediately. This made many geniuses grit their teeth. They were waiting for Lu Ming to appear and defeat him in public. That way, they would see if he still had the face to continue being a Zongzi candidate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 days. Lu Ming refined 10 more portions of 7th grade 6th level blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming finally felt that his 9-dragon bloodline was about to level up. This time, the amount of blood essence consumed is several times more than the last time. Is this the side effect? But as long as I can advance, it's worth it. No matter how much blood essence I consume, it's worth it. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. However, it will cause a huge commotion if I want to level up to a divine bloodline. I must find a secret place and ask Bai Qixue if there are any secret places. At the thought of this, Lu Ming went out of the room and saw Bai Qixue in a daze, frowning. "Qixue, why are you in a daze?" Lu Ming walked around and smiled. "It's all because of you. During this period of time, everyone came to challenge you, but you hid away to cultivate. I got rid of all of them." Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming and pouted. "Challenge me? I knew it." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He already knew that many people would challenge him. It would be strange if he didn't. "What are your plans? Are we going to go out and fight them?" Bai Qixue said. "I'm not free right now. I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while. When I come out, I'll pack up." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Clean them up together? You're very confident. There are Heaven's Pride experts who are close to the top 100 in this list. Although the Talisman sect is not as powerful as the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, there are still more than 30 people who are ranked between the 100th and 300th on the list of top 1,000 talents. These are all your enemies. Can you handle them?" Bai Qixue obviously did not believe him. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled. "Is there a quiet place here where no one will disturb you? A place where you can cultivate in seclusion without causing a big impact?" "Yes, the Wind Martial Cave. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the Tao of Inscription, so few people go there. Moreover, it's full of caves. You can just pick one and no one will know no matter how big a commotion you cause." Bai Qixue said. "All right, the Wind Martial Cave it is. I'll go and cultivate in seclusion for a while," Jiangchen said. With that, Lu Ming left the Cloud Peak residence. Following the map, he turned into a rainbow and headed towards the Wind Martial Cave. The Wind Martial Cave was hundreds of thousands of miles away. With Lu Ming's speed, he arrived very quickly. The Wind Martial Cave was filled with strange rocks. There were huge stone mountains over 10,000 meters high everywhere. There were huge caves on the mountains and strong wind blew out from them. Lu Ming rushed in, randomly chose a cave and flew in. Although Lu Ming was fast, the The fact that he had entered the Wind Marshal Cave was still discovered by others. Immediately, the news spread throughout the Liangyi Mountain. We've finally left Yun Peak House. Many Heaven's favorites' eyes lit up when they heard the news. They started to move and headed towards the Wind Marshal Cave. Chapter 868. 868 Nine Dragon Form. However, after these people arrived at the Wind Marshal Cave, they all stopped outside the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was extremely vast and had thousands of caves. No one knew which cave Lu Ming had entered. They could only wait outside. After Lu Ming entered a cave, he kept going deeper. Such dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As Lu Ming ran forward, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the cave, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. However, the talisman amulet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of inscription, so the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was not very useful. Therefore, very few people came to the Wind Marshal Cave. After Lu Ming had traveled tens of thousands of meters, he came to an underground cave. Then, he waved his hands and runes were inserted into the surroundings, setting up a large array. The main purpose of this formation was to isolate sound, in case the breakthrough would cause too much of a commotion. After inscribing the formation, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Let's upgrade the bloodline of the 9 dragons in one fell swoop. Lu Ming waved his hand. This time, he took out 10 portions of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. The 9 dragon bloodlines opened their mouths and roared, devouring the 10 portions of blood essence and refining them. The rich power of the blood essence gushed into the 9 dragon bloodlines continuously. A day later, the bloodline of the 9 yang roared into the sky. The dragon roars were continuous, and the surroundings were covered in light, isolating the sound in the cave. Roar! Dragon roars were heard as the body of the 9 dragon bloodline continued to grow. Originally, the 9 dragon bloodline had turned back into the appearance of a flood dragon with only 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. But now, the 5th dragon claw had extended. He transformed into a true dragon. But it wasn't over yet. After the 5th dragon claw extended, the 6th dragon claw followed. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. The advancement this time seemed to be different from the previous time. After the 6th dragon claw extended, the dragon roar became even louder, and the aura of the 9 dragon bloodline became even stronger. Roar! With a loud roar, the 7th dragon claw reached out again, then the 8th and the 9th. A total of 9 dragon claws. 9 dragons. Lu Ming's bloodline had completely transformed into the legendary 9 dragons. The 9-clawed true dragon was called the 9 dragons. It was a mutated existence among the true dragons. It was extremely powerful, far more powerful than ordinary true dragons. It was a unique existence in the world and also one of the top 10 war beasts mentioned by Dandan. After the 9 dragon bloodline exploded its chakra, it advanced once again and directly evil-levered into the form of 9 dragons. This was the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The 9 dragons roared and the 9 Esilavir chakras merged into one, turning into a golden chakra. The powerful dragon power spread out and shocked the world. However, the Yin and Yang mountain was protected by a powerful formation. The auras of the 9 dragons were completely isolated. No one outside the mountain could feel them. The devouring power is several times stronger than when I was in my true dragon form. Lu Ming sensed it and was overjoyed. He realized that the devouring power of the 9 dragons was several times stronger than the true dragon form. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. After the 9 dragon bloodline exploded its meridian cycle and advanced again, it actually awakened the perfect form of 9 dragons. Collect! With a thought, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragon bloodline. He realized that there was also a dragon energy condensed at his spine. I wonder what's the difference between this dragon power and the previous dragon power? Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then, he had an idea and his dragon power burst out. A layer of purple gold scale armor emerged on Lu Ming's skin like a suit of armor. It looked extremely demonic. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He felt that his body was filled with energy. Boom! With a punch, the space quickly condensed into a ball and turned into a terrifying energy, blasting forward. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He activated the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared in front of the ball of energy in an instant. He threw a punch and blocked it. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to take 8 steps back. So strong. He's too strong. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't experiment to his heart's content here. Otherwise, the entire mountain would explode. However, Lu Ming could still feel the immense power. This dragon energy was definitely stronger than his previous dragon energy. It was at least a few times stronger. When the dragon energy burst out, Lu Ming's attack and defense would be greatly improved. The dragon power in the past was the power of a real dragon, but the current dragon power could be said to be the power of 9 dragons. It was normal for it to be stronger. Martial Emperor Di, I bet you didn't expect that my self-destruction of my meridian cycles would help me in the end. It allowed me to exert the power of the 9 dragon bloodline to the extreme. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and there was a smile on his lips. However, I'll probably need even more blood essence to transform into the 9 dragons. I still have 30 portions of Tier 7 6th level blood essence left. I'll upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline first. After I upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the 3rd level of the divine level, I'll then upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. At the thought of this, Lu Ming continued to take out the blood essence and began to devour it. With the advancement of the 9 dragon bloodline, the devouring and refining power had reached a terrifying level, and the speed of refining demonic beast blood essence had become even faster. In just a few hours, 30 portions of blood essence of Class 7 Level 6 had been refined. Buzz! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel shook and shone brightly. 2 golden chakras glittered. Suddenly, a golden chakra emerged above the 2 golden chakra. 3 golden chakra, divine level rank 3 bloodline. When the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline advanced to the 3rd level of the divine level, the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique would also increase, and it would reach the highest level of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. If I use my full power now and combine it with my dragon power, how powerful will my attack be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was suspended in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the ground and his entire person became one with the earth. What is this feeling? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He quickly closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Just now, when the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was advancing, he was connected to the earth and suddenly felt something. This was a kind of inspiration. Some people also called it a kind of enlightenment. It required a chance coincidence to capture this feeling and enter a wonderful state. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Lu Ming closed his eyes and seemed to sink into the depths of the earth, becoming one with it. He was the earth, and the earth was him. The earth was thick, vast, ancient, and eternal. The earth was silent and unending. It contained all living things, moved, suppressed everything, and buried the heaven and earth. It was an extremely powerful intent realm of the heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in the comprehension of the earth essence realm. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming was immersed in his comprehension. It had already been 5 days. His comprehension of the earth concept had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to level 2 upper tier, but he was also approaching level 2 completion. 5 days, time was equivalent to several months of hard work. At this moment, the area outside the Wind Marshal Cave was already packed with people. Many paragons had rushed here to wait for Lu Ming to come out. There were even more people who came to watch the show. "I'll wait here and see how long Lu Ming can hide," Sunrise said coldly. Chapter 869. 869 Great Improvement in Cultivation. Look, even Ji Mai, ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is here. There's also senior brother Yen Tongtong, who's ranked 115th. Senior sister Meng Jia, who's 118. Someone cried out in surprise, because they saw 3 extraordinary heavens favorites. These 3 people could be said to be the talisman sex conquerors who were closest to the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also the most qualified candidates for the Zongzi position. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them were expressionless and their eyes were closed. They were sitting on a huge rock and waiting quietly. Bai Qixue had also heard the news and rushed over. She looked anxious. Although she knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and could refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls, which of the top 300 divine level talents on the list of top 1,000 talents could not refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls. This was especially true for the paragons of the puppet sect. They could control powerful puppets and had extremely strong combat strength. She did not think that Lu Ming could compete with such a genius. Tian Yun, stay in the Wind Marshal Cave for a while longer. Don't come out. Bai Qixue prayed in her heart. In the Wind Marshal Cave, after 5 days of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's really an opportunity that can't be sought. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, Lu Ming had no intention of going out. With the breakthrough of the Earth Essence Realm, Lu Ming's 4 Essence Realms of Heaven and Earth had all reached level 2 upper tier and above. His cultivation could continue to improve. Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation before leaving. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. A pile of raw gemstones appeared on the ground, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The devouring power burst out, and at least 200 raw gemstones exploded. The surging original Qi was devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline. Origin Qi was the Qi of the origin of heaven and earth. It was many times stronger than spirit Qi. His spirit ocean churned as his true essence continued to rise. Not long after, 200 raw gemstones were refined and another 200 were devoured. Boom, boom, boom. True essence rumbled like a tsunami, and the rumbling only stopped after half a day. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming broke through to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. The area of his spirit ocean had doubled again. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to refine the origin stone. After another half a day, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak 7th level spiritual ocean realm before he stopped cultivating. In total, he had consumed 3,000 raw gemstones. Fortunately, I have the wealth left behind by Senior Zhiyang. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Lu Ming smiled. It was time to leave. It had been 8 days since he came to the Wind Marshal Cave for closed-door cultivation. In the past 8 days, his strength had increased to a terrifying level. With a faint smile, Lu Ming walked out. When he exited the Wind Marshal Cave, he was stunned. Outside, there was a dense crowd of people surrounding the Wind Marshal Cave. Whoa, aren't these people a little too enthusiastic? Did they all wait for me here? Lu Ming could guess what was going on. He was speechless. Tian Yun has come out. As soon as Lu Ming came out, someone shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. He's so young and ordinary. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's not ordinary. Don't you think he's very handsome? Pooh, love-struck fool, get lost. Instantly, a series of discussions broke out. Many young women's eyes lit up. They felt that Lu Ming was very handsome, which made many young men unhappy. Buzz! A figure strode out and stood in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were dark as he said, "Tianyun, you've finally come out. I thought you were going to hide like a turtle in its shell. Let's see where you're going to run off to today." The one who spoke was Rising Sun, and he was the first to step forward. Lu Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, "It seems that I didn't beat you up last time. You're really itching for a beating." "All right, I'll fulfill your wish today." Lu Ming strode forward. Today, there were so many people gathered here. He would kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so that he wouldn't be annoyed to death by these people. "You're looking for death?" Sunrise's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 huge puppets appeared in front of him. 3 of them were equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 4 were equivalent to the peak of the 8th level. When the 7 puppets attacked together, they were comparable to an expert at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Sunrise was ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents and was known as a god-level talent. He was definitely not weak and could control 7 powerful puppets at once. He was definitely not weaker than Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli. The 7 puppets roared and pounced on Lu Ming. "Tianyun, be careful!" Bai Qixue shouted from the crowd. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not stop and slapped. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was going to fight the puppet with his body. Many people sneered in their hearts. Puppets were made of all kinds of hard and powerful metals. They were impervious to swords and spears, so how could flesh and blood resist them? But the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Bang! Lu Ming smacked a puppet at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm with his palm. This puppet, which weighed a few million pounds, was sent flying and exploded into a pile of scrap metal in the air. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used both his hands and feet, looking like a terrifying god of war. With a punch, a puppet exploded. With a kick, another puppet exploded. Whether it was a puppet at the peak 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm or a puppet at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, the outcome was the same. They were instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Countless people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. How could this be possible? How did this happen? An inscriber's main focus was on mental fire. The strength of their body was much weaker than that of a warrior. They had never seen such a direct, overbearing and violent way of fighting, where they used their bodies to crush the puppets and turn them into scrap metal. Lu Ming strode forward and rushed toward the rising sun. Impossible? How did this happen? The Sunrise roared and an inscription scroll appeared in his hand. He opened it and a combat sword appeared. He slashed it at Lu Ming's head. This inscription talisman scroll had the attack power of a peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier. However, with a wave of Lu Ming's hand, the combat sword collapsed. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Sunrise and he slapped him. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the entire place. Many people felt their gums ache, and Sunrise screamed even more miserably. His teeth flew out mixed with blood, and half of his face swelled up high. Pa! With a backhand, he slapped Sunrise again, making him dizzy and unable to sense his direction. Then, he kicked out and Sunrise was sent flying. He lay on the ground and screamed like a dead fish. Many people drew in a breath of cold air. This Tianyun was simply too overbearing and violent. He had defeated Sunrise so easily. One must know that Sunrise was a god-tier genius. How dare you, Tianyun? You're actually so vicious. You've seriously injured your fellow disciples. You've committed a heinous crime. A heaven's favorite that was stronger than the rising sun roared. Don't fucking grumble. If you want to attack, then attack. If you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. It was a young man with a jade crown on his head. He was fair and clean. Simply put, he was a pretty boy. Guan Rong, who was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents. someone recognized the young man. Chapter 870. 870. A great battle against the various geniuses. He was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was much stronger than Sunrise. How arrogant. I'll defeat you. Guanrong's expression turned ugly after being reprimanded by Lu Ming. He strode forward. With every step he took, dense runes would appear on the ground. Roar! A ferocious tiger was formed and pounced at Lu Ming. After the tiger, there were also giant bears, pythons, and other demonic beasts. In an instant, more than 10 demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming. To be able to set up so many formations in an instant, Guanrong's Dao of formations was extremely terrifying. His usage of mental energy fire had also reached the peak of the refinement realm, which was similar to Lu Ming's. As the demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming, Guanrong waved his hand and 3 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. The 3 inscriptions were activated at the same time, and 3 flood dragons pounced out with a roar. Their attack power was equivalent to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of attack was like a storm. A normal 9th level spiritual ocean tier martial artist would be drowned by this storm of attacks and torn into pieces. The combat style of an inscription master was completely different from that of a warrior. Lu Ming was expressionless as he strode forward and struck out with his palm. The space rumbled violently and the demonic beasts that pounced at him were instantly destroyed. What followed were 3 flood dragons. Boom, boom, boom. 4 intents of heaven and earth wrapped around his body as he circulated 20% of the prison's suppressing heaven art's power to clash with the 3 flood dragons. Lu Ming did not dare to use the prison's suppressing heavenly art at full force. The power of the prison's suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to the 6th stage of a high-grade demigod martial arts technique. The consumption of vital essence was extremely terrifying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength, his vital essence would be completely drained in a few moves. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 flood dragons were defeated. Guanrong's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an array appeared on his body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap of the wings, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his hand and 5 inscription talismans appeared in front of him. 2 of them turned into 2 rings of light and enveloped Guanrong's body. These were protective talismans that were indestructible. As for the other 3 inscription scrolls, 2 of them condensed 2 combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. They also had the power of the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The most shocking inscription scroll condensed a long spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. The power that this long spear emitted was terrifying and shocking, exceeding the range of the 9th level spiritual ocean tier. If one had to classify it, it would be classified as a grade 10 level 6 inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He condensed 2 long spears in his hands and shot them out, clashing with the 2 combat swords. His palm hit the spear. Explode! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and the long spear exploded. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a few steps forward, appearing in front of Guanrong in an instant. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing forward. The 2 light screens in front of Guanrong shattered like paper. No! Guanrong shrieked and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Lu Ming was faster and followed closely behind. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Guanrong's throat. With a jolt of his Zhenyuan, Guanrong's body suddenly went soft like mud. Lu Ming swung his arm and Guanrong fell heavily to the ground, right beside Sunrise. Everyone around them widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming was too powerful. He defeated Guanrong as if it was a piece of cake. This made the other geniuses' faces turn ugly. Haven't you all been waiting for a long time? If you want to fight, then hurry up and come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and said coldly. Lu Ming planned to establish his authority today. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Sunrise and Guanrong? What a joke. Since he wants to die, let's attack him together and see how capable he is. A cold voice sounded. One figure after another stepped forward, and a powerful spiritual storm burst out, filling the entire area. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all God-level talents ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Some of them were even in the top 200. However, Ji Mai, Yen Tong Tong, and Meng Jia didn't walk out. Instead, they watched from afar with bright eyes. It was obvious that the three of them did not want to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Cut the crap and make your move. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had made great progress this time and wanted to have a big fight. Arrogant. Let's attack together. With a cold shout, more than 50 huge puppets appeared on the ground. For every puppet, the weakest was equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier, while the strongest far exceeded the 9th level. The puppet roared angrily. It stomped on the ground and pounced at Lu Ming. A portion of them had inscription scrolls appear in front of them. Dazzling light spread out from these inscription scrolls, giving off a terrifying aura. Good. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The power of the 9 dragons in his 9-dragon bloodline exploded, and a layer of purple gold scales appeared on his body. What's that? Many people gasped. A secret technique of martial arts. Someone said. Boom! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and the rocks exploded. He dashed out. Boom! Boom! His fists continued to punch out, clashing with the puppets. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions rose and fell as the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier suddenly exploded like fragile balloons. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying when he combined his dragon power with the prison-suppressing steel. Not just the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but even those puppets that surpassed the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm would still be blown up. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. The inscription scroll glowed and all kinds of powerful attacks poured down on Lu Ming. There were endless flames as well as lightning, storms, swords, blades, and so on. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, far exceeding the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. The combat strength of such geniuses all surpassed the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. Ordinary experts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier would be blasted into smithereens in an instant. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He was covered in dragon scales and was indestructible. He charged up and unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art from every inch of his body. The attacks exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming broke through the layers of attacks and charged towards the elites. Not good, quickly retreat. The Heaven's favorites were shocked. Each of them used an inscription formation and retreated quickly. At the same time, with every step they took back, they would leave an inscription on the ground. At the same time, a large number of puppets and inscription scrolls appeared. This time, many of the puppets actually formed a large formation. When they worked together, their aura was even more shocking. Moreover, someone even took out an even stronger inscription scroll. These people were known as God-tier geniuses, and their combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. They were characters that could contend against the geniuses of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect. They were naturally very strong. However, Lu Ming was stronger. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely terrifying at the last 9 Dragons exchange. He had the absolute ability to fight against the top 200. This time, Lu Ming's Earth Will had a breakthrough. All 4 types of Will had reached the advanced stage of the 2nd level. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. At the same time, the power of the 9 dragons had also become much stronger. It was several times stronger than the dragon power from before, and with the addition of the prison suppressing heaven technique. His cultivation had also increased by 1 level, reaching the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was now fully confident that he could fight Di Feng and Shi Emo, who were ranked 101st and 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. How powerful was he? Chapter 871. 871 Chapter 871 piled together. Lu Ming's current combat strength could be said to be infinitesimally close to a spirit embryo realm expert. Lu Ming could even contend with an ordinary spirit embryo realm expert. Among the younger generation, he was not afraid of anyone except for the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Boom! Lu Ming was like an ancient beast as he charged forward. He was brutal, violent, and violent as he clashed with the puppets. Boom, boom, boom. He used violent means to break the battle formation formed by the puppets. With a punch, the weak puppets were directly blown apart, and the powerful puppets were also sent flying, their bodies deformed. Some of the flames and lightning struck the scales on Lu Ming's skin but were blocked by them. Bang! Lu Ming blasted away 9 powerful puppets in a row and appeared in front of a Heaven's Pride expert from the puppet sect. The Heaven's Pride expert's eyes widened and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming's palm made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He reached out, grabbed, and threw directly to the side of Rising Sun and Guanrong. 3 figures appeared on the ground, all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Bang! After dealing with this paragon, Lu Ming stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He destroyed 2 scorching fireballs, a lightning sword, and a flood dragon formed from ice in succession. He appeared in front of a paragon from the Talisman sect and punched through his talisman defense. Essential core surged in, and the paragon's body went limp. He was thrown beside Sunrise and the others. Buzz! In the next moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged at another prodigy like a bolt of lightning. It was unstoppable. All the puppets and inscription scrolls were destroyed by Lu Ming. One by one, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell beside the Rising Sun and the others. The people who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. Their jaws were about to drop as they looked at everything in disbelief. More than a dozen god-level prodigies joined forces, but they could not put up any resistance in front of Lu Ming. They were completely crushed and sent flying one by one. Lu Ming threw them on the ground like garbage and piled them up. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people were left there by Lu Ming. All of them were furious and ashamed. "I admit defeat." Some of the remaining people shouted and wanted to admit defeat. They were really frightened by Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength. You want to fight and you don't want to fight and you don't want to fight? How can there be such a good thing? I won't allow it. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His figure was like an ancient beast as he charged at the other party. Bang! Ah! Then, that heaven's favorite was piled together with the Rising Sun and the others. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and another 2 geniuses were sent flying. Tunyun, this is the Talisman Amulet sect. What kind of skill is it for you to win with martial arts? If you have the ability, use the Tao of Inscription. One of the remaining heaven's favorites shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the puppet protecting him was sent flying by Lu Ming. He was also kicked away by Lu Ming and crashed into the group of elites, causing the others to scream in pain. The entire arena fell silent. The dozen or so heaven's favorites were all gathered together and roaring in anger. This caused the countless Talisman Amulet sect disciples to be dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. These were the few god-tier prodigies of the Talisman sect. Although the Talisman sect's territory was far from being comparable to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it still had over 30 large regions and countless geniuses. There were so many geniuses, but less than 50 god-grade geniuses. Which one of these heaven's favorites wasn't high up in the air? They were like the stars surrounding the moon, looking down on the younger generation. But now, there were more than a dozen of them. They were like a pile of garbage, roaring and screaming. It was too horrible to look at. This scene was too illusionary and unreal. Pa! Some people even slapped themselves ears to see if they were dreaming. Bai Qixue was also stunned. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. More than a dozen paragons joined forces and they were all defeated in a short time. He was unbelievably powerful. She recalled the attitude she had towards Lu Ming when she first met him. Her heart could not help but beat faster and she felt a little scared. If Lu Ming went crazy, she, a weak woman, would not be able to take it. This guy is so strong, but he didn't tell me. Then, Bai Qixue snorted in her heart. Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, and Meng Jia were also shocked as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. The three of them were all ranked in the top 120 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, their combat strength was unparalleled and they were powerful. However, they were not confident that they could defeat more than a dozen divine-level geniuses as easily as Lu Ming. Even if this fellow's combat strength can't be compared to those freaks in the top 100, it's almost on par with Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the others. My talisman amulet sect actually has such a powerful martial arts expert, and at such a young age at that? Ji Mai murmured, his voice was filled with shock and surprise. He was ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, but he didn't think he could do that. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He could feel that the vital essence in his spirit sea had been greatly depleted. In the violent storm of attacks just now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art had not only unleashed 20% of its power. Tin Yun, what kind of skill is it for you to use martial arts? If you have the ability, then use the Tao of Inscription to fight us. A young man shouted. His eyes were about to spit fire, and he was extremely ashamed and resentful. That's right. You're a Zongzi candidate, but you can only use martial arts against your enemies. Who would be convinced? Zongzi candidates will have to compete for the position of Zongzi and then inherit the position of sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. If one is only strong in martial arts and not good in the Tao of Inscription, how can one inherit the position of sect leader and take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect? The other heaven's favorites also shouted. And NBSP, the eyes of the other spectators flashed. That was indeed the case. They did not deny that Lu Ming was powerful. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary disciple of the Talisman Amulet sect, even if his Tao of Inscription was weak, he would still be respected by others due to his powerful martial arts. However, Lu Ming's status was different. He was a Zongzi candidate. In the future, he would compete for the position of Zongzi or even the sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. That would not do. He had to have a strong inscription Tao to convince the masses. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's martial Tao was, one would not be qualified to inherit the position of sect master. How about this? At this moment, Ji Mai suddenly opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Was Ji Mai going to make a move? Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to Ji Mai. In 2 months, the sect will hold a competition to determine who will enter the observatory. The observatory is the #1 sacred cultivation ground of the Talisman sect. Other than the 13 Zongzis who will not be participating, all the other young geniuses will be participating. Brother Tianyun, why don't you join us and compare notes with our fellow disciples? Ji Mai said with a smile. Although he said it tactfully, it was equivalent to an invitation to a battle. He was inviting Lu Ming to participate in the competition 2 months later to fight for the quota to enter the Heaven Observatory. Martial arts were not of much use in that kind of competition. They would naturally know how good Lu Ming's Tao of Inscription was when the time came. All right, I agree. Lu Ming replied indifferently. No matter what, at least for the next 2 months, he would have peace and no one would disturb him. Chapter 872. 872 The Observatory. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Ji Mai, Yen Tongtong, Meng Jia, and the others' eyes lit up. The paragons who were thrown together by Lu Ming also had different expressions. Some gritted their teeth and insisted on having the competition 2 months later to regain the face they had lost today. Some were in deep thought. Lu Ming had agreed so quickly. Could it be that the Tao of inscription was also extremely powerful? But how was that possible? If the martial path was already so freakish, how strong could the Tao of inscription be? The true qi in your bodies will dissipate in 2 hours. Lu Ming looked at the young men who were still lying on the ground. He smiled faintly and stepped into the air to leave. Hey Yun, wait for me. Bai Qixue immediately followed him like a little shadow. This made the sunrise and other suitors who were pursuing Bai Qixue gnash their teeth in jealousy. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ming. What a joke! Lu Ming was so powerful in martial arts. Was he looking for a beating? Lu Ming and Bai Qixue swaggered out of the place. Your martial arts cultivation is actually so powerful? You actually hid it from me? On the way, Bai Qixue stared at Lu Ming and mumbled. You didn't ask me. Lu Ming said. You're that strong? He should be very famous. Why haven't I heard of him before? Bai Qixue was confused. Because I'm more low-key. I've always been low-key, so it's normal that you don't know me. Lu Ming said shamelessly, which immediately attracted Bai Qixue's contempt. You want to keep a low profile? He defeated more than 10 God-level heaven's favorites at once. I'm afraid that in 2 days, the news will spread all over Mount Liangyi. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose. He was forced to do this. Are you really going to participate in the competition 2 months from now? Bai Qixue asked again. Of course, I've already agreed. By the way, what kind of place is the observatory? What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Heaven Observation Platform is also known as the Heaven Observation Land. It can be said to be the #1 cultivation holy land of the Symbol Puppet sect. It is said that in the Heaven Observation Land, one can come into close contact with the inscription laws. By observing the inscription laws, the speed of absorbing the power of inscription will be frighteningly fast. However, the energy required to open the Heaven Observation Land is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the number of people who can enter each time is very limited. The other 13 Zongzis have already entered. This time, only 3 people will be allowed to enter the Heaven Observation Zone. Therefore, a competition will be held in the entire sect. Only the top 3 can enter the Heaven Observation Zone for a month. Bai Qixue explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea in his heart. Are you confident? Bai Qixue asked, blinking her big eyes. She was curious. No, I didn't. Lu Ming's answer made Bai Qixue stumble and almost fall. No? If you're not confident, why did you agree? Bai Qixue said. If you agree, you'll have at least 2 months of peace, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Indeed, he wasn't 100% confident. After all, he had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a short period of time. The other heaven's favorites had already cultivated for more than 10 years. This was especially so for geniuses like Ji Mai, Yen Tong, and Meng Jia. Lu Ming had no confidence in winning just by relying on the Tao of inscription. In terms of the richness of his mental energy fire, Lu Ming was confident that it would not be inferior to Ji Mai and the rest. One should know that Lu Ming had lit 10 mental energy lamps at every level, achieving perfection. No matter how talented Ji Mai and the others were, it was impossible for them to reach the perfect stage. It was already terrifying to be able to light 8 lamps of will at each level. Lu Ming's weakness was his usage of mental energy fire. His usage of mental energy fire had already reached the peak of the refinement realm. In the eyes of ordinary geniuses, it was already very terrifying and not weaker than many god-tier geniuses. However, Lu Ming believed that geniuses like Ji Mai were definitely not just at the peak of minute subtlety. Perhaps they had already reached the realm of heart. The higher one's mental energy level was, the stronger one's combat strength would be when they had the same mental energy fire. His current weakness was the use of mental fire. Bai Qixue was speechless. So Lu Ming had agreed to it just for 2 months of peace. Soon, the two of them returned to Yun Peak House. Yes, I have to go and buy another batch of demonic beast blood essence to continue to improve the grade of my bloodline. Back in his room, Lu Ming was deep in thought. Also, the third bloodline, I don't know why. I still can't awaken. At the thought of this, Lu Ming frowned a little. Many god-level prodigies had already awakened their third bloodline before they reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, he had yet to awaken it. He could clearly feel that his spine seemed to be nurturing something, but he could not awaken it. He always felt that something was missing. Little Qing and Fatty are also awakening slower than others. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, I can't just let things be in the competition 2 months from now. I have to convince those people so that they won't find trouble with me. It'll be beneficial for me to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. However, it wasn't that easy to make these god-tier heaven's favorites submit. If I can improve the realm of the use of mental fire, I'll be more confident. I wonder if there's a place in the Yin and Yang mountain where I can refine and use the mental fire. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took out the map that Bai Qixue gave him and opened it to read. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after a while. The Mental Energy Refining Hall was a cultivation ground that specialized in training the use of mental energy fire. The Talisman sect was indeed an overlord force that specialized in the Tao of inscription. It had everything. Lu Ming was now a Zongzi candidate. Apart from a few restricted places, he could enter most of the cultivation places. It was a good time to cultivate there. Lu Ming immediately took out the rough stone and began to devour it to recover his essential core. Not long after, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He left Cloud Peak residence and headed to the Spirit Training Hall. The Spirit Tempering Hall was a large hall, but it was filled with formations and could accommodate many people to cultivate. Lu Ming flashed his Zongzi candidate token and entered easily. After entering the hall, he found that there were many doors of light. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred. Lu Ming walked inside and chose a door of light in an isolated corner. On the door of light, there were words of elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top-notch. This should be the choice of difficulty. I'll choose intermediate. Lu Ming pressed the word intermediate, and the word intermediate shone brightly. Then he took a step and stepped in. When he entered the light door, he found himself in an empty void. Here, Lu Ming realized that the essential core in his body was suppressed. Even his intent realm was suppressed. He could only use his mental energy fire. Buzz! A blue arrow shot toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. An arrow condensed from mental fire. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense that this arrow was completely condensed from mental energy fire. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.